Before we talk about the depths of grammar, we need to talk about the fact that we know sentences have some sort of structure. So we can ask about components of sentences. So for instance, if we have the sentence, I'm wandering off into the woods somewhere tonight near New Hampshire, we're able to question part of that sentence and say, you're wandering off where again? And what this implies is that this group of words right here, from into until Hampshire, is a unit that functions together. So, in terms of the structure of a sentence, this is like its own little phrase that's going to break down into smaller components of smaller phrases. So, we'll talk a little bit more about how we can identify that later with more in-depth types of phrases. We'll do a bit today, but what I want to do is just show you the basics. So we know the most basic thing that we need is a subject and predicate. We need who or what the sentence is about, and then we need what the subject did, or what the state of the subject is, or what the description of the subject is. So we need a subject and a predicate. So basically, if we want a sentence, we can always break it up into two different components, subject and predicate at the bare minimum. So if we want to see how words group together, we can try a replacement test. Because if a group of words can be replaced by one single word, that must mean that they function together as a unit somehow. So if we say my pool noodle is around the corner, we can say my pool noodle is there. And this implies that this group of words functions together as a unit. Or you want a big brown puppy for Christmas, you want what for Christmas? So a big brown puppy is being replaced. So this is some sort of grammatical unit in the sentence. This has its own little phrase. So let's just try some. Elon Musk wants to live on Mars. Do you think wants to live on Mars is its own unit of words that function together? Well, we can do a replacement test. Let's replace it with a verb, like sleeps. Elon Musk sleeps. Fantastic, this works. So we can do a replacement test. This is a group of words that function as a unit. What about Superman said that he wouldn't buy milk on Saturdays? Well, I can replace it with a noun like he. He that he wouldn't buy milk on Saturdays. Well, that sounds bad. What about a verb? Sleeps that he wouldn't buy milk on Saturdays. That doesn't work. No matter what replacement we try, we're not going to get something that sounds good here. So it's going to be ungrammatical. These do not function together as a unit. What about this bird that was standing in the corner cheeped directly at me? Okay, well, we can always say this bird there cheeped directly at me. And we can do this replacement. So yes, these words are going to function together as a unit. So more broadly, when we think about sentence structure, there's a lot of different components. So any group of things that function together as a unit is called a constituent. So in a sentence, this is your top tier, and the sentence is made up of clauses. Clauses need subjects and predicates that we saw before, and we see this split here. Two different things, two different structures. This is the sentence, panthers are cute. So panthers is a noun. This is being displayed. Are is a be verb. This is being displayed. Cute is an adjective, builds into an adjective phrase. This is being displayed. And we can see this structure, and we'll delve into it more in the future. But this is just what I want to show you to start. We'll talk about subjects and predicates next, and then we'll get into the nitty gritty of all of these different types of phrases and word categories. So a subject of a sentence or clause is who or what the sentence or clause is about. And we say that being a subject is the function of a phrase. So you can have a noun phrase that is a subject, a gerund phrase that is a subject, an infinitival phrase that is a subject. We don't know what those words mean, don't worry. That's what these courses are for. So to see if you have a subject, you're going to identify what you think is the subject and replace it with a pronoun like he, she, it, they, we, us, or whatever. So if I think of this sentence, some old person eating a potato is right here. I think, what's the subject? I might ask myself, well, I think it's some old person eating a potato. That's the subject. That's who or what I'm talking about. So if I replace it with the word it or he, I get he is right here or it is right here. And that's good. That's a good replacement. So we found a subject. But what if we think, well, I don't know, maybe it's just some old person. This seems like an object, and eating feels like a verb, so maybe this is just the subject and the rest is the predicate. So if we do a replacement, it eating a potato is right here. He eating a potato is right here. It sounds weird. Like you need to put a comma or a pause in speech. It eating a potato is right here. You can't just say it naturally. So because of that, this is questionable, and we say we probably don't have the subject here. If you want something that's really bad, let's pretend that this right here is the subject, some person eating. It, and we do a replacement. So it, a potato, is right here. Ugh, that's really bad. So we've identified the subject here by doing the replacement. It is some person eating a potato. So let's try some practice. You can pause the video and try these yourselves. Try to identify the subjects in the sentence using an identification task, and I will go through the answers right now. So a pair of Texas deputies responded to an unusual loose animal report ending up rounding up a pair of small goats. So the subject here would be a pair of Texas deputies. We can replace this with the word they. They responded to an unusual loose animal report. The deputies ended up wrangling 2 pint-sized goats. We can do the deputies here. We can replace it with the word they. They ended up wrangling 2 pint-sized goats. The goats were reunited with their owners. Again, with the goats here, we can use the word they. They were reunited with their owners. And finally, this last one is a little bit more challenging. The curiosity to know about something is what drives gaining of knowledge. And this is your subject, the curiosity to know about something. We can say it. It is what drives gaining of knowledge, or the gaining of knowledge. Maybe this sounds better if we put the word the here. This is an old quote. So here we have our subjects. If you want to see something bad, so maybe you think it's just curiosity, the curiosity. It to know about something is what drives the gaining of knowledge. Ugh, that doesn't sound very good, does it? It to know about something. We need to replace this whole phrase with it, and now we have our subjects. So once you've identified a subject, predicate is actually really straightforward because it's really just everything that is after the subject. So it's the action or the state of the subject. So we can do a did so replacement test. When you think you have a predicate, you can replace the entire predicate with did so. So if I say some old person is right here, I could say some old person did so. I could think right here, sorry, is right here is the predicate. And I can say some old person did so. And this is good. We've retained the meaning with context. What if we say something like some old person is right here and we think person is right here is the predicate? Well, then we get some old did so. And you're thinking like some old what? It just sounds incomplete. That's not good. Or if we think this predicate is just right here, some old person is did so. Ugh. Some old person is did so. Doesn't that sound just so horrible? So yeah, that sounds bad, so it's not a predicate. So here's the same sentence as the last time. See if you can identify the predicates. All right, let's take a look at the answers here. The predicates are just, oops, ended up wrangling 2 pint-sized goats, were reunited with their owners, is what drives gaining of knowledge. There's a little bit of an accident there in the last slide, but if we replace anything with did so we can do did so with all of these, what we will see is that the sentence is still grammatical. So, a pair of Texas deputies did so. The deputies did so. The goats did so. The curiosity to know about something did so. The last one a little weird, but abstractly we could make sense of it. So that's subject and predicate identification. You've now gotten through the first set of lectures. I encourage you to use the worksheet to make sure you understand subjects, predicates, descriptive, and prescriptive statements. The goal of this section in the course is to be able to create an internal structure for the noun phrase, these two very strong friends in my first apartment. I'm telling you right now it's a noun phrase, but we'll learn about that in this section, and we'll learn about all the different word categories and how they group together. First, thinking back about constituents from the introduction section, what is the structure of this going to be like? Well, let's do some replacement tests. So if I say these two very strong friends in my first apartment, can I do some sort of replacement? These two I think very strong, I'm going to try replacing with an adjective. So these two happy friends in my first apartment. This seems to be fine. So yeah, that's going to be some sort of phrase. These two very strong friends in my first apartment. We can say these two very strong friends there. These two very strong friends in there is going to be okay too. And what about these two very strong friends in my apartment? These two very people, these two very it, these two very he. It looks like that's not going to be one. So in terms of the structure, we have our big phrase here that covers the entire thing. Very strong is going to be its own little phrase. My first apartment is going to be its own little phrase, its own little constituent, and so is in my first apartment. So we're going to get this kind of structure that I'd rather just show you visually. So this is what it's going to look like. We're going to have a big phrase that collects all of these things. These two, very strong as a unit, friends in my first apartment as a unit, and my first apartment as a unit. So we're going to fill this out throughout the section. But first, how do we determine a category? You might be thinking meaning, because that's typically what you learn in school. Noun is a person, place, or thing. That's great, but there's going to be problems. We need to take a look at meaning, form, and distribution. What is the meaning? What can attach to the word? In other words, what form does the word take? And where does it appear? All three of these things are crucial. So, if we categorize according to meaning, we have problems. Because with nouns, we have abstract things too. And that might not be caught. We also have problems with prototypes. So when you think about these categories of verbs, adjectives, adverbs, and you think about their meanings, there's a general meaning you get. Like adjectives are attributes or qualities. So when you think of a word like love, love feels more like an attribute or quality, or maybe even an action. But it could be a noun depending on where it is in the sentence. So love can be a noun, it can be a verb. It's going to depend, but love doesn't really fit that noun prototype. In some words, it's just really hard to come up with definitions based on meaning. So, a word like wrong as well, it doesn't have just one category. It's going to depend on the meaning. So, wrong rarely prospers. Wrong here is acting as a noun. You wrong me and I'll sue you. That's a verb. The tourist took the wrong road. This is an adjective. This is now describing the road. And Edward often spells words wrong. This is how the spelling is done. It's an adverb. So it's going to depend on context. So meaning can't just get you the word category on its own. Form is a pretty decent one to look at. So for instance, you know that with something like a noun, it can always take a possessive S. So Doug versus Dougs, dog versus dogs, sheep versus sheeps. But this doesn't apply for everything. So for example, with the suffix eyes, if we want to take the word crystal, we can make the word crystal eyes. But we can't take a word like book and make book eyes. That's just not going to work. Therefore, form can help in some cases, but it's not the most useful, especially because English has so many different affixes, so many different ways we can change words. It's hard to really tell. The last one, distribution. This is going to be very important for us. This is the environment of the word. So if a word appears after the, probably a noun. If a word appears after he wants to, that word after is probably a verb. So we can use frames or slots in order to help us figure out the word category. But it might not always work because sometimes, even within the same category, slots don't work nicely. The example here is she bought the tofu versus she bought the ambiguity. Both are going to be nouns, but she bought the ambiguity sounds weird. So we're going to use all three of these in order to figure out how to do word categories as we go throughout all of the sections. The first category we're going to learn is adjectives, and this is going to modify or describe objects, so nouns. So if we can ask a question like, let's say I have a pizza, and I ask myself, well, what kind of pizza do I have? I can describe it with an adjective. I have a moldy pizza. What kind of sweater do I have? I have a green sweater. What kind of unicorn do I have? I have a colorful unicorn. These are all describing the adjective. So usually in English, we see the adjective appearing right before the thing that it is describing, and we will label these as ADJ. So In terms of distribution, let's say you have a noun. I just like to pick a pretty standard noun that I always use, so I like to pick the word dog. If we can put a word before dog and between the, then we're probably looking at an adjective. You could say the happy dog was here, or the red dog, or the starving dog, or something like that. Adjective might also appear after a be verb like was. So the noun was, or the noun is, or the nouns are. And you can put an adjective in here too. So the noun was, what's another one? Quiet. We have to be a little bit careful though, because not everything that we put after the word was is going to be an adjective, but we can use this as a sort of test. So the reason we have two different adjective positions is because we have different types of adjectives. We have attributive adjectives and predicative adjectives. When you have an attributive adjective, it means that the adjective comes before the noun. So the magical magician. Magical is describing magician. Maine Coons are large cats. Large is describing the cat. So these are the standard adjectives you think of. The predicative ones are a bit different. So these follow either a be verb or a linking verb. So these are verbs of perception. So felt, looks, tastes. We'll get some more information about verb types when we get to the last section in this online course. But these connect the subject and the description. So you can almost think of these like an equal sign. James Franco's performance felt unnatural. James Franco's performance equals unnatural. This Tim Hortons donut looks old. This Tim Hortons donut equals old. We can use that sort of test to find a predicative adjective. We say it's predicative because it's in the predicate. So you can now identify that this is James Franco's performance felt unnatural. Unnatural's in the predicate. This Tim Hortons donut looks old. Looks old is the predicate. The adjective is in the predicate. There's some adjectives that can only be used attributively. So we can say the mere linguist, but we can't say the linguist was mere. This doesn't make sense. It's ungrammatical. And there's a few words in English that work like this. You'd have to look online to find a list. Some adjectives can only be used predicatively, but I've heard people say these before, so it's not that weird to me. The clown was alone would be standard. Most people don't say the alone clown, but if someone said that to me, it wouldn't be weird. So, try some adjective identification. You can pause the video. I want you to identify the adjective, state whether it's attributive or predicative, and there could be multiple adjectives back to back. So pause the video and try it yourself. So, the first one, man is the most intelligent of animals and the silliest. I see intelligent. So this is an adjective that is going to be describing man, and it's occurring after the predicate. So is after, sorry, not, it's within the predicate, it's after the verb of the predicate is. So this is going to be a predicative adjective. So the most intelligent of the animals and the silliest. So silliest is going to be doing the same thing here. It is also describing man. So this is going to be an adjective that is predicative. So the first one, a little bit more challenging than something I could have given you. Okay. Walking with a friend in the pitch dark. So pitch here is describing dark. So this is being an adjective. Now you might think dark is an adjective here too, but it's actually a noun, and we're going to see why a little bit later. But essentially, whenever you see the word the, this has to connect with some sort of noun afterwards. Okay. It's better than walking alone in the light, so we don't have any more adjectives there. I know what we just saw before. Alone, the alone clown. But this one is describing an action. It's describing a gerund. So this is more like an adverb in this case. It's describing how the walking is being done. The walking is being done alone. So this is actually going to be an adverb, which we'll learn about in the next section. So I have no unique special talent. I am only passionately curious. So unique is describing talent, and so is special. So both of these are just going to be adjectives, and these are both going to be attributive adjectives because they occur before talent. I am only passionately curious. So curious is also going to be another adjective here. It's predicative, and it is describing I. It's appearing after a linking verb like am, or a be verb like am. So if you have any questions, you know where to put them in the course down there. But this is how we can identify basic adjectives. Now we're going to take a look at adjective phrases, but first just a quick reminder about constituents. Constituents are groups of words that act together as a unit, and the phrase is the smallest of those clusters. We need at least one word, and we're going to start with about 5 of these and then get into more advanced ones later. We're going to have the noun phrase, the verb phrase, the adjective phrase, the adverb phrase, and the prepositional phrase. I'm going to introduce these, building up the sentence. So by the end of these sections, you'll understand why the approach I'm taking is going to work for our structure. We're not going to do all the categories, then all the phrases. We're going to go so that way we can follow a flow. So we just learned about adjectives. Now let's learn about adjective phrases. So adjective phrases is a group of words, usually just one word, that is built around an adjective head. This means whenever we have a sentence and we have a word in that sentence that's labeled as an adjective, it will build up into its own phrase. So let's say I am looking at a sentence and I see those words. I see alone and I see clown. What this means is that alone is going to be an adjective and it's going to build up into its own phrase. And you might think, well, why do we need that if it's just one word? Well, that's because we have a new word category that we can have in our adjective phrase, and these are called qualifiers. So these are in a fixed position, and they ask about the quantity of some adjective or adverb. So, for example, I saw the horribly deadly snake in the Amazon. So deadly is the adjective there, and horribly is telling you how deadly it is. Or the old pub is somewhat busy. Busy is the adjective, and somewhat is describing how busy it is. That penguin is ridiculously cute. Cute is the adjective, ridiculously is the qualifier that is telling you how cute it is. So these are all examples of qualifiers, and we can tell by the position. Its function is to specify the quantity of some adjective, and it always appears right before the adjective. So within the adjective phrase, we can fit in these qualifiers as part of it. So basically, you can think of it this way. If you have two nodes that are side by side, so we call these sisters or siblings, they describe each other in some way. So qualifier in this case is the modifier that is describing the adjective. So extremely happy, super sad, quite discontent. But these are our units or our words that function together as a unit. So again, in this last sentence, you are super awesome, but you already knew that. Super is telling you how awesome it is. You got to remember, super can also just be an adjective. You are super. The super person came. So we have to be careful about position. In this case, super is a qualifier. But, and I'll put this here just so we can see this explicitly and write this out. So I'm just going to say the super dog. If we say this super would then be an adjective. So position matters. So let's see if you can find the adjectives in these sentences and draw the adjective phrases. So if there's a qualifier, you can pause the video, try it yourself. I'll go over the solutions now. He reeled in his line and discovered the catch was actually a soaked wallet containing $2,000 cash. So the only thing we actually have here is soaked. This is going to be our adjective, and this would build into an adjective phrase. Okay. Denny ended up gifting Halsa a personalized cooler. So we have another adjective here that would build up into an adjective phrase, and taking his family out to dinner as thanks. I don't see any other adjectives there. What was not reported was the excruciatingly absurd notion. So there's an adjective there that wallets can't be stolen. We're going to ignore be stolen there because there's a couple of ways we can interpret that. But what I do see here is I see a qualifier, excruciatingly. This is telling us how absurd it is. It's excruciatingly absurd. So if we were to draw a tree of this, we'd have an adjective phrase, And because we have an adjective phrase, we're going to need an adjective head, and then we'd have a qualifier coming to its left. So this would be excruciatingly absurd. I'm just going to abbreviate the words just for space. So that's identifying our adjectives here. And if we take a look at our structure so far for this section, these two very strong friends in my first apartment, we're now able to tackle the very strong portion, and we can see that those are going to build up into an adjective phrase. Do I really need to teach nouns? They're people, places, things, and abstract notions. So, Shaquille O'Neal, Dr. Barista, places, Hard Rock Casino, London, things, machines, squirrel, Dr. Pepper, abstract notions, excitement, evil, friendship, love, things like that. And we can use slot tests. So, one way of identifying nouns is to try to put a word after the word the, or these. And if you see something after this, it's usually a noun. So the people, a person, these machines. You might even say something like, let's say you're talking about a group of people. You might be talking about the young. Like, the young are so out of touch. Maybe that's what we're saying because we're an old person and we just don't like young people. In this case, young here would be a noun because it is the subject of the sentence, and we need a noun in that subject. So the is going to introduce it. So that's a good way of identifying a noun. There's two subclasses we need to worry about in order to talk about like structure and labeling, and these are proper nouns versus common nouns. So proper nouns we'll label as prop N. These are specific people or places, so these have capital letters, while common nouns are just not specific things, these are generic things. So these just don't have capital letters. We're just going to label those as regular nouns. So telephones, characters, cats, restaurants, anything like that. Don't think of the word common as meaning like as meaning like not rare. Think of common just meaning like not specific. So those are the basics of nouns. We'll talk about noun phrases next. Now, noun phrases are going to be built around noun heads. So any sort of noun or proper noun. So let's say we have a word like dogs. This is going to be a noun. It must build up into a noun phrase. John is a proper noun. It must build up into a noun phrase. Anytime you see a noun or proper noun, it must build up into a noun phrase. Sometimes we have proper nouns that are multiple words, like King James or a full name or Tim Hortons. And in that case, we just give it a little subscript and say there's two parts there and there's no real internal structure. So there's not really a way to break apart King and James. So what can we do with in noun phrases? Well, this is why we learned adjective phrases first, because we can put adjective phrases in noun phrases in order to modify them. So if our original noun phrase was dogs, and we want to say cute dogs, what we can do is we can make the adjective phrase a sister to the noun. So what this means is that this is going to be describing the noun. So we can see we have our full adjective phrase tree within our noun phrase tree. So cute dogs. Or in the case of very annoying cats, very annoying is describing the cats. So the cats is going to be the noun, the head noun of our noun phrase. The adjective phrase goes under the noun phrase and beside the noun because the adjective phrase is describing that noun. And then within the adjective phrase, we know there's structure. We know annoying is the adjective, and we know the qualifier very is going to be describing annoying. So this is how we can visualize some pretty basic noun phrases. But we can also put noun phrases inside of noun phrases to make compound words. And this might be a little bit confusing because when we take a look at math teacher and passionate teacher, it looks pretty similar. In the case of math teacher, math is describing the type of teacher. It's a teacher that teaches math. In a passionate teacher, it's describing a quality. It is a teacher who is passionate. The structure looks the same, but the category is different. Now, how do we know? Well, this has to do with how the structure of nouns and noun phrases work. So within a noun phrase, we can have any number of adjective. So I put this in brackets to mean it's optional. I put a star above it to mean any number of nouns. And then we'd have to have our noun. So our string of nouns or our compound noun. whatever we have. So if we want to see if math is an adjective, we should be able to put an adjective before it or after it, and it should be fine. So we can say new math teacher, so we can put an adjective before, but we can't say math new teacher. That's not okay. So this tells us that since new is an adjective and noun is a teacher, if math were going to be okay as an adjective, then this order should be fine. But this order is not okay, therefore we know math is actually a noun. Compared to new passionate teacher versus passionate new teacher, clearly passionate and new are both going to be both going to be adjectives. They can be reordered in whatever way they want. We can do the same thing with police officer and trained officer. New police officer, new trained officer, but a police new officer, ugh, sounds bad. A trained new officer, that sounds fine. So police is a noun that builds into a noun phrase that is going to be modifying officer, while trained is an adjective that builds into an adjective phrase that would be modifying officer there. So I recommend using that bit of information in order to figure out if the modifier you're looking at is a noun phrase or an adjective phrase. Noun phrases can also contain numerals, and there's two different types of numerals that we should be talking about. Are cardinal numerals, so these are the counting numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the ordinal numerals, which are sequential numbers, so like counting in a sequence like first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on. So we have cardinum and ordinum for the labels, and we'll notice that these are occurring before the noun that they're describing. So words like one or two can be pronouns or nouns as well, depending on the position, but they're cardinal numerals when they are describing a noun that's coming after them. So only one student did not graduate. These two weirdos were being so loud. Or I will be the second person. We see the noun after second. Or her first day was more stressful than she anticipated. And we can see structures for these on the right side. So you can have multiple of these back to back. So we could have something like, I don't know, maybe we're talking about some sort of competition. There's a competitor, and the first two attempts that they're talking about. So in this case, we have an ordinum, we have a cardinum, and then we have the actual noun itself. So those are two different types of numerals we see. I should mention, let's say if we have the one person, so yeah, let's do this in the top right. The one person versus the one. So in this case, the one person is describing, so one is describing person. So this is going to be the case of a counting number, but in this case of the one, this is just a noun. So this is coming after that determiner the, which has to introduce a noun phrase. So again, it's going to depend what it's doing. The other thing that we should talk about are quantifiers. So these are other counting types of words, but they just give a general sense. So they're not as specific. So every something, all something, some things, nothing. So no person, no people. That's 0 people. Many people, few people, things like that. So we just label these as quants, and they come within the noun phrase. So every person is a quantifier that is describing with a number how many people we have, or each helicopter. This is a quantity. This is going through each of the helicopters in some set. So every person that I know is leaving around 5 p.m. Every is describing person. I can think of few people brave enough to wander these lands. Few is describing people. So let's see if we can identify some noun phrases here. You can pause the video yourself and then, well, let's go through the answers here. So we'll find some NPs and we'll draw some structures. So first I'm just going to underline some NPs. So Steve is going to be a proper noun. So I'm just going to do the little structure right here. Many poor souls. Knew many poor souls. Okay, so what I see here is I see a noun phrase of many poor souls. I have an adjective that is going to be, well, let's just do this down here. So we're going to do many poor souls. And let's see what we have here. So we have an adjective poor that is being built up into an adjective phrase. We have souls, which is going to be a noun that's going to head that noun phrase. And then many is going to be a quantifier that's telling you roughly how many of the souls out there. So many poor souls is a noun phrase, and that would be its structure. So we'll keep this on the page, but we'll keep this kind of small. Since Mr. Garfunkel was 5. So Mr. Garfunkel is going to be another noun phrase. This time we have 2 words here. This is going to be a prop N for 2. This will also build into a noun phrase. And then 5, what is this? This is not a cardinal numeral. This here is a noun in this case. We need a noun phrase. It's describing the actual number. It's not describing how many of something that there are. Okay, what about the next one? Very dangerous asbestos covered unsuspecting ceilings at university. So we have very dangerous asbestos, that is a noun phrase. Unsuspecting ceilings is a noun phrase. And university is a noun phrase. So university is the easiest. It's just a noun that builds up into the noun phrase. For very dangerous asbestos, what we're going to get is dangerous, which is an adjective modified by the qualifier very. So these will build up into an adjective phrase, and then that is going to connect to the noun to build the noun phrase. We're going to get very dangerous asbestos. And that's not really going to fit, so I can put that there. For unsuspecting ceilings, unsuspecting is going to be an adjective that builds up into an adjective phrase. Ceilings is going to be the noun head, and that will build up into the noun phrase. So those are all the noun phrases that we have so far. Hopefully this exercise wasn't too bad. We're going to take an intermission to talk about category and function. So when we talk about categories, we're talking about the syntactic category. Is it a noun? Is it a verb? Is it a noun phrase? Is it a verb phrase? Is it an adjective, adverb, preposition, things like that? When we talk about functions, we're talking about the purpose, either within a clause, within a phrase, and so on. So functions are things like the subject of the sentence, the predicate of the sentence, the direct object, the indirect object, the adverbial, the modifiers, things like that. So in the diagram to the right, what you'll notice is we're doing it as category then function. So John is a noun phrase, NP, that is also a subject. So noun phrase functioning as a subject. Eats beans is a VP, a verb phrase. We'll learn what that means in the next section. And it's functioning as a predicate. And these combine to build up a sentence. So this is just a little note because we're going to see this notation going forward when we talk about determiners and pronouns. Okay, we've got a bit of a dense one here. So we'll talk about determiners and pronouns. So there's some words that can act as either a determiner. So this is a word that is going to introduce a noun, specifying more information about it, or the word category can function as a pronoun and basically just act as the entire phrase on its own. So there's some determiners, some categories that only function as determiners, some categories only as pronouns, but there's some that are mixed. So we'll talk about each of these in depth as we go through, but I just want to point out the example, what I mean here with these in the middle. For my dog versus mine, my and mine are both possessives, but my dog is the head noun there. And my is introducing that. It's specifying more information, so it's acting as what's called a determiner, DET. But in the case of mine, it's replacing the entire noun phrase. The actual noun itself is not being specified. So it's a possessive acting as a pronoun. So we'll see this as we go on, but I just want to highlight those differences here. So the first two are articles, the indefinite articles and the definite articles. So we call the indefinite article indef and the definite article def. Indefinites denote no particular noun. We only have two indefinite articles in English, and un. So a wild customer appeared. So is introducing customer. And then we also have please buy me an ice cream cone. So an is going to be introducing ice cream cone. Definite articles specify a specific noun. So when you use the, you imply uniqueness and existence. The noun exists and the noun is unique in terms of the discourse. I'm trying to point out a unique thing. So the puppy peed all over the carpet. So the is introducing puppy noun, the is introducing carpet noun. And what we see in this case is when you read this sentence, you understand that a puppy exists and it's a specific puppy. You understand the carpet exists and it's a specific carpet. So indefinites and definites, these function as determiners. So when they're used as determiners, we give them this :det label to say that they are, in fact, determiners. Now, demonstratives are words that talk about the noun in terms of location or space and time. So things either in front of you or away from you, things present or in the past. So these are words like this, that, these, and those. In fact, these are the only four that we have in English, the four demonstratives: this, that, these, and those. Now, when it acts as a determiner, it's going to introduce the noun. So this salmon looks very delicious. That gardener wanted to give peas a chance. Those carpets are hideous, Dave. That noun is being specified, and we can see this in the top right diagram. So this salmon, it's acting as a determiner because it's introducing that noun. But we can use it as a pronoun too. So instead of this salmon looks very delicious, this looks very delicious. This is acting as an entire noun phrase. So in this case, the demonstrative is acting as a pronoun because there's no noun that it's introducing. It is taking the place of the entire noun phrase. So that wanted to give peas a chance. I need you to buy these for me. Those are hideous, Dave. So here's the possessives from before. So possessives, they indicate possession using a pronoun. So my, his or her, our, their as determiners. So my anaconda, again, introducing the noun, her broken window, her introducing window, their mansion, they're introducing mansion. We see that it's introducing the noun, so it's functioning as a determiner. But we have the pronoun version too. So instead of my anaconda bit a stranger, mine bit a stranger. Her broken window was fixed, hers was fixed. This possessive is now acting as a pronoun because it's taking up the entire noun phrase. Now, interrogatives are WH words. So who, what, when, where, why, and how. There is a WH in how, it's just the order is different, but they're still there. So this will replace a noun in a question, and it will ask a question about it. So as a determiner, you might have, say, what candy do you like? Where you're saying what out of a certain set do you like? But you might be less specific. You might just say, what do you like? In which case, you have what acting as a pronoun because you're not introducing another noun. So we can see the difference there. Which boy band versus which? Whose signature is that? Whose is that? Whose signature? That's a determiner. Whose? That's just a pronoun. So these categories are int because they introduce questions. Interrogative just basically means question. And determiners are pronouns based on their function. We have some more pronouns. You're not going to see these as determiners, well, except for the indefinites. But these are just sort of the things that we could classify as one, but we'll separate. We have personal pronouns. These are the subjects and objects that you expect. I, me, you, he, she, him, or her. We call those pers, and they're pronouns. We have reflexives. So these are any of the pronouns with the self suffix. So myself, yourself, himself, ourselves, yourselves. That's also a pronoun. Then we have indefinites. So we could have, say, any body. This would be a very literal interpretation of like any single body out there. which would be a quantifier and a noun, so that would build up into a noun phrase. But if we have this general sense of the word, where it's just like what you really mean is an unspecified person, then this is just in fact an indefinite pronoun. So we're kind of using the fact that spaces create new words in this case. So if you see anybody as one word, indefinite pronoun, anybody, that's two separate words, quantifier and noun. So let's try some practice. You can identify the NPs here, label all the words, and if you would like, you can draw its structure. So you can pause and I'll go over the answers now. Which CD did my child steal from those shelves in the music store? He stole 2 copies, but nobody said a thing. This is outrageous. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 noun phrases in the first sentence. Let's label. So which CD? This is going to be an interrogative determiner because what it is doing is it is introducing the noun with the CD. So that would be its own little noun phrase there. My child, this is going to be a possessive, and this is acting as a determiner because it's introducing the noun child. Those shelves, those is a demonstrative, and it's acting once again as a determiner because it is introducing the noun shelves. And the music store. So this is our definite determiner. We definitely know store is a noun. We have to remember music is going to be a noun too. And it's going to be a modifier for store. So you might remember that from one of the previous videos in this section. New music store versus the music news store. Music news store is weird, so music is a noun. He, this is going to be a personal pronoun. 2 copies. What we have here is we have a cardinal numeral, and then we have a noun. Nobody. Here's the case where we have an indefinite pronoun. A thing. So thing is a noun. Is an indefinite, and this is acting as a determiner in this case. And finally, this is outrageous. Now we have a demonstrative, so we have a demon. It's not introducing a noun, so it's functioning as a pronoun. So I could have built the structures on the bottom, but I figured from the top you would understand that by now. So now, in terms of question 2, we have my old grocery store. I again, how different it was. A small yacht was being sold by the entrance. So these are some more noun phrases here, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the second set. I, it, and I again are all going to be personal pronouns, so I'm not going to label I and it. Old is going to be an adjective. Grocery is going to be a noun, and store is going to be a noun. Old grocery store versus grocery old store. Grocery old store is weird, so we want grocery to be a noun there. And my is going to be a possessive, but it's acting as a determiner in this case because it's introducing the noun store. In the case of a small yacht, I think you're pretty good with these other ones. We're looking at the indefinite determiner, and here we're looking at the definite determiner. So if we think about the structure so far that we've been building at the beginning of this section, this is what we have so far. These 2 very strong friends in my first apartment. These, demonstrative determiner, 2 is a cardinal numeral, very strong as a qualifier, and adjective built into an adjective phrase. Friends is our noun. And then my first apartment, my is a possessive determiner. First is an ordinal numeral, and n for the apartment. So we just need to figure out in, and that'll be the end of this section. All right, the last thing to talk about inside noun phrases are going to be prepositions. So prepositions have a lot of different meanings. It's hard to give them, some nice, concise way of learning them. But the key to these is that they always introduce noun phrases. You can identify a preposition by identifying a noun phrase and just remembering some of the basics. So up the road. Up is a preposition of location describing where the road is. At 5 a.m. At is a preposition of time describing, what the time comes after. That's the noun phrase. Duration 9 months. Instrument with binoculars. Manner like P. Diddy. Written by Jane. Murder of JFK. So up, at, for, with, like, by, of. These are all very typical preposition examples. You'll learn a lot of prepositions just by doing a lot of practice. The tricky part, though, is sometimes there are 2 or 3 word prepositions which can be analyzed a little bit differently. So you don't need to think of them as 2-word prepositions. You can think of them as different categories. We're going to talk about that more. But things like due to the weather, or on account of his testimony, or with respect to the issues. So we can either say something like with respect to is a 3-word preposition, or we can think of it as a preposition with. Respect is going to be a noun, and then to is going to be another preposition that introduces the noun phrase, the issue. You can think of it like that. So in terms of the prepositional phrases, all prepositions build up into prepositional phrases, and they are followed by NP complements. So here we see by, which is a preposition, and this is introducing the NP. So the NP is going to come after, by the building, into this corner store, introducing the noun phrase. So, and this is because with constituents, we can do a replacement by here, into there, into this. We can do that replacement. So if you can identify a noun phrase, then you'll be able to identify prepositions. So let's do some examples here. I want to run around the block. So let's take a look where the noun phrases are. So I is a noun phrase, there's nothing before it, but the block is a noun phrase. And we have around the block. So this is something talking about location, and its location relative to the block. So this is going to be a preposition. So for the preposition phrase, we're going to get around, and then we're going to get our noun phrase, which is going to have the. So this is going to be a definite determiner, just so we have all of the labels here. And then we get the noun, which will be around the block. So that would be the little tree structure for around the block. And finally, number 2, with my friends, anything is possible. Well, in this case, we have my friends is going to be a noun phrase here. With is introducing the friends. So this is a preposition of instrument, so who you're doing things with, which means that's a preposition. So if we were to do something similar with this tree, we would basically get a P up into a PP. That would break down into a noun phrase, and then we'd have my friends. So friends is a noun, and my is a possessive acting as a determiner. So possessive determiner. That's it. That's prepositional phrases. So now we have a structure for this little noun phrase here. These 2 very strong friends in my first department. Here is the full structure. You can now label all of the words, and you can take a look at the structure and constituents for this. That's kind of cool. So just to make sure everything is all fine and dandy, we want to create a tree structure for the following noun phrase: an utterly depressed sailor with 2 small hands. So you should be able to figure out how to do this based on everything that you've learned so far. So I'm going to go to the next page, and then we're going to take a look at the solution for this. So I'm just going to copy that, insert a new page, and let's go. So we're going to keep this at the bottom because I don't want to rewrite out the sentence again. So first I'm going to label out all of the words. So an is an indefinite determiner. We have utterly depressed. So depressed is going to be an adjective that's describing the sailor. But that means that utterly is telling you how depressed someone is. So it's a qualifier. With 2 small hands. So with is introducing 2 small hands, which is a noun phrase. So preposition. 2 is going to be a cardinal number. Small, as we know, is an adjective. It is describing hands, which is a noun. So now we know certain types of categories build into certain types of phrases. So adjectives combine with qualifiers, if they're there, to make adjective phrases. So we can do that with utterly depressed, and we can do that with small. Now we know that adjective phrases will describe nouns. So utterly depressed is describing sailor. So that sailor noun needs to build into a noun phrase, and that adjective phrase utterly depressed is modifying it. It's also taking on an indefinite determiner. Okay, we might not have actually drawn these lines big enough, to be honest. So maybe let's do something like this. Let's put this right up there because that's where it would be if we were just drawing straight up anyway. Now we have with two small hands. So with is a preposition building into a prepositional phrase that has to introduce a noun phrase. So this noun phrase needs to connect to a noun. So this will be hands. Small is modifying it, and two is modifying it as well. How do we connect these two? Well, this is an utterly depressed sailor with two small hands. So the prepositional phrase is describing the noun phrase. So we can make the prepositional phrase another daughter of the noun phrase. And this would be the structure for the noun phrase, an utterly depressed sailor with two small hands. Hopefully you're able to do that. If not, there's a lot of practice in the worksheet and the two quizzes, or not the two quizzes, and the quizzes that you've been seeing throughout the section. The goal for this section is to learn about verb phrases and create an internal structure for this verb phrase, could not have quickly run last week. And we have some structure here. So with the replacement test with do so, this works well with any sort of verb phrase. We can see could do so, could not do so, could not have done so, could not have quickly ran then. So last week is a constituent as well, which means we're basically going to get a structure that looks a little bit like that. So if we take a look at this, could not have quickly run last week. We can see the structure and what we're able to do so far. So last week, last is describing the week. It's being an adjective in this case. And then last week is a noun phrase with noun week as its head. So first, we're going to have to deal with adverbs. So adverbs do two things. They either modify the verb, which is just like an adjective modifying the noun, or adverbs can provide information for the entire sentence. So it really depends on where they're placed, and they have different meaning associations. So manner, time, location, and frequency. So things like lazily, urgently, these ly words. Location, so yesterday and soon. Location, inside and here. Frequency, often and daily. And the key thing about adverbs, and well, most adverbs, is that they can move around. So an adverb like carefully, we can test to make sure it's an adverb by moving it around. So they diffuse the explosives carefully. They carefully diffuse the explosives, or carefully they diffuse the explosives. We can move them around. That's how we can also identify a word like yesterday being an adverb. You probably think of the word yesterday and you're like, hold on, that sounds more like a noun because you're talking about a thing. But they diffused the explosives yesterday. Yesterday, they diffused the explosives. The middle one's not going to work with yesterday, but the top one does and the bottom one does, so we see mobility. So that is the adverb. It's amazing, isn't it? Talk about adverb phrases next. Adverb phrases are going to be built the same way adjective phrases are. They're very, very similar. So if you have an adverb, like say quietly, that is an adverb, and that's get built up into an adverb phrase. Same with things like tomorrow or there, any of these adverbs. So we can modify adverbs with qualifiers. So quietly becomes quite quietly, just like we could with happy and quite happy. Nearly tomorrow, this is saying like how close to tomorrow, almost there, how close to there are we? So some sort of quantity still is being expressed in how something you are. Now, you might see online that qualifiers are just called adverbs, The reason we do specify these as qualifiers and not adverbs is because of the different qualities they have. So qualifiers have a fixed position, adverbs do not. Qualifiers modify the adverb and adjectives. Adjectives don't modify the qualifiers. So that's why we do that. Okay, so let's do some adverb phrase identification. I just want to identify the adverb phrases. You don't have to draw them. So pause the video and I'll go over the solutions here. I have a pretty normal life, surprisingly. So the adverb here is surprisingly, because we can move it around. We can say surprisingly, I have a pretty normal life. And that's the evidence that we need. Again, in other books, you might be thinking pretty normal, because pretty is modifying normal. Qualifiers are kind of like adverbs, but we're going to be more specific here. Pretty in this case is a qualifier and not an adverb. Okay, if you fell down yesterday, stand up today. Okay, we got a couple interesting things here. So yesterday and today are going to be adverbs. Yesterday, if you fell down, today, stand up. So we can do that movement. But think about these words. Down and up. Fell down and stand up. We're going to talk about phrasal verbs in the following course because they get a little bit more complicated. But I can tell you that these are talking about the directions of the falling. So, how did you fall? I fell down. I stood up. So, these are more examples of adverbs here. So, we have two adverbs back to back, fell down yesterday, stand up today. They don't have as much movement as other types of adverbs, but they still are adverbs in this case because they're describing the nature of the falling or the standing. Okay. Third, it's just my way of expressing myself when I move around. It's just my way of expressing myself when I move around. So the obvious one I'm seeing here, and this might not be obvious at first, but to someone who's done this way too many times in his life, to me this is obvious. When I move around, so this is describing how the moving is doing. The moving, when you move around a place, you're roaming here. So this is describing the action of moving. There are some other words. So for instance, the word just, I should probably do this in a different color because I don't want to say it's an adverb. Some people would consider this an adverb, like it's just my way, that's how my way is of expressing myself. An adverb. So you may see that just as like a filler word as well. But we'll talk more about just at some point. Okay, so all of these are adverbs and they're not being modified by any sort of qualifiers. So those are just all of the adverb phrases too. Each of these are going to build up into their own adverb phrase. So all of these ones as well. A verb is going to be an action, it is going to be a state, or it is going to be a sensation. So these are the things that the subjects do. Vikings attack. Cherry pickers pick. That's sloth. Okay, so these first two actions, attack and pick, these have this very visual element of doing something. States and characteristics, that sloth looks super excited. Bozo became a clown. These are a little bit more abstract. They're transformative or perceptive. So you can think, yeah, so any sort of transformation or any sort of perceptual thing going on here. And that also applies to sensation. So this massage feels amazing. So if you want to find a verb in a regular declarative English sentence, you want to look after the subject. It might not be immediately after the subject. There may be some other words in between, but it's definitely going to appear after the subject. And those are verbs. Verb phrases are built around verb heads. This means if you have a verb like die or love or smoke, and it is labeled as a verb, it must build up into a verb phrase. Now, verb phrases are going to have a lot of things under them, and they're going to also fit into a lot of different things, so we're going to tease that apart in this section. The first thing is modifiers. Modifiers, extra information like adverb phrases and prepositional phrases, can be under the VP when they describe the verb. So quickly ran into a store. Quickly, the adverb phrase, is describing how the running was done. So it's a sister to the verb. It's under the VP. Into a store is describing the location of the running. That's where the running eventually ended up. So this is also going to be a sister to the verb. So this is just like adjective phrases and nouns, or a noun with a prepositional phrase afterwards, man with a hat. Same idea here. And then with the the adverb phrases specifically, I just want to point out in this case that because they can move around, we're also going to see a structure here on the right where we could have ran into a store quickly, where quickly is just appearing after that prepositional phrase. Now, verb phrases can also take complements. I won't describe what a complement is yet in detail, but for brevity, let's say it's something required by the verb. So you can think of verb frames like X attacked Y, X slept, X gave Y to Z. So each of those variables X, Y, and Z are going to be called complements. So X gave Y to Z, the children is an argument, a gift is an argument, to their teacher is an argument, and these are in some cases called complements. The ones after the verb are called complements. So we'll go into more detail later. But we need these in a sentence. When you have complement, like gave a gift to their teacher, the noun phrase is describing what was given, and the prepositional phrase is describing who it was given to. So these are also going to be sisters of the verb under the verb phrase because of the relationship between the verb and those particular phrases. I also want to point out that we have some labeling here. So the noun phrase subject is now labeled and the verb phrase predicate is now labeled. And that's because we have a full sentence. Whenever we have a full sentence, we should make sure that we have a subject and a predicate labeled for it as a function. So let's do some verb phrase identification. We can do the do so test or did so test. We're looking for a verb, and then we're looking for the rest of, well, everything after that goes with do so. So you can pause the video, try it yourself, and then I'll go over the answers now. So true friendship must undergo the shocks of adversity. So undergo the shocks of adversity is the verb phrase. Undergo is the head verb here. And you can say true friendship must do so. Now, we're going to get true friendship did so as well being okay, or true friendship does so. But we have a different category for this word that we'll talk about later, and that's going to make a new type of phrase. Okay, nothing ruins your day more than getting a bad review. Ruins your day more than getting a bad review is the verb phrase, and we have the head verb for ruins here. So your day more than getting a bad review is, so ruining, what are you ruining your day? And then a comparison, more than getting a bad review is describing the ruining there. Okay, finally, the Cookie Monster sent all the cookies to Elmo. Sent all the cookies to Elmo is going to be a verb phrase. It has the verb here, and we can do a do so test here. The Cookie Monster did so. We can do the same one with two as well. Nothing did so. All right. So in terms of our structure so far, for could not have quickly run last week, we're now able to get the quickly run last week part. That's quickly an adverb phrase modifying the verb phrase with the verb run. And then we have last week, the noun phrase that we already discovered. So we're going to have to figure out the rest of this as we go through. But first, let's take a look at a tree. So we have a sentence now. We can finally do a sentence. So let's do a full sentence as a tree structure. We'll label all the words. We're going to label all of the phrases that come out of it and build that sentence. So pause the video, try it yourself. This might be tough right now. That's okay. And then we'll go through the solutions right now. I'm going to take this, I'm going to copy it, add a new page, and then stretch it out at the bottom. And let's see what we have here. So the is definitely going to be a definite determiner. First is going to be an ordinal numeral describing the assignment noun. And the way we're going to do this is build this up into a noun phrase with an ordinal numeral and a definite determiner. Just put the lines down here for completeness. And this in our sentence is going to be the subject. So it felt quite difficult without my notes. So we know this is going to build up into a sentence. Let's use the whole page here. Felt quite difficult without my notes. So felt here is a verb. Quite difficult. I know difficult is an adjective. Quite is describing how difficult. So that's going to modify the adjective and build an adjective phrase. My notes. My is a possessive determiner building up into the noun with the noun phrase notes. And without is a preposition introducing the noun phrase my notes. Okay, now we have the first assignment felt quite difficult without my notes. I know we're going to need a verb phrase predicate, or at least some sort of predicate. At this point, I know it's a verb phrase, but that's going to change. So we have to attach that directly. Quite difficult is describing the feeling, and without my notes is also describing how the feeling or when the feeling is happening. So this would be the tree so far. The first assignment felt quite difficult without my notes. We have an NP subject, VP predicate. The noun phrase subject is a definite determiner, ordinal numeral, a noun, and the predicate is a verb, qualifier, adjective, preposition, possessive determiner, and a noun. Auxiliaries are words occurring before verbs in English that support them by providing extra grammatical information. We're going to go in depth into each of these in separate subsections. I just want to show them to you here and show off the auxiliary portion of it. So Carl has left the chat. The verb here is left, but we're supporting it with a verb like has or had. So that's called an auxiliary. Those pickpocketers have stolen our wallets. So stolen is the verb here. Have is supporting it. This is perfect have. It has meaning. Again, we'll talk about it in that subsection. Progressive B, same idea here. Jimmy is eating. So eating is the main verb here, but is supporting it. I have been losing. Losing is the main verb. Been is supporting it. With emphatic do, so you want to emphasize something, this is the same idea. So he does leave. Leave is the main verb. Does is supporting it. Want is the main verb. Do is supporting it. Yes, I do want that one. So we'll see how this works in our structure, and we'll talk about each of these individually, so that way we can see them in depth and how they differ and what their meanings are. Progressive B is one of the first auxiliaries we'll take a look at, and that is going to create something, the progressive phase, that gives off aspect. So aspect gives off information about the completion or continuity of an event. So progressive B occurs when an action is ongoing. So I wish I was leaving. So that's an ongoing event. He can't always be winning. Winning is an ongoing event. And what we see for the progressive is it always takes a be form. So am, are, was, were, is, and the verb after it has an ing. So it's giving the verb after this ing. So we call that the progressive ing. So whenever you see an auxiliary progressive B, you have to find a verb with the ing after. Otherwise, you're not looking at an auxiliary progressive B, you're probably looking at something else. So, what does this look like in terms of the structure? Well, if we say was leaving earlier, what we'll do is we'll label the was as prog, because this is progressive, this is the continuous, that's its label, that's what it does. And that is going to build up into a progressive phrase. And what that progressive phrase is going to take is it can take a verb phrase as a complement. So if the verb phrase comes next, it'll take the verb phrase as its complement afterwards. So was leaving earlier. And the reason that we can do this is because we can replace this bit here, which is was doing so. So we know that this is a constituent. This is some sort of verbal element that can be replaced with doing so. So was doing so. So we see the same thing with the right one. Be winning these games. So be is the progressive. We see the ing on the verb for winning, just like we do with leaving down there. So this is a progressive, builds into a progressive phrase that takes the verb phrase as its complement. So that is the progressive phrase. You need to find the ing on the verb. That has to be something. So if you see something like, for example, was stolen, you have to be careful here, because this is not progressive. Why? Because there's no ing on here. We have a different ending. We have the perfect here. Sorry, not the perfect. Well, the past participle, which is going to give us a passive. So that's going to be a little bit different. We have to be careful about that. Just a little tip going forward. The auxiliary perfective have is another auxiliary that can occur before the verb. It's going to have its own category and its own phrase. And its meaning is that the action has been completed relevant or relative to some other point in time. And what you'll always find, so for instance, had left, had won, is you're going to find some sort of have verb, so a helping verb, and then you're going to have the main verb after it. And it's going to be in either an EN, ED, or in an irregular form. So had left, or in the case of had won. So one there is the main verb, and then had is giving this extra support to one to say, okay, relative to some time in the past, he won by that point. He had won these games. So in the case of the structure, we have perfect hads for had left earlier. That's going to get the perfect label, build up into a perfect phrase that takes a verb phrase as a complement, a potential complement. So it's just like the progressive phrase. It literally works the exact same way. And the key with this is that you'll always see have, plus you'll see that ed, en, or irregular form. So maybe a good example would be had stolen. So had stolen the goods. We see had here, and then we see this en on stole. So that's the perfect phrase, but we can do better. We can mix these because a sentence can be perfect and progressive at the same time. The meaning gets a little bit more complex. People had been finding the money, so people had this continuous event of finding the money that completed prior to talking at some point in the past. A little bit hard to convey, but we can see this in action. So had been finding the money. Finding is our main verb, and then we have two auxiliaries. We have the progressive been, and then we have the perfect have. They will always occur in this order if both occur. So it's always perfect, then progressive, then the verb phrase. So had been finding the money. We had, which is a perfect phrase. Then what's coming next is been, which is a progressive. So taking the progressive phrase. And then finally after that, we get finding, which is the verb. That's the V, and that's the verb phrase. So we can see this little chain of auxiliaries here. Call this an auxiliary chain if you want. What you'll also notice is that now the predicate label is on the perfect phrase. And that's because that's the main predicate in the sentence. That's where the predicate starts. So the predicate can move around. Sometimes it's a VP, sometimes it's a progressive phrase, sometimes it's a perfect phrase, and sometimes it's another type of phrase that we're going to see later in the section too. Now, one thing. Let's be careful here. Is it an auxiliary or a verb? Because all of these words can be both. So I have been sleepy versus I have been eating. In the case of I have been sleepy, this is just a verb. And the function is different. This is talking about a characteristic of me. So I equals sleepy. This isn't a continuous action at all. This has a totally different meaning. Compared to I have been eating, now we have an auxiliary, we have a continuous action of eating. I have a new car. Now this have is the meaning of ownership. This is just a verb. But for have purchased, this is now the perfective. And we see that ed, en suffix on the verb. Finally, I will do it. This is now an action. So this is the verb. While for I do want that, well, now this is supporting want. So do is an auxiliary, and its role is emphasis. So I do, in fact, want that. So we can be careful there, and structures will be different depending on which one you have. So I just want you to check to see which aspect the underlying phrases have. So perfect, progressive, both, or none, and then the categories of the words. So pause the video, try it yourself, and now let's go. The morning of the following evening, Star Trooper Dave had been catching fish off the ship's port. So catching is a verb, being is going to be our progressive, had is going to be our perfect. So in terms of aspect, this is going to be perfect and a progressive aspect. Okay. Orangutans at the Seattle Zoo were fleeing the building today after patrons opened the cage. So fleeing is the verb. Were is going to be progressive. It's giving that ing to flee. So yeah, it's going to be progressive aspect. Once upon a time, a squirrel in a cat suit tricked a bunch of dogs into thinking he was a real cat. All I see is a verb here. I don't see had tricked. So there is no aspect on this one. There's none. Okay, this last sentence is a test to make sure you have a grasp on auxiliaries versus verbs. So this is just a verb here. It's not supporting some other verb. We don't see any verb with ed or en or irregular form afterwards. So once again, this one sentence has no aspect. The auxiliary do occurs when there is emphasis on the action, or when you're asking a question and there's no other auxiliary that could be moved to ask the question. So in the case of I do want these fried beans, we could just say I want these fried beans. But the do is there specifically for emphasis. So this is why this is an auxiliary. And for this one, we just call it aux because of the two purposes it has. It has various meanings depending on the situation. So this will build up into an aux phrase as well, because this might be a little weird, but if we change the tense around, we can make this work. I did do so. So this can work. With the present, it doesn't quite work, but you know, I did want these fried beans would be emphasis as well. So usually appears on its own. So if there's a perfect or a progressive, it's not going to appear, and it'll appear right before the verb, or right before some sort of negation like I do not want. So here we see do. This is going to be the auxiliary. It builds up into an aux phrase, which should be labeled appropriately as a predicate here. And that's going to go down to the VP for want these fried beans. Hopefully you're comfortable with these fried beans right now. The demonstrative these, acting as a determiner, fried, the adjective phrase describing the noun beans. So that's the auxiliary phrase. We're not going to take a look at it in questions in this course because that's more advanced. So let's take a look for these different types of phrases and draw some tree structures. So had smoked, did quit, have been restarting. So for had smoked, this is going to be a perfect that attaches to a VP. So that's the perfect phrase, VP, and a verb. So that's for had smoked. We can put had here, and we can put smoked down here. So that's going to be the first one. We have did quit. So let's do this one a little bit differently. Let's write down the words first and then build the structure from there. I like to do it both ways. So did is an auxiliary. That's going to build up into an auxiliary phrase, which takes a verb phrase as a complement and then verb quit. Okay, what about, let's move that one out of the way. And different color, have been restarting. So we have been restarting, which means we have a perfect have that's going to build up into a perfect phrase. We have the en on been, and that's giving the ing to restart. So this is going to take a progressive phrase, which has the progressive be, and that's going to take a verb phrase, which has the verb restart. So here we have the perfect have, progressive been, and then the verb restarting. So we get to see all of our actions here, all of our new categories and phrases. So what is the structure looking like so far? Could not have quickly run last week. Well, we've now added a new layer. We've now added the perfect layer. We can now deal with this. But how do we deal with could and not? Let's find out. Modals are the last type of auxiliary we're going to see, and these are words that express possibility, permission, necessity, or some other limited meanings. Now there's only 9 modals in English, at least in American English. So can, could, will, would, shall, should, may, might, and must. At some point in the future, in a more advanced course, we would talk about different dialects and how some different words can appear as modals and other words that look like modals but aren't. But what I want to do is I just want to show you some examples of these. So they can be in the positive form or the negative form. So modal ability, I can't climb that wall. So we have the verb here, can't is supporting climb, and this is ability. I do not have the ability to climb that wall. We might have something like a modal of permission. You can go to the washroom. We have the verb go, can is supporting it. It's saying you have permission to go to the washroom. And some people, they might think this is ability. You have the ability to go to the washroom, but usually in conversation, it's used as permission. You must finish your dinner. Here we see the verb finish, and we see the modal must supporting it. This is obligation. You're obligated to finish your dinner. You're required to. And a modal of probability. He might come later. So come is going to be the verb. Your laughter out. And then might is supporting come. So this is probability. There is a probability that he will come later. So these are the different meanings that they have. And as you can probably guess, in a sentence, they'll be labeled as modals and build up into their own modal phrases. And this is going to be the final chain that we have here. So modals will appear first in the verb chain, and they can be combined with different aspects, but they don't need to. And if they are, here's the order. It'll be a modal, a perfect, a progressive, and then the verb. So it can be modal then verb, modal progressive verb, perfect verb, as long as it's in that order. So here's might be lying to me. So the main verb here is lying. Be is a progressive that's giving the ing to lying, and might is a modal. It's giving some probability or possibility here, and it doesn't give anything to the next word in line. So this is just be. It's just in its what's called its bare form, or you might even see this as its infinitive form. So in this case, might is the modal. It builds up into a modal phrase that takes a progressive. So this is be, might be lying, which is a progressive, builds up into a progressive phrase, takes the verb phrase. Lying is a verb, builds into a verb phrase, then to me is the prepositional phrase, and that keeps going on. So that is the verb chain that we have for modal phrases. And now we're able to cover a lot of the different types of very simple predicates in English, or I shouldn't say very simple, just simple predicates in English. So there's a limited amount of modals, so just try to identify them in each of the following sentences, pause the video, and now I'll go over the solutions. So I refuse to join any club that would have me as a member. So would is a modal here, would have me as a member. This is hypothetical here. If they would have me as a member, I refuse to join. Okay, we must indeed. So must is a modal. All hang together, or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately. Shall is another modal here. This is indicating an event in the future, so like a possibility in the future. Okay, finally, 3. I don't believe you have to be better than everybody else. I believe you have to be better than you ever thought you could be. So could here is the modal, and this is talking about the possibility here, or potential. We have some potential meaning. So we can see a lot of different meanings with modals, but because the list is limited, there's only 9, that makes identification really easy. And the nice part is that except for the word can, those words will pretty much always appear as modals. And can would be an object, like a can or to can something. Now, negations can intervene in our main verb chain. So this is the word not, specifically the word not. We're not talking about the word no. We're not talking about the word never. We're talking about the word not. And that reverses the polarity. So if something's positive, it makes it negative. If it's negative, it makes it positive. So this can appear anywhere between the modal and the actual verb itself in the chain. It doesn't, in fact, you don't even need a modal in that case. I do not care could just be an auxiliary. So could not care a bit and has been not swimming. Has not been swimming would be more natural, but has been not swimming. This is understandable, so let's show it off. So when you have the word not in the verb chain, we label this as neg, and this is going to build up into its own negative phrase. So you can think of it as a phrase that has a negative polarity. So that neg p actually has a meaning. It has a negative polarity. So in the case of could not care a bit, it's appearing after the modal. So the modal's taking the negative phrase as a complement, but not itself is a negative, and that's going to have to build up into that negative phrase. And then what is the negative making negative? It's making the verb phrase negative. So could care a bit, could not care a bit. So it's taking that verb phrase as its complement. In the case on the right, has been not swimming. So we're just basically inserting a negation phrase between been and swimming. Exactly what you've done before. We're just inserting this intervening phrase. If it would have been has not been swimming. So if this was not and this was been, we would simply just change the labels around. So we would have a neg p has not, and then been swimming would be a progressive phrase. So if we change the order, we would just get that order of phrases. So now we're finally able to make this full structure. Could not have quickly run last week. Could is a modal, builds a modal phrase. Not is a negation, builds a negation phrase. Have is a perfect auxiliary, builds a perfect phrase. And we have a verb phrase headed by the verb run. We have quickly an adverb phrase modifying it. And then last week, a noun phrase modifying run as well. That's our final structure. So let's make sure that you can do these structures too. Draw the full structure for should have not been questionably honest. Pause the video, try it yourself, and then we'll go to the next page and I'll give you the solution. So if you can do this after one run through of all the videos, I think you may be a genius. Okay, so let's just label these words. We're going to make it kind of an ugly tree. I want to label the words first, then build the structure. So should is a modal. I know this because I know the list. It has this sense of obligation to it. Maybe let's start on the right. Questionably honest. Sometimes it's easier to start on the right. So honest is an adjective. We know this is going to have to build up into an adjective phrase. And I see from the left that we have a qualifier telling us how honest we're being. We're being questionably honest. Being. This is a verb. So this is going to need a verb phrase. And questionably honest is what you're being. So it makes sense that the adjective phrase comes out of the verb phrase. Not is a negation. And this is going to build into a negation phrase that negates the verb phrase. Have is going to be perfect in this case because we do see this en on the verb. The affix is skipping over not and attaching to the verb there. So that's going to have to build up into a perfect phrase. And finally, the modal will take the whole thing afterwards and build up into a modal phrase. So this is how the structure for that verb, that modal phrase would look, that predicate would look. And those are the individual labels for all of the words. So hopefully you're able to do that after a little bit of practice. The goal of this section is to be able to evaluate the following sentence for all of the inflections on the word, tense, as well as the mood. And we're going to learn about those as we go throughout the section. So the sentence is, has the one friend that I had promised, has the one friend that I had in the world promised me something? So let's take a look at tense first. Now this may surprise you because grammar books have this wrong generally, but verbs in English only have two tenses. There's either present or past. Tense is a grammatical form. So it's not about time. Tense correlates to time, but not always. So if you think about the form of a verb like jump, there is jump, and there's the past tense jumped. If you want to say jumping in the future, you need to add a modal afterwards. But this modal itself doesn't have any tense on it, so it doesn't have a separate tense form. So we don't actually have future tense in English, but we can use the present tense to talk about future time. So for example, I hope that we bake cheesecakes tomorrow. Bake here is in present tense, but the time that it's talking about is the future. If you think about this one, if I had some money, I could bribe him to get out of here. Now this is past tense, if I had, but the time that we're talking about is the present or potentially the future. So tense corresponds to time, but it's not always, does not always correspond to time. So we need to be careful about that. So how do you find tense? Well, tense can occur in a clause. And if it does occur, it has to occur on the first element of the main verb. So this is all of the auxiliaries plus the verb. So this is the chain of the modal, the perfect, the progressive, and then the verb itself. So somewhere in here, it's going to be the highest element that has it. So in Benjamin was pillaging the village yesterday, was is the first thing in our main verb. So we take a look at this form to see what the tense is. So the tense of this sentence is past. Benjamin may have pillaged the ship already. This one's interesting because this is a modal. And modals, just like will, don't have any tense. So this sentence doesn't actually have tense on it. What you're seeing on have is the bare form, or the infinitive on the bare, or in the infinitive form, you can call it. And pillaged has this past participle on it. So this would be our main verb, but this is really a past participle verb in this case, as we can see with this. So Benjamin had actually been dreaming. In this sentence, we take a look at our first verb. Here we have an intervening adverb, but that doesn't matter because we're just looking at the chain of modal, perfect, progressive, and verb. So this is had, this is past tense, had versus have. And finally, with could Benjamin have been a pirate? This is a question, but we see the modal out front, then the perfect, then the verb. So do modals have tense? The answer is no, so there is no tense in this clause, in this sentence. So that's tense. We'll talk about mood next, but this tends to be something that a lot of books and grammar get confused. Tense is a grammatical form. It is the form of the verb. So when we add a new word like will, that is not future tense. That's just another word that corresponds to future time. Mood is something that isn't applied to an entire sentence, and it expresses a lot of different things depending on the language. So likelihood, necessity, degree. You might even think of it as like hearsay. Is it a fact? Is it evidential? In English, we have 4 different types of moods. We have indicative, interrogative, imperative, and conditional. So let's take a look at these. The first one, indicative, is what you're used to. These are basic declarative sentences. They state facts or opinions. It's not about whether the fact or opinion is true. It's just that it states something that can be true or false. So I think that pineapple is not a valid pizza topping. Just regular sentence. No, he really does dance like a centipede on ice. Regular sentence. Statement. Princess Peach was always referred to as Princess Toadstool in North America until Super Mario 64 was released in 1996. So that's indicative. It is giving information. It's just factual. Now, you'll see a different type of mood, and it's going to make it quite obvious what we mean by the differences between the moods. So one is conditional. And this is when you have something about possibility, necessity, or probability. So usually modals have this. So it might happen. There's a condition on this happening. You should be careful at night. So here we have some conditions. If you keep throwing brickets the reindeer, Santa, his ability to deliver presents. These are all conditional moods. Interrogative are questions. So when we want to seek more truth or more information, we ask a question. And these questions can be answered with yes, no's, or they can be like WH questions like who, what, when, where, why, or how. So did the world record hot dog eating champion really eat 110 hot dogs in 10 minutes? Which parts of the course are important to study? So we see the question marks at the end too. Should I honestly see a therapist, Mickey Mouse? He says as he talks to himself. So these are question marks. These are interrogatives. An interrogative is a question. And finally, imperatives, these are commands. And in imperatives, you will not see subjects. You'll just see a verb in its bare form. You can think of it like there's a hidden subject you out front, but it's just a verb that starts the sentence or clause with a bare form. So hit the ball harder, or dog commands, come, sit, down, shake a paw, or be prepared for incoming attacks. Basically, any sort of command, we usually have exclamation marks at the ends of these. So it's imperative you do this. So let's determine the mood of each of these sentences. You can pause and try yourself first, but let's go ahead with the answers here. So I'm certain that these gnomes have actually been stealing my underwear at night. This is just a regular indicative sentence. It's just a fact. Have you considered learning how to play the cello? This right here is an interrogative mood. It's a question. Jeff could be getting in danger if he doesn't fly home soon. So we have these conditions here. If he doesn't fly home soon, Jeff could be getting into danger. So this is our conditional mood. And finally, don't you point that thing at me, mister. This is a command, so this is imperative mood. Even though we see a negative out front, that doesn't really matter. It's the fact that we're giving a command. We're now going to start talking about inflectional markers. And these are markers on words that indicate grammatical information. So they can be either parts of words or they can mostly be suffixes, as we'll see. So they attach to words. So this is an overview of everything we're going to learn in the next 3 or 4 subsections. We're going to cover nouns now. So nouns can take 2 types of inflections. One is the plural marker. This is when you take a singular object and you make it plural. So we'll call this plur when it appears on a word. So cat to cats, box to boxes, cemetery to cemeteries. Sometimes it's S, sometimes it's ES, sometimes it's even just hidden. So if you think of a word like sheep, sheep can be both singular and plural. It doesn't really matter. Well, it's going to depend on the context, but the form is the same. We can have irregular nouns, so children, the ren suffix, or oxen is another good example. Ox singular, n to make it plural. We have some umlaut, some vowel change, goose to geese, or even total what's called suppletion. This is when you change the form of the word entirely, so person to people. Completely different. The other marker that we can see on nouns are the genitive markers. So this is about possession, either concrete possession or abstract possession. So normally we add an apostrophe S after singular nouns. After plural nouns, we add an apostrophe after the S and we don't add another one. So with Jack's pencil or Bat's fangs, we just put the apostrophe S on the singular form. For countries, we're talking about multiple countries, then we put the apostrophe afterwards. So this is to indicate possession. And to show that sometimes a word can have both plural and genitive on it. So if we say the student's grades are improving, we could be talking about a singular student. So student is singular. We're talking about one grade going upwards. But if we say the student's grades are improving, well, this sounds exactly the same when I say it, but we can see the S is inside. So this is a plural word with the genitive being attached on it, and now we're talking about a group of people whose grades are improving. So this is the only case where we can have 2 inflections on the same word, and that's with nouns for the plural and the genitive. We want to be able to incorporate the genitive into our trees. So on noun phrases, you may have a genitive marker. So for instance, if we take a phrase like the champion's belt, we can ask ourselves, like, what are we talking about? We're really talking about a belt. Now, whose belt is it? This is more information. This is talking about possession. So it is specifically the champion's belt. Therefore, in our tree structure, we can say that the is a definite determiner, champion is a noun, and then the entire noun phrase is a genitive. So this whole thing is the owner of whatever the noun on the right is. So the champion's belt, that has that ownership meaning, so we put the genitive function on the noun phrase. Now this can appear in prepositional phrases too, like the belt of the champion, or a slice of life compared to life's slices. So in this case, we're talking about the belt here. This is the belt of the champion. Who's owning it? The champion is the one owning it. The champion is the one possessing it. So this whole prepositional phrase of the champion is the genitive. It is the one doing the possession. There are 4 different inflections that appear on verbs. The first one we'll talk about is the third person singular marker. So this happens when the verb is in present tense and the subject is third person singular. So these are the pronouns like he, she, or it, proper names like Rufus, or these singular nouns like the company. So we see usually an S at the end of our verb in this case, but sometimes we have different forms. So for example, we would have he has, but if we did I or you or they, we would say have. So this form of the verb is special, and this has what's called the third person singular marker on it. Now, some verbs do have that irregular form, so has is the obvious one, is, and then of course we have does. So these verbs that look like auxiliaries or double as auxiliaries sometimes will have that extra form. The present participle is another marker that appears on verbs that occur after progressive be. So before we showed this little thing in the advanced where we had ing attaching to the progressive and then moving down. So this is just what that ing is. That ing marker is what's called the present participle, and it indicates progressive aspect. Past tense is usually pretty straightforward so that we don't have any auxiliaries here. And then we'll get a past tense by adding ed normally. So work to worked, trust to trusted, amount to amounted. But we do have a lot of irregular forms. So sometimes we have total suppletion. Sometimes we have what's called partial suppletion. This is when only a part of the word is changed. So have to had, eat to ate, go to went, do to did. Now, for the verbs that follow perfect have, they have this ed past participle marker on them. So this is called past part. So like we said before, this is this ed or en. It comes down to the verb, and then we call this the past participle. So this occurs after perfect have, so move would become have moved, and this ed here is the past participle inflection. Adjectives can take two different types of inflections, and some adverbs show these too because we can convert the two and use them interchangeably sometimes. So the comparative marker is the first one. This is ER. This is when you have two things, thing A and thing B, and you're like weighing them on a scale and you're like, which one is heavier? So which one is more heavy? Which one is more young? Which one is more cute? So this is like ER. Some of these have irregular forms, so good to better. It's a totally different form, but we do see the comparative on here. Bad to worse, little to less. These are examples of comparative forms. So he is worse than me, he is less than me. Sometimes you'll see it on as a separate word. So instead of saying amazinger, you might say more amazing. So this is a qualifier more, and it has the comparative inflection on it. We also have the superlative. So this is when we have more than two things. So let's say three things plus, and we're trying to figure out the best or the ultimate whatever out of the group. So this is with the EST. So young to youngest, cute to cutest, clums to clumsiest. The irregular forms that have irregular comparatives usually have irregular superlatives as well. So bad to worst, little to least. And we get the qualifier again that can take it in the case of words with a lot of syllables. So amazing to most amazing, or fun to funnest or most fun. It's really up to you. So let's see which inflections appear on each of the underlined words. This is nouns, adjectives, and adverbs. So pause the video, try it yourself, and then let's do it. So he was walking down the street. So was has past tense on it, and walking is progressive, it's ing. So this has the present participle on it. Have you slept yet? Now you might be thinking this is past tense, but this is actually a past participle. And this is because in the main verb chain, we have the word have. So you have slept. Have you slept yet? Or have you been awake for 30 hours like me? Okay, what inflection is on hours? So this is a noun. This is going to be the plural. Okay, Deadpool is the greatest member of X Force. This is our third person singular. Deadpool is a third person singular subject. And greatest is an adjective. This is the superlative. This is picking out the greatest out of the group. Okay, Benjamin Franklin was credited with discovering electricity, but what he really discovered was a way into Mary Folger's heart. And that was so romantic. So what he really discovered, we have no auxiliaries. This is just regular past tense. And then on the actual noun itself, this is where we have the genitive. This is our possession. Okay, the person who was sleeping here left without saying his goodbyes. So sleeping was sleeping. This is progressive. This is a continuous event. So this is our present participle on here. And we leave without saying his goodbyes. So this has a genitive meaning on it. Someone had it at one point, but after she left, I didn't know where it was put. So had is going to be past tense. And what about didn't? Let me just put this gen in blue. But after she left, I didn't know where to put it. So I did. This is also past tense. So hopefully you're able to figure out these inflections. Again, these are not word categories. These are just parts of words or meanings in words that are inherent due to grammatical properties. Let's talk about conjunctions. We're going to talk about two different types, coordinating and correlative. So coordinating conjunctions and correlative conjunctions, what they do is they take two phrases of the same category. So we can say like it's an XP, which means it's some phrase, but they're the same. And it combines them together into a larger phrase of the same type. So if I want to say happy and sad, that's an adjective phrase that has two smaller adjective phrases in it. So there's only 7 coordinating conjunctions in English. It's for, and, nor, but, or, yet, so. You can remember this with fanboys, and we can see some examples here. You should get my autograph. This is a sentence. For, I will be famous. That's another sentence. No mission to Pluto has happened, nor will it ever. So actually what's being coordinated here has happened, which is a VP, or will it ever. Chicken or bacon, noun phrase or noun phrase, and children are loud, so I brought muzzles, sentence and sentence. So these are how we're doing some coordinations here. So in terms of the tree structure, you might see him and her. So him is a noun phrase, her is a noun phrase, and what this coordinating conjunction is doing is it's taking those two noun phrases and combining them into one that is bigger. So same thing with cute but deadly. These are both adjective phrases, and they're being combined to create a bigger adjective phrase. Now we can do this with the full sentences as well. So this puppy is cute, but I don't want it. So this puppy is cute is a sentence on its own. I don't want it is a sentence on its own. So we can take these two sentences and coordinate them with a coordinating conjunction. So this is how they will all look, and this is an example of what is called a compound sentence. Now, correlative conjunctions are pretty similar. They just have two parts. So this is when you have and, nor, or, basically your coordinating conjunctions, but you have that intro word. So either or, neither nor, both and. So they look pretty similar. We label these as choral, but the same thing is happening. We take the choral and adjective phrase. Now let me just get the right ones here. So we take these, and we're basically combining two of the same things into one larger thing, but it just has another supporting word with it. We have a few word categories to clean up that we haven't talked about yet, because these are words that don't usually appear within the structure of the sentence. So they don't carry grammatical meaning, they carry some conversational meaning. The first one is a reaction signal, or RS, and this is just a response, like a yes or no response. So yes, no, sure, okie dokie, nah, things like that. So can you get me one of them fancy Starbucks drinkachinos? Yep, I can get one. Yep, reaction signal. Those dank memes are sick, aren't they, bruh? Word, bet. I guess that's what we'd say now. We'd say bet. We wouldn't say word anymore. So this is an example of a reaction signal. Interjections cover two things. They cover interruptions into conversations. So these expressive words like oof, wow, damn, yikes. But it also covers greetings, or these standard short phrases that don't really, have compositional meaning. Like if you say good morning, you're not really trying to say that the morning is good, you're expressing something else. So hello, good afternoon, and thanks. Call these interj. And finally, discourse particles. This seems a lot like interjections, but you don't express emotion, and you're not trying to give a greeting. You're not trying to, make that greeting feeling, that friendly feeling. This is just a conversation structure. So this might be connecting ideas or hesitation noises or just words that don't really contribute meaning. So, well, I'm not sure about that. We could get the meaning across just by saying, I'm not sure about that. So how do we get there? Like, what's up, Doc? I mean, what else could go wrong? Basically, y'all are nuts. Like, these words at the beginning are just discourse particles. They're just there for conversational purposes. They don't really change the meaning or the structure of the sentence itself. The last thing we want to do in this section is just touch up some things from the previous sections that don't really fit anywhere else nicely without being too overloading. The first thing we want to do is add a new function, the object of preposition. So whenever we have a noun phrase that comes immediately after a preposition, we're going to give this function. And that's because the preposition requires a noun phrase after. So we want to signal that requirement as a function. So whether it's into the ocean or right around the corner is the object of the preposition here, so we will label it as such. The second thing is to add modifiers. So whenever we have a word or phrase, typically the phrase, so the sisters of the head, that describe more information about the word. So these are not determiners, they're not pronouns, they're not subjects, they're not predicates. We'll label them as modifiers. So in right around my house, right is a modifier, it's a qualifier. This would be the same in any adjective phrase or adverb phrase. Those qualifiers will be modifiers. In the case of this noun phrase, my two new pianos from Walmart, in this case, to is a modifier. The adjective phrase new is a modifier. And from Walmart is a modifier because they're all describing the pianos. And then we'll see within that prepositional phrase, that noun phrase is the object of a preposition. So that's from that previous slide there. So in the end, a lot of our phrases will have both categories and functions. A lot of the actual categories themselves, so like these things, adjective, noun, preposition that come directly underneath the phrase, a lot of these will not have functions in the end. So just to make sure that we've learned everything in this section, here's the conclusion for the goal we had at the beginning. Has the one friend that I had in the world promised me something? So has the one friend that I had in the world promised me something? So here's our main verb chain, has promised. So the one friend that I had in the world has promised me something. So that's our chain. We see that we have past tense on, sorry, not past tense. We have third person singular on has, which means that we're going to get the past participle because this is also perfect have on promised. We get past tense on had here too. Now, there are no other inflections, but this has here is present tense. So obviously based on the third person singular fact here, it's going to be present tense. And this is a question, so its mood is interrogative. Now, to make sure you understand all the categories and labels that we have, I also want you to try to draw a tree structure for this sentence. The professor's new student in my class had not missed me or you. So pause the video, try it yourself. And now let's take a stab at this. So this one might get a little bit cluttered. I'll try to use a thinner line. So first I'm going to label all of these words. So the is a definite determiner. Professors is going to be a noun. New will be an adjective. Student will be a noun. In is a preposition. My is going to be a possessive determiner. Class will be a noun. Had not missed me or you. So had here is going to be a perfect have because it's had missed. Not is a negation. Missed is going to be our verb. Then we have me or you. So this is a personal pronoun. You is also another personal pronoun. And then or is the thing that's coordinating them. So this is going to be a coordinating conjunction. So we've now labeled all of our words. Let's now look at a structure for this. So I'm going to start on the right. So me or you. Me is a noun phrase. You is a noun phrase. Coordinating conjunctions take two phrases of the same type and combine them to a bigger one. Now we have had not missed me or you. So missing, that's a verb phrase that takes a noun phrase as a complement. So this is not a modifier in this case. We'll explain this more in the next section. The negation builds up into a negation phrase. I'm going to take the verb phrase. The perfect is going to build up into a perfect phrase and take the negation phrase as a complement. So had not missed me or you is starting our predicate. So we're going to label this as the predicate as well. So this is going to be an S. So now we have the professor's new student in my class. So my class is a noun phrase, and it's going to join up with the preposition to make a prepositional phrase. So this noun phrase is an object of a preposition. Now, this is describing the professor's new student. So new student, this NP, this is really going to be the subject. Student is the main word that we're looking at. It is a student that is in my class. It is a new student. So this is an AdjP. And it's specifically the professor's new student. So let's just make sure everything's good so far. Well, in my class is describing the student, so this is a modifier. New is describing the student, so this is also a modifier. And the professors. So this is a possessor. So this is going to be a noun phrase itself and get the genitive function because it's possessing the student. So that's also going attached to the NP subject there. And now we have the full tree for this sentence. So if we think about the mood of this, it is going to be indicative and based on the tense in the beginning of our main verb line there, it is also going to be a past tense sentence. In this section, we're going to learn all about different verb types and the complements they take. So we're going to end up creating a structure for this sentence. I had not deemed him worthy of my attention. Now you can probably do a lot of this already, but there's a few things that we're going to have to figure out. First of all, the V category is being retired. We're going to get more specific. And this noun phrase him and this adjective phrase worthy of my attention have some sort of function to them that we haven't seen yet. So there's 6 verb types. I'm going to talk about the intransitive verb in this video. So intransitive verbs take no complements. What this means is that they can end a sentence and they don't have like a who or what that comes after it. So with the verb, if they have a complement, there's usually who, what, or some sort of property that follows. So what is the pool boy doing, or who is the pool boy swimming? Like that doesn't make sense to ask. The pool boy swam who? The pool boy swam what? It's a little weird. So swam is on its own. There is another form of the verb that can take something after it. The country club failed. Jack and Dave fell. You can't say Jack and Dave fell the poster. It just ends with fell. So swam and fell, this is what this would look like, and we call these intransitive verbs. So you could think of an intransitive verb as being something like X swims. So we have something there, or just X verbs. Now, all verbs can take these things called adverbials. So you might think of adverbs. They add information, extra information, modifiable information to the verb itself. So adverb phrases, prepositional phrases that describe the verb, these are called adverbials. So we could say the pool boy swam quite often. Now, quite often is an adverb phrase. There's the adverb there. You have a qualifier that's intensifying it or telling you how often it is. And this whole thing functions as an adverbial because it's describing more information about the swimming. Or what about swim after his shift? So after his shift, after is a preposition, it takes a noun phrase after, so it's a prepositional phrase. But because this bit here is describing, so after his shift is describing when the swimming occurs, it's an adverbial. Same with the pool boy swam all night. Again, more optional information about time or location. So this is a noun phrase, but it would be functioning as an adverbial and it would look the same as the trees on the right. So adverbials are considered the optional constituent. They express time, manner, place. So they'll modify the verb. So when you say, I went home around 2 a.m., it's modifying the verb went. So when the wenting happened, when the going happened. But with these adverbials, you can remove them. and the sentence is still grammatical. So around 2 a.m. is an adverbial. We can just say I went home. We can remove it. Sometimes the whole adverbials can be moved around. So around 2 a.m. I went home. So that's a whole phrase moving around. We can see it with one word adverbs like we did before, or even if we have two adverbials back to back. Derek left the room in New York last time. Last time, Derek left the room in New York. In New York, Derek left the room last time. In New York last time, Derek left the room. So we can move these around and we can reorder them. So this tells us that we have adverbials, but this is the first function that we're going to look at. It can appear on every single verb. I'm just illustrating it with the intransitive verb and some other verbs in the future in this section. The second verb type is be. So this is any verb of the form is, are, am, and this is the main verb. So it's not acting as an auxiliary, it's just acting as the verb. And it has this equals relationship. So in the sentence, he is happy, very simple. The is, the verb be, just function as an equal. So it's attributing a quality to the subject. So we can have complements that are either predicate nouns, predicate adjectives, or predicate adverbs. So this means you might get he is a dog, he is happy as an adjective phrase, he is here, it can be an adverb phrase, or it could even be a prepositional phrase. So he is in the room. So depending on what type of phrase you get, you're going to get a different type of function. So let's take a look at some examples of predicate nouns. So the president is a monster. Jack was a wild dude. So we have our noun phrases here act afterwards, and they're acting as predicate nouns because there's basically the equals relationship. The president equals a monster. Jack equals a wild dude. And we can see it here in the chart. So is a be verb, and it takes a noun phrase here, the predicate noun as a complement. What about the predicate adjectives? So again, we just have adjective phrases here. Brilliant, quite adventurous, and we have this equals with are and were. So the nurses equal brilliant. Bill and Ted equal quite adventurous. What about predicate adverbs? The CEO equals here. The event equals yesterday. So we're quite brilliant or is here. We'd have be. We'd have our phrase coming to the right, and then the function, whether it's predicate adjective, noun, or adverb. So we can have adverbials with here too, and we can see how this works. So if I say he, I'm just going to be really loose and dirty here. He was happy in the morning. What are we saying here? We're saying that he equals happy. So the happy part is the predicate adjective. It is the complement of the verb be. But we do have some extra information here too. We have information about time. So when is it happening? It's happening in the morning, and this bit right here is giving more information about the verb or the entire sentence. So when was the happiness? It's in the morning. So this is optional. We can remove it. We can say he was happy. It's fine. So this is an adverbial. Linking verbs are a lot like be verbs. They just don't have that form of is, are, am, but they establish sort of like an equals relationship between the subject and the complement, which in this case can only be either a predicate noun or a predicate adjective. We're not going to see any sorts of predicate adverbs here. So these are words like seems. So if you say he seems happy, we're continuing the happy train from the last video. This is kind of like an equals. I say it's kind of like an equals because it's a perception thing, but it's not a guarantee. So this is a linking verb. He seems happy, it's attributing a quality to him. He looks sad, it's attributing a quality to him. He became sad, it's attributing a transformation to him. So the monster seemed fairly terrifying. Justin Trudeau became Prime Minister of Canada. That pudding looks delicious. So we can see in these cases, these are all linking verbs. There is kind of an attribution to the subject here. So the monster equals fairly terrifying. Justin Trudeau equals Prime Minister of Canada. That pudding equals delicious. But it's not the is form. And depending on the form of the phrase coming after it, you're either going to see a predicate noun or predicate adjective. So in our trees, we'll have our linking verb seemed, taking a predicate adjective complement, or in the case below with became a squirrel, it's going to take a predicate noun complement. Here's an example of a linking verb with an adverbial. So again, we can kind of do the same kind of thing here, make a sentence and say he looked happier here. What are we saying? He looked happier. So this is describing he. It's describing him. This is the equals bit. This is why this predicate adjective is the complement of the linking verb. Here is extra information. This is extra. This is an adverbial because we don't need to say this. He looked happier, and we would get the same information. So, with that being said, let's do some practice. I want you to try to identify the complement of each verb. So what is the thing that the subject is equaling? What is the category of the phrase? And what type of function is it? See if you can pause the video and try yourself, and I'll go over the answers. Piers and Ben remain arch enemies to this day. So arch enemies is the noun phrase. Enemies is the noun, and this is acting as a predicate noun in this case. So Piers and Ben equals arch enemies. This bit right here, this is an adverbial. Okay, next one. That vacation sounds pretty nice. So pretty nice is going to end up being our thing that vacation equals. The form of this is an adjective phrase. It's an adjective nice with the qualifier pretty, and this is therefore going to be a predicate adjective. Okay. Some couples are lucky enough to grow old together. So old equals old. This is what we're saying. So this is going to be an adjective phrase that is acting as a predicate adjective. Now what is together? This is an adverbial as well. And we know because we can say it at the beginning of the sentence. Together, some couples are lucky enough to grow old. Fine. Okay, last one. Kim became the angriest person in the room. So there's two ways to interpret this sentence. There's one way to interpret this sentence where this is a predicate noun NP. So really, well, both ways we do it, it's going to be that interpretation. But there's one case where the adverbial is in the room. So in the room, Kim became the angriest person. But there is another interpretation where we're saying it's specifically the angriest person in the room as a unit. So the meanings come out similarly, but it's a different parsing. But anyway, this is complement identification. We're going to do one more. Since we just learned about verbs, let's see if each verb is intransitive, linking, or a be verb. Find the complements and adverbials. So pause the video, try it yourself. And now we'll go through the solutions. So political sentences are unfun examples. This is are. There's no auxiliary. It's not an auxiliary here, so this is a be verb. And they're saying they equal unfun examples. So examples, this is a noun phrase, so this is going to act as a predicate noun. Political sentences are a thing. It all went wrong when the can exploded in the lecture hall. So this is ending a thought. And we see in the lecture hall here. So in the lecture hall, it all went wrong when the can exploded. We can move it around. That means that this is going to be an adverbial, which means that exploded is going to be an intransitive verb here. It's not saying the can exploded something. It's just saying the can exploded. Okay. Did you feel exhausted after the event? So the feeling here is exhausted. This would be an adjective phrase that would be functioning as a predicate adjective. And this is a linking verb because it's not be, it's not an is form, but it is attributing a quality to the subject you. We have another adverbial here, after the event. So after the event, did you feel exhausted? We can move it around. Okay. The accounting department is very dull at this office. So this is a be verb. This is saying is very dull. So this is going to be an adjective phrase acting as a predicate adjective. And then at this office is going to be another adverbial. Okay, that cake certainly looks delicious. We have another linking verb here, picking delicious, which is going to be an adjective phrase, which means that in this case, it's going to be a predicate adjective as a function. It's saying cake equals delicious. Okay, and finally, surely you were kidding. Surely you were kidding what? There's no what. You weren't kidding something. It's just you were kidding. So this is an intransitive verb. So verb types are pretty tough at first. but hopefully you're able to get some of these and there'll be lots of practice. Transitive verbs require a subject and a direct object. The direct object is the thing being acted upon. So X did something or X did someone. So you can think of any transitive verb as having this frame, like X, and then you have a verb, and then you have a Y. And there's no equalsness here. So it's not saying X equals a Y. It's saying that X is doing something to Y. So in the case of Hans Zimmer composed wonderful music, what is being composed? Well, wonderful music is being composed. Some comedians write their own jokes. What is being written? Their own jokes. Squidward plays a clarinet. What is being played? A clarinet. So you'll notice a lot of these, they're going to be noun phrases. So you'll have a lot of noun phrase direct objects. So in the tree here, composed takes as direct object, so that's going to be a transitive verb. And this noun phrase, wonderful music, is being labeled as DO because it is a direct object. So that is the thing being composed. If we just say Hans Zimmer composed, sounds okay. It can act as an intransitive verb too, but it sounds better as a transitive verb. So, in terms of a picture, here's a picture of someone kicking the direct object. So if the action itself is kick, there is going to be an agent. So this is the person doing the action, and something called a patient. So the thing that the action is being acted on. These are your direct objects, and these are your subjects. So think of kicker and kicky, lover and lovey, believer and believee. So I can't believe my eyes. My eyes are the things that are being believed. The athlete should kick the football. The football is the thing being kicked. Did you water the plants? The plants are the things being watered. So with that being said, let's do some more verb practice. It's either going to be a VI verb, a B verb, a VL verb, or a VT verb just for some practice. So pause the video and we'll see. So here's the solutions. These potatoes looked pretty rotten. This is a linking verb. We have pretty rotten here, which is describing how the potatoes are looking. So pretty rotten would be an adjective phrase acting as a predicate adjective. The cactus dripped excess water. This is a transitive verb. We're asking what is being dripped. Well, excess water is being dripped. Okay, not many people are working around this time of year. Now, around this time of year is an adverbial. We can move it around. So it's just not many people are working. And it's not people are working what, it's just people are working. So this is an intransitive verb. Okay. The retired butler returned from the store on 22nd Street. So from the store on 22nd Street, the retired butler returned. Another adverbial here at the end. So this is an intransitive verb. We're not returning something. If we returned what or return who, then we'd see a transitive verb there. Where were you when the Fire Nation attacked? Attacked who? Attacked what? Maybe we just have an intransitive verb here. Number 6, this one's interesting. Fight me. So we have no subject here because this is a command, but we do have a direct object. What are we fighting? We're fighting me. So, transitive verb. When the disaster was finally over, only one person had survived. So in this case, only one person had survived what? Well, it's just one person survived. It's just a verb, just an intransitive verb. Over 80 years ago, John McCain was born. So this is like an equals, they were born. So we can say that this is a be verb in this case. And finally, Ashley Simpson sounds plain awful. We have an attribution here. Ashley Simpson is being attributed the quality of being plain awful or sounding plain awful. So this is a linking verb. So hopefully you're able to spot the transitive verbs in these sentences. There are some verbs out there that can be intransitive or transitive. It just depends on the sentence. So for example, the verb ate, we can say Jeff ate. And that's the end. It's not Jeff ate what or Jeff ate something. It's just Jeff ate. So that would be an example of an intransitive verb, the VI ate. But we also have the transitive version. So Jeff ate breakfast. So Jeff ate something. What was being eaten? In this case, ate is a transitive version that takes a direct object. So a verb type can sometimes depend on context. And this is the same even with adverbials. So we have adverbials in the second example. Michaela's saying really well. Again, this is just extra information. So we have a VI here, Marcella sang. But if we say Marcella sang that song, we're saying Marcella sang something really well. So we still have the adverbial here, but now we have the introduction of a direct object. So that is going to be a transitive verb, sang. The fifth verb type is the ditransitive consider verbs. So these are verbs that take a specific frame where the meaning is something like X considers Y, and then there's like this hidden to be, and then there's some variable afterwards. So X considers Y to be Z. So I consider him a funny dude. Steve made his boss very uncomfortable. So with these consider verbs, we have the subject and direct object, but we also have this thing called an object complement, which we abbreviate as OC. So it doesn't matter what form it takes, but what this does is this forms an equal relationship between the direct object and the description. When you say, I consider him a funny dude, what you're really saying there is he is a funny dude. Or Steve made his boss very uncomfortable. What you're really saying is that his boss is very uncomfortable. You can kind of like sneak in like a little is in between and make a little mini sentence. So that's the new function we have here and the new type of verb. So typically at this point, all we're going to see are noun phrases and adjective phrase object complements. Other object complements get a little bit more complicated and would be covered in the more advanced course, the next course in this series that is being made on TrevTutor. So here are some examples of how these look in trees. So I consider him a funny dude. So we have our consider verb, VC. We have the direct object that we're considering, and then we have the link that we're making. So it's I'm considering him something, and him equals a funny dude. Or in the case of made him uncomfortable, that's a little bit smaller, but we can get the same thing there. Made is the verb. It's acting on him, the direct object, and then it's being equal to the object complement, so him equals uncomfortable. So we see these as sisters in trees. And that's what we've got for consider verbs. So they're going to take this form, X considers Y, to be Z. All right, the last type of verb is a ditransitive give verb. And this has two frames. So there's one that's like X gives or has a meaning where you say X gives Y, Z. So I gave someone something. So what we have in this case is we have a subject, so I. We have the verb, the giving verb, gave. We have the indirect object. So this is called the IO. And you can think of this as the beneficiary. So it's the person receiving or the person for whose benefit the direct object's going. And then we're going to have our direct object. So this is the thing being given. So this is the literal thing that's going. So we have a giver, we have a givee, and then we have the thing that is being given. So subject, indirect object, and direct object. So normally we'll see a lot of noun phrases here. In fact, in this frame, we're pretty much only going to see noun phrases. But there is another frame that we have. So it's not always just X gives Y, Z, but it could be X gives Z to Y. So we might have this phrase. So I gave a big tip to the server. Jane bought some new shoes for her boyfriend. And the tip to distinguish between the DO and IO here is that, so really this should be prep IO and an NP object of a preposition. But how we can tell here is that you'll see the preposition to or for, to the server, for her boyfriend, to Ryan. We get this beneficiary or motion meaning here. So in this case, we have a direct object, a big tip or some nice shoes, and then we have the to phrase, the indirect object to the server, to her boyfriend, for her boyfriend, to Ryan. So what do these two forms look like? Well, we have form 1 on the left and form 2 on the right. Actually, switch that around, form 2 on the left, form 1 on the right. So here we have gave, our give verb. It is giving something, so a direct object, and it is giving it to someone. So we have the prepositional phrase indirect object there. That's one form, a VG-NP-PP, or we can do the VG-NP-NP. So this is when you have the give verb, then you have the indirect object coming next with no preposition, and then you have the direct object. So if you ever want to see if you have a ditransitive give verb, what you can do is you can try to change between these two forms. Most ditransitive give verbs can swap between these two forms. All right, so to summarize the verb section, let's draw some trees. Pause it yourself, see if you can do it, and then I'm going to create some new pages and then draw these trees for you. So let's do. Marcus calls his wife beautiful every day. Let's start with this one. So, a little ugly at the bottom being stretched out, but that's okay. We're just going to draw the verb phrase. So, we need to figure out what's happening here. So, we have his wife. I'm just going to label some words. I'm not going to label the verb yet, but this is a possessive determiner. This is a noun, so this is going to be a noun phrase. Beautiful is an adjective that is going to be built into an adjective phrase. Every day, the quantifier with a noun that is going to be built up into a noun phrase. And that quantifier is a modifier. Okay, so Marcus calls his wife beautiful every day. What I'm seeing here is that we're really saying his wife equals beautiful. So because of that, I'm led to believe that this is a consider verb. So Marcus considers his wife beautiful every day. So this is going to go into a VP, which means that this NP is going to end up being a direct object. This adjective phrase is going to be a predicate adjective. And then this noun phrase every day, well, this is just extra information, so this is going to be an adverbial. So that is the tree for Marcus calls his wife beautiful every day. Let's see if we can do this tree for number 2. I received flowers from John. Okay, so we have the flowers. Okay, we'll just do the same thing we did before. I don't know what received is yet, but I know that the is going to be a definite determiner. Flowers is going to be a noun, and these will create an NP. I have John, which is a proper name noun phrase, and this is going to be the object of a preposition from to make a prepositional phrase. So I received the flowers from John. I received something. Okay, so I received X. So this leads me to believe that this is now a transitive verb. So I received the flowers from John. So this is a VT, and this will build up into a VP, and these things are modifying the verb. So the flowers are the things being received. This is a direct object, and the prepositional phrase here is acting as an adverbial. It's giving more information. Where did you receive them from? You might think this is just like a give verb because it is something going from somewhere to someone, but we can't do that rephrasing. So I received John the flowers. Doesn't quite work out. That's number 2. Let's now do number 3. I sent my figurine to a dealer. You can probably guess what type of sentence this one is going to be. So let's just stretch out this sentence at the bottom. All right, sent is going to be something. My is a possessive determiner. Figurine is N. To is a preposition. Is an indefinite determiner. And dealer is a noun. So a dealer is a noun phrase, which is going to be the object of the preposition for a dealer. Okay. I sent my figurine to a dealer. So my figurine is going to be a noun phrase, and then sending is going to create its own verb phrase. So it's sending something to someone. X sends Y to Z. So this is a VG verb. Going to connect with the VP. This means we have a direct object being sent, and we have an indirect object, so the person receiving it. Okay, so those are the 3 trees. Hopefully you're able to get a little bit of progress. Okay, the last thing to talk about is variation between transitive verbs and ditransitive give verbs. So if we do not have an indirect object, a recipient, then some of these give verbs can also just be transitive. So a verb like sent, you can say he sent X, so he sent a letter. Or you can specify the recipient too. He sent a letter to his friend, or he sent his friend a letter. So if the indirect object is present, we have a ditransitive give verb of e.g. If it's not present, we just have a transitive verb. So the other example is Ron's mistress bought a ring. So this is transitive case, or bought a ring for herself, or bought herself a ring. So this now we have the indirect object coming back into play. So with that being said, we now have a structure for our sentence. So we had some issues with these parts right here, figuring out categories and functions. So deemed him worthy of my attention. You're deeming someone, so that someone is the direct object. And we're saying that him equals worthy of my attention. So it's like an equals relationship. So that's an object complement, and we have a see verb, a consider verb. So just to make sure that we've understood this, let's try to identify the verb types and complements in these sentences. You can pause the videos, and I'll go through the solutions now. So I ran a store with my grandmother. So with my grandmother is going to be some optional information. It's going to be an adverbial, but a store is a direct object, which means that ran here is going to be VT. That's what you're running. You're running a store. It's hard to believe that this week is John's birthday. Is going to be a be verb here, and John's birthday is going to be a noun phrase. We're talking about a birthday, and this is a predicate noun. Okay, promotions will start shortly after this weekend. So shortly is an adverbial. After this weekend is an adverbial. So we just have an intransitive verb here. We just have will start. Now, in terms of I spanked him silly because he was being bad. What are we doing here? Well, we know we're spanking someone, and spanking in this case is more non-literal. It's just like becoming. So what we have here is we have a noun phrase direct object him, but we also have an adjective phrase silly that is acting as an object complement because we have like I turned him silly. So this is a VC verb. Don't go there, please. So there is going to be an adverb. So this is going to be an adverbial in this case, which means that go is just going to be an intransitive verb. Okay, Jeffrey always delivered nice emails to his professors. So we have nice emails to his professors. This is a recipient, so this is a prepositional phrase, indirect object. Nice emails is the thing being sent. So this is a noun phrase, direct object, which means that delivered is going to be a VG verb, just like give. And that's it. That's the basics of English grammar. Hopefully you're able to do these, and I wish you success labeling some sentences on your own in the future. The goal for this section is going to be able to create a structure for the sentence to be a person sets back eating every snack. And we have a few things going on, which is why this sentence is weird and why I chose it. We have an infinitive phrase, which we'll learn in this section, phrasal verbs, which we'll learn first, and then a gerund phrase. So we see eating here, but it's not acting as a verb here, and we see a to up front, but it's not acting as a preposition. Same with back. It's not an adverb or preposition here, it is something else. So phrasal verbs are these multi-unit or multi-word verbs that function as a single unit. So they have what are called particles with them. So here are some examples. I called on the student in class. So you could say like, I picked the student in class to answer a question. Picked is like the one-word replacement for this idiomatic meaning. Stephen stumbled upon his old uniform in the closet. This just means found. So we can replace this unit just with found. Grow up, loser. Okay, grow up, loser just means like mature. So this is like a request to say mature. Please hand in the exams when you're done. So you might think of this meaning submit. So almost all of these phrasal verbs have some one word counterpart that mean the exact same thing. So these have idiomatic meanings. So in other words, when we say the murderer blew up the scene of the crime, we're saying that this blow up has its own meaning. It's not that you're blowing something and the direction is up the scene of the crime. That would be very weird. So Some questions here. Which structure would be most appropriate for hand in the exams? Are we saying that it's hand as the verb, and then in the exams is acting as a prepositional phrase adverbial? Or are we saying that hand in is a phrasal verb, and then the thing that we're handing in is the exams, so being the direct object? Well, we want to choose the structure on the right for this one because we have a phrasal verb. So the V and the particle is going to give us that phrasal verb. Okay, let's try something different. What about walk down the street? Walked down the street. Is it going to be the first case where the action is walking and the direction is down the street? Or is walk down a phrasal verb that has its own special meaning and the street is the thing that you're acting upon? Well, in this case, it makes more sense to pick the left structure because down the street is a prepositional phrase adverbial of direction. So that's saying where the walking is occurring. That's not saying like what the walked down thing is. That sounds a little weird. And we'll see some tests in the next subsection of how we can actually figure these out more scientifically if we don't have intuition. There are 6 tests for phrasal verbs and prepositions that we can use. So the first one is the pausing test, and this has to do with speech. This is not something that you can read. This is something you have to say out loud. So it is odd when we have a phrasal verb to pause between the verb and the particle. So if you said something like the bookworm read over the glass floor, this sounds okay because the bookworm read and then over the glass floor is where the reading occurred. But if I said the bookworm read over the instruction manual, something is a little weird there because it's saying that the reading was on top of the instruction manual. But if I say the bookworm read over the instruction manual, now that means they read through it. They read the entire thing. So the pausing, if the pausing sounds okay, that suggests you have a preposition. If the pausing is not okay, that suggests you have a particle. One of the biggest tests is the intervening NP test. So with the phrasal verbs, you can do V particle, and let's say there's a noun phrase direct object, that's an option, or you can do V, a noun phrase direct object, and then the particle after. So for instance, we can't say the bookworm read the glass floor over in terms of the meaning being the bookworm is reading on top of the glass floor. That's weird. But we can say the bookworm read the instruction manual over. So we can take this noun phrase direct object, which was originally coming after the particle, and we can move it in between the verb and its particle. So that's one of the biggest tests that you have a phrasal verb. We can try the verb replacement test. This is what we saw in the last subsection, where I basically said that all of our phrasal verbs have some single word counterpart that gives pretty much the same meaning. So the bookworm read over the instruction manual, the bookworm reviewed the instruction manual. If you have a preposition, you can also do the prepositional phrase coordination test. This is because we know that whenever we take two XPs, so two phrases of the same type, we can coordinate them in order to make a bigger phrase. So the idea is if you have a prepositional phrase, it should be okay to coordinate it with another prepositional phrase. So you can say she went over the hill and under the desk. That's fine because these both have the meanings of location. But when you say she went over the assignment and under the desk, the meaning starts to change here. The interpretation you're going to get is that they're going on top of the assignment and under the desk, but that would be a preposition in that case. If you want the actual meaning of went over meaning reviewed, then suddenly this prepositional phrase at the end and under the desk sounds weird. So that's another test you can use. The last two are the PP movement test and the adverb insertion test. So if you say something like Maria cheered up her spouse, if you just have a preposition, you can take that prepositional phrase and you can move it to the front. So up the road, Maria cheered. But if you have a particle, because remember, these are supposed to be a unit together, up and cheered, you cannot separate them. So you cannot separate a verb from its particle by fronting it in that way. So upper spouse Maria cheered. That's a little weird. That doesn't give the same idiomatic meaning. And finally, the adverb insertion test. So if you have a prepositional phrase coming after a verb, you can usually put an adverb right before it. That's fine. We've seen that a lot before. But if we have a verb and its particle, we cannot put that intervening adverb phrase in between. Otherwise, it loses the correct meaning that we're trying to get at. It loses that idiomatic meaning, and it's no longer a phrasal verb. So, phrasal verbs can be a variety. I've just been using V so far to mean verb, but they can be intransitive verbs, transitive verbs, or ditransitive verbs. So Steve passed out. This is a intransitive phrasal verb. You shouldn't put off your assignment. So put off would mean to delay. So this would be our one-word replacement, and the assignment is going to be the direct object of that phrasal verb. You should hand down your clothes to him. So this is just another synonym of give, but it's going from someone who owns it to someone who doesn't have it, and it's a used thing. So we have the thing being given, the direct object, and then we have the person receiving it, which would be the indirect object. So we can have phrasal verbs of different verb types. Okay, so do the underlined set of words form a phrasal verb? Pause the video, try it yourself, and now let's go over the answers. So a light breeze blew up the valley. So if this is a particle, then what that would mean is like exploded. But that's not what we're getting at. It's just blew up the valley. The breeze is blowing and the direction it's going is up the valley. So this is a prepositional phrase. So therefore, this is not a phrasal verb. This is just an intransitive verb with a prepositional phrase. Okay, some new amateur gangster ratted out this decade's most wanted criminal. So let's do a different test this time. This decade's most wanted criminal would be the NP direct object if it's a verb particle. So let's see if we can move it in between. Some new amateur gangster ratted this decade's most wanted criminals out. Oh, that's totally fine. Therefore, we have a VT plus a particle, and we can put the noun phrase direct object after it or before it. Okay, finally, I do not look forward to the day when I never see you again. Okay, look forward to is interesting because we do have at least a verb here. So look forward to. Is there a nice single replacement here that we can do? I mean, we have forward and to. So maybe let's ask ourselves, what about just look forward? Okay. Well, can we put this in between look and forward? I do not look the day when I never see you again forward to. No, that's not going to work. So we probably don't have a particle with forward. What about with to? Can we try to put that in between forward and to? So I do not look forward the day when I never see you again to. No, this doesn't quite seem right. So this sounds, when I say look forward to the day when I never see you again. So to the day when I never see you again is acting here as a prepositional phrase. And forward in this case is just acting as an adverb. So where are you looking? You're looking forward into the future. And what are you looking at? Well, to the day when I never see you again. So this is just an intransitive verb. All right. So with that being said, we now have a little bit more information about our structure so far. We are now able to say that with sets back, back is going to be a particle. So sets eating every snack back. We can put this bit in between the verb and the particle, and it sounds just fine. The infinitive phrase is our next phrase we're going to look at, and these are non-finite forms of the verb, which means that they do not have any tense on them. So whenever you see something called an infinitive verb, you're looking at the bare form, like to be, to eat, to die, to lie, to sleep, things like that. So here are some examples. They wanted me to succeed. So to succeed is going to be an example of an infinitive phrase. It is headed by the infinitive to, and then it is followed by a verb. So in this case, it would be the intransitive verb succeed. We can also have the case where we have omitted infinitives, and this usually happens with VC verbs like let or me. So in this case, it's really like saying, my friends let me to show their relatives around town, but when we say to show, it sounds awkward. You might hear this said by second language English speakers, just because of the way they learn the grammar and because these are very unique exceptions. So we can have an infinitive phrase like that. So to show their relatives around town would be another example of an infinitive phrase. Show their relatives around town. So that's going to be a transitive verb, and it's going to not have any infinitive before it. So we don't have an in-to, so we don't have an infinitive label. But that is headed, that is an infinitive phrase, and we'll show how to do that in terms of a diagram. So infinitive phrases generally take on the same types of functions and positions as noun phrases or adverb phrases. So we can compare a lot of these to just regular noun phrases. So for example, we can have a sentence that says, my goal is this, and that would be the top tree above. So my goal is this. My goal is the subject, is a be verb, and then this would be a predicate nominal noun phrase. So when we have an infinitive phrase there instead, it's still going to be in exactly the same position. We're just going to get a little bit more out of it. So if we take a look at the second sentence here, which is the bottom diagram, what do we see that's different? Well, we see this infinitive phrase. But that infinitive phrase is occurring in exactly the same position as the noun phrase would be, and it has the same function. So we can do this with predicate nominals. My goal is this. My goal is to learn many things. We can do this with subjects. So we can say this is quite fun, but we can replace this with an infinitive phrase. To study every day is quite fun. What else can we do? Well, we have a direct object. I decided this, so I decided something. Or I decided to pursue a higher degree. So we can even use a direct object here. Okay, it can be an object complement as well. So let's say that we have a sentence like they considered me this. So like they considered me to be something. So they considered me happy. They considered me depressed. Well, instead we can say they considered me to be a pain. So here we have another infinitive phrase, and this one is acting as an object complement. So the last one it can be is an adverbial. So you can think of any adverbial infinitive phrase as being like an in order to phrase without having an order in front. So they went outside in order to get some fresh air, or they went outside to get some fresh air. So this is an infinitive phrase. We see the infinitive to up front. We see the verb coming after, so the transitive verb, and then we see the noun phrase direct object after that. But that whole thing is a modifier, so you can move it around. So the sentence is diagrammed to the right. They went outside to get some fresh air. But of course, we can move this all the way to, say, the front of the sentence. To get some fresh air, they went outside. So Chloe is attending art classes to improve her skills. You could say Chloe is attending her art classes in order to improve her skills. So you could put that in order there to show that it is an adverbial. And we could also move it around. So to improve her skills, Chloe is attending art classes. All right, so next time we're going to take a look inside the infinitive phrase and their internal structure. So let's take a look inside the infinitive phrase. So the sentence we're looking at is, my goal is to learn many things, and we saw this in its bare form previously. Just to learn many things is like a big triangle with no internal structure. But let's take a look inside the infinitive phrase. What do we see? So inside the infinitive phrase, we're always going to see the infinitive to if it exists. If it doesn't exist, we will cover that in a later subsection. Inside that infinitive phrase, it is going to take a verb phrase as its complement because that is what is hosting the transitive verb. Now, this is not always a verb phrase because it can take any predicate. So it could be a perfect phrase, a progressive phrase, a passive phrase coming up. And then we continue the structure as normal. So we know learn is a transitive verb, so it's going to take a direct object, in this case, many things. So inside the structure, we're basically just building a new predicate. We have the infinitive to, and then we're building a new predicate without any tense in it. So that was the first example. The second example I have is the subject example. To study every day is fun. So instead of saying this is fun, where you have an NP subject, and then it's just saying this, Instead, what we can do is we can make a whole infinitive phrase. So to study every day is fun. So here's what we have. We have the infinitive to, which is taking an intransitive verb study as its complement under the VP, and then every day is an adverbial that describes how often the studying is happening. So once you get inside the structure, again, it's just a regular predicate that you're used to building, just like in your regular simple declarative sentences without any infinitive phrases. Okay, finally, number 3, so we required him to complain. So this is a VC verb, so we required, and then him equals to complain. So him is the one doing the complaining. That's why we have a direct object and object complement. But inside the infinitive phrase, we see the exact same thing as always. We see the infinitive to under the infinitive phrase, and that's going to take a verb phrase or any predicate as its complement. And in this case, it's the intransitive verb complain. So with that being said, let's try to draw some of these structures. So you don't have to draw the parts that are not underlined, just the beginning. So whatever's introducing the infinitive phrase and the infinitive phrase itself. I will go over the answers now. So pause the video, try it yourself. And now let's see how this works. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste some of these sentences into new pages. The bottom, stretch them out, and then build some sentences. So this is a little stretched. I want to stretch it a little bit, but not too much. Okay, so I'm just going to label some categories here. So want is going to be a transitive verb. To is going to be our infinitive to because it's introducing what you're studying. And this is a transitive verb studying because you're saying what you're studying. So arts is a noun and is a coordinative conjunction, and crafts is a noun as well. So let's deal with arts and crafts first because this is the thing you're studying. So this is going to be a noun phrase and a noun phrase, and these two coordinative conjunctions is going to combine to make a bigger noun phrase. Now, this transitive verb is going to be hosted by a verb phrase, which means that this compound noun phrase is the direct object. Now, the infinitive is going to introduce that verb phrase, and want is going to be the VP that takes the infinitive phrase as its complement. But what is the function of that infinitive phrase? Well, it's the direct object since you want something. You want to study arts and crafts. So that's the structure for the first sentence. Let's take a look at the structure for the second sentence. And you might notice something a little bit different here compared to the other functions that we've seen. So let's set this up. It is difficult to find help. So difficult is an adjective. To find is going to be an infinitive plus a verb, and it's going to be finding help. You're finding something, so help is the noun phrase, direct object. So this is going to be a verb phrase with a transitive verb that takes help as the direct object. The infinitive is going to build an infinitive phrase, and the adjective is going to build up with its own adjective phrase that takes the infinitive phrase as a complement. So what is difficult? It is difficult to find help. To find help is difficult. So you're describing the act of difficulty. Now, we call these complements in this case, and we don't actually label them in our trees. But you may see other resources online or other grammar books or syntax books calling them complements, and they might even be very specific, and they say it's a complement to an adjective. But we typically leave them unlabeled. The final one. The woman to be queen is Kim. Congratulations, Kim. You have a future ahead of you. So let's see what this is. And we're going to see something a little bit different here too. So woman is a noun. To be queen, we have an infinitive plus a be verb. And then we have queen. So this is a noun. We're not actually going to do is Kim here because then we would have to do the at the beginning. So let's just focus on this here. So woman to be queen. We have a similar situation to before. We have a noun phrase, and then the to be queen is describing the noun phrase. So it's going to take an infinitive phrase. It's going to be a complement. We're not going to label any function on it. So that's going to go down to the infinitive phrase. It's going to take a verb phrase as a complement, picks up be, and then we have a noun phrase connecting to the noun queen. And because this is a be verb, we have a predicate nominal as the function of the noun phrase. So that's the internal structure of infinitive phrases. Hopefully you're able to draw them. There's nothing too much different that's coming out of these. And we can finally have a nice full structure here. So for the infinitive phrase, we still have the gerund on the right to do, but we now have to be a person sets back eating every snack. So to is an infinitive, making an infinitive phrase subject. Infinitive phrases can also be modified by aspects and take on those meanings. So I just want to show them as examples and show how to draw them if we do have to do them in a structure. So an example of a perfect infinitive phrase would be, I prefer to have beaten all my opponents before the match. So we see the infinitive, we see the perfect, and then we see the transitive verb beaten after with that en past participle on it. We can have progressive infinitive phrases. So he seems to be participating in his community. So we have the infinitive phrase, we have the progressive, and then we have the intransitive verb participating with that ing suffix on it. And we can also combine them in perfect progressive, and it's going to follow the same order as what we would expect. So we have the infinitive, we have the perfect have, we have the progressive been with that en perfect suffix on it, and then we have the intransitive verb working, which has that ing on it. So we can have our aspects in our infinitive phrases. So how we would do this is what you would expect. So to have beaten all my opponents, what to would take instead of a VP as a complement is a perfect phrase. So to have beaten all my opponents. Now we have that perfect phrase, verb phrase chain going on. If we have the sentence to be participating in his community is fun, then to is going to take a progressive phrase and a verb phrase. To be participating. Once again, that progressive phrase, verb phrase chain that we saw. So given that, try to draw the structure to have been working so hard without rewards. And in fact, just draw the structure for to have been working. So let's see what the answer would be here. So to have been working. I won't make a new slide this time because we're only dealing with 4 words. So to have been working. And we know what the labels for these are. It's going to be an infinitive. It's going to be a perfect. It's going to be a progressive. And then it's going to be an intransitive word, an intransitive verb, so hard without rewards. So working is a VP. Progressive takes a progressive phrase and a VP as a complement. The perfect builds into a perfect phrase that takes the progressive phrase as a complement. And the infinitive phrase builds in to an infinitive phrase that takes the perfect phrase as a complement. So once again, we're just doing that verb chain inside the infinitive phrase, and we get the same thing that we have before. Okay, now what happens when we see infinitive phrases without the to that occurs before the verb? So there are some verbs that just do not allow to appear. So my girlfriend let me eat her dessert. It would be odd if we said my girlfriend let me to eat her dessert, although as an English speaker, we'd understand what was trying to be said. So really all of these cases have these to's in front of them that cannot be said. And how do we know it's direct object and object complement? Well, we can use that equal. So my girlfriend let me eat her dessert. So me is the one eating her dessert. Gary had his parents negotiate the price. So his parents equal the ones negotiating the price. The test made everyone sob. Everyone equals sobbing. So this is how we say the direct object and object complement. And because there is no tense, we know that it is in its infinitive form. So that's why we can posit that there's an infinitive before it that just isn't pronounced. So what does this look like? Well, it doesn't look any different than what we've been doing so far. So this is my girlfriend let me eat her desserts. Now I just want to focus in on the infinitive phrase here. Now everything is exactly the same as before, but in this case, under the infinitive, we simply say it's empty. So the category is still there, but nothing can be pronounced. So any sort of pronunciation would be unacceptable in that case. Okay, what about Steve made his parents negotiate the price? We see the same thing here inside the infinitive phrase. Negotiate the price is still a verb phrase with a noun phrase direct object, but the infinitive phrase here, the object complement, has an infinitive with nothing in it. So the to is just not pronounced. So with that being said, Here we have a sentence: to find a goldfish makes you achieve amazing luck. I want you to find and label all of the categories. I want you to find all the infinitive phrases and label their functions as well. So pause the video, try that, and now let's go over the solution. So I am going to use the power of technology to not do a new page, but instead to paste the same thing on top of what already exists and make it bigger. So to find a goldfish. So to find, here we're going to have an infinitive and a transitive verb. A goldfish is an indefinite determiner. Goldfish is noun. And then makes you achieve amazing luck. So we got to be careful here because this is like an equals. Makes you to achieve amazing luck. So we do have a VC verb here. You is going to be the personal pronoun, and then we're going to have an infinitive phrase with achieve amazing luck. So you're achieving something, so it's a transitive verb. Amazing is an adjective, and luck is a noun. So those are our categories. In terms of the infinitive phrase, we have to find a goldfish. So this is an infinitive phrase, and this is acting as the subject in this case. Because this is like, this makes you achieve amazing luck. To find a goldfish makes you achieve amazing luck. We also have another infinitive phrase on achieve amazing luck. It's another infinitive phrase acting as an object complement to the VC here. And it just has an invisible to in front of it. So there's no actual infinitive in this case. But that's infinitive phrases. Hopefully you're able to get those. We're going to see a little bit more infinitive phrases later, but for the most part, we have now discussed them in their entirety. So gerunds are also non-finite verbals, just like infinitive phrases are. So we might have seen gerunds before sneakily labeled as nouns. So example, running is fun. What we're saying here is that, really as a paraphrase, in terms of the meaning, we're saying that the act of running is fun. So this behaves more like a noun than it does a verb, although it does have like this verbal meaning to it. Or my favorite activity is eating. So my favorite activity is the act of eating. That's how we can interpret these. So these act just like noun phrases, and they have the same noun phrase functions. So subject, direct object, and so on. We should also note here that this ing on eating and running is not, so this is not the progressive ing. This is, in fact, the gerund ing form. So it looks the same, but it's not. Now, the thing that's annoying about gerunds, and what makes it difficult when you first learn them, is that gerunds also have types. So for instance, running is fun, but if we think about, well, what are you running? You're just running. It's just an intransitive verb. That's what it's behaving as, but it's actually a gerund. Or same with eating. It's a gerund, but it's behaving as an intransitive verb, because you could say my favorite activity is eating ice cream. And now what you would have is a transitive verb. So let's see some examples of some functions of gerunds. So we can do the same thing. We can do like my goal is this, and then we can do a replacement. So gerund phrases and infinitive phrases can do a lot of similar things. Like for instance, my goal is to win the election, or my goal is winning the election. Both of these have the same meaning to speakers when you say them out loud. It's just a choice of which you want. In terms of native speakers, in terms of grammatical meaning, I'm sure there are some subtleties at a very, very deep level, but in terms of just communication and standard meaning, it's equivalent. So my goal is this. We see the predicate nominal, and the gerund phrase, winning the election, will be the same thing. So if you understand infinitive phrases, you're going to get gerund phrases because they're almost exactly the same. So we can do a subject. This is quite fun. Or studying all night is quite fun. Compare with to study all night is quite fun. What about a direct object? I enjoy this. Or I enjoy playing board games. So what's happening in this case? Well, playing is a gerund that's acting as a transitive verb because it has a noun phrase direct object following it. I enjoy playing board games. Here's an object of preposition. It's a little bit hard to come up with examples off the top of my head of these ones, but something like they're debating about this. or a talk about this. We can replace this with a gerund phrase. So a talk about firing me, or they're debating about firing me. So a debate about this, a debate about firing me, a talk about this, a talk about firing me. We see this ing form, and then we see a direct object coming after it. So in the next subsection, we'll take a look inside the gerund phrase. Let's take a look inside the gerund phrase. So let's start with I enjoy playing board games. The first thing to note here is that enjoy is a transitive verb because we can say I enjoy this. Now we're replacing it with I enjoy and then playing board games. So playing has this ing form on it. So that suggests that we have a gerund here. So we're going to label playing as a gerund, and we're going to say that it is acting as a transitive verb because we're playing something. I enjoy playing what? I enjoy playing board games. So board games is going to end up being the noun phrase direct object of playing. Now, this gerund transitive verb and this noun phrase direct object will combine to create the gerund phrase. So that's because what are you enjoying? I'm enjoying the whole gerund phrase, which is playing playing board games, and that is a direct object. We can take a look at one more here. So moving to El Salvador can be dangerous. So this can be dangerous. This is the subject. So moving to El Salvador is the subject. It's going to be a gerund phrase with that function. Now, moving has that gerund ing on it. It's acting as a noun in this case. So we label it as gerund. And we're not moving something. We're not moving what. We're moving to a location. Therefore, it's an intransitive verb. And then to El Salvador would be a prepositional phrase, adverbial. We say it's an adverbial in this case, even though we're modifying something that is syntactically more like a noun, just because of the fact that it behaves like a verb and takes verbal complements. So even though it is in a noun position, it still behaves more like a verb in terms of what it's selecting for its modifiers and complements. So with that being said, try drawing the structures of these underlying gerund phrases and indicating each of the gerund phrases function. So you can pause the video, try it yourself, and I'll go over the solutions. So what I'm going to do first is just label them and then draw the structures. So he hated taking care of his little sister. So hated is a transitive verb, which means that this gerund phrase is going to be a direct object of hated. Okay, what about we were laughing about driving all the way to Toronto? So about is a preposition, so this gerund phrase is going to be an object of a preposition. And finally, her main thing is sitting around the house all day. Is a be verb, so sitting around the house all day. What do we have here? Well, we have sitting, that's the action. So I mean, when we go into the gerund phrase, we can give you more specific, but is sitting around the house all day. This is a gerund phrase, and it's going to act as a predicate nominal. So those are the solutions to what the functions are. But now let's take a look at drawing their structure. So we'll do taking care of his little sister first on a new page. So let's just expand this a little bit. And what do we have here? So these are all gerund phrases. So taking is going to be a gerund. Care is going to be, well, in this case, it's going to be a noun. Of is going to be a preposition. His is going to be a possessive determiner. Little is going to be an adjective. And sister is going to be a noun. So I'm going to start on the right side. So his little sister. The adjective phrase will build up into an adjective phrase modifier, and these will all be a noun phrase. Of his little sister, so this is a prepositional phrase, and that means the noun phrase is going to be an object of a preposition. Okay, so you're taking something, you're taking care. Taking care, and then what is the care of? The care is of his little sister. So this is actually an entire noun phrase. Care of his little sister, because that's the thing that we're taking, like idiomatically. And then that means that the verb taking is acting as a transitive verb here. So gerund acting as a transitive verb. So this whole thing builds up via gerund phrase. So that would be taking care of his little sister. And we saw this was hated taking care of his little sister, so this is a gerund phrase direct object. Now, don't let this bother you. The fact that you have two direct objects back to back, it's okay. The gerund phrase is a direct object of a verb, and the noun phrase is the direct object of the gerund. That is okay. Okay, we were laughing about driving all the way to Toronto. So let's do this sentence next. Driving all the way to Toronto. So this one will be a little bit more straightforward, I think. Toronto is a proper noun. This is going to be a noun phrase that connects to the preposition to. So it's going to be an object of a preposition. We're saying all the way. So we have a noun preceded by a definite determiner, and all is going to be a quantifier that tells you how much. So this is going to be a noun phrase. Then we have driving. So driving is going to be a gerund, and in this case, all the way and to Toronto are just extra information. It's adverbials. So this is just an intransitive gerund. So the noun phrase is going to be an adverbial, the prepositional phrase is going to be an adverbial, and these whole things are going to connect to the gerund phrase, which originally was an object of a preposition. So just like how verb phrases and verb heads can have multiple modifiers, so can gerund heads that are acting as these intransitive or transitive verbs. Okay, finally, one more. Her main thing is sitting around the house all day. In fact, because it's so similar to the one that we just did, I'm not going to do the whole thing. We're just going to talk about the verb. So by the verb, I mean the gerund. So sitting is going to be a gerund, but let's just ask ourselves about the rest. So we have around the house and all day. Around the house is going to be a prepositional phrase, adverbial, and all day is going to be another noun phrase, adverbial. So we end up with an intransitive gerund, and this is going to create the gerund phrase that was originally a predicate nominal. So that were the answers to the questions. Hopefully you have a grasp on gerund phrases now. If you're able to do infinitive phrases, these should be fine, hopefully. Just like with infinitive phrases, gerund phrases can have aspects too. So we can have perfect gerunds, progressive gerunds, and perfect progressive gerunds. So we're going to see how we do this. So I despise having lost to all my opponents in this game. So having lost, so I despise losing to all my opponents. Losing would be the typical gerund, the simple gerund, but I despise having lost. What we have here is we have a gerund on the perfect, and then we have the intransitive verb lost coming afterwards. So yes, the gerunds can take on auxiliary elements too, like perfects and progressives. Here is an example of a progressive that I need to fix. So this would be, he detests being kept honest in this election. So being is a gerund on the progressive, and then kept is going to be a transitive verb here. Or is it going to be, no, it's going to be a linking verb here because honest is an adjective. So he equals being honest. That's what he detests. Okay, and now the perfect progressive gerund, which is what we saw in the first one. So the perfect progressive gerund, having been working so hard without rewards must have been tough. What we have is we have a gerund perfect. We then have our progressive coming after it, and then we have our intransitive verb afterwards. So we're going to see the same chain as before. Here's an example of a progressive gerund. He detests having lost to all my opponents in this game. So everything else is just like before, but what we see is we see the verb chain. So we see the gerund followed by the verb phrase, and this gerund is taking the perfect form. So it's kind of like there's a perfect phrase there, but just like how the gerund phrase took over the VP when the gerund was eating or running, the gerund will take over the perfect part here and keep the rest of the verb chain in line. So with that being said, how would you draw the structure for the perfect progressive having been working so hard without rewards? Okay, So what we can do for this one is we can say having, maybe we should, yeah, let's just make a new page for this, because why not? Give myself some more space to write. So we make a new page, put it down here, and let's see what we have. So having, this is a perfect gerund. Being in this case is just a regular progressive, and working in this case is going to be an intransitive verb. Now, so hard here is acting as an adverb with so qualifying it. So this will be an adverb phrase. I really should be writing modifier on the qualifier down here. And then we also have without reward. So we have a preposition and then a noun phrase, object of preposition, rewards. So that will build up into a prepositional phrase. And both the adverb phrase and the prepositional phrase are going to be adverbials to the main verb chain. So, working so hard without rewards, this will be a verb phrase, and so hard and without rewards will connect to it. The progressive will connect into a progressive phrase that takes a VP just like normal, and the gerund is going to become a gerund phrase that takes a progressive phrase just as we saw before. So again, you're still getting this verb chain up top, just that the first element in the verb chain that we typically see is down as the type of gerund and is being replaced with the gerund phrase up top. So, in terms of today's final structure, this is what we have to be a person sets back eating every snack. We now know that eating is a gerund acting as a transitive verb that takes a noun phrase direct object, and the gerund phrase eating every snack is the direct object of sets back. So to review this lecture, we want to draw a tree structure for this sentence. Running away from my childhood caused me to fear adulthood. The thing about this sentence is that everything that we saw in this section is going to be in this sentence. So you can pause the video, try it yourself, but I am going to draw some solutions here. So first we're going to label some categories. I'm going to go right to left. So adulthood is a noun. And I know that this is going to be a noun phrase direct object because I see the verb fear beside it, which is a transitive verb. I see to fear, which means we have an infinitive. Me is a personal pronoun, and I know that's going to build up into a noun phrase of some sort. The transitive verb of the noun phrase direct object will become a VP. The infinitive and the verb phrase will become an infinitive phrase. Okay, and now it doesn't seem like me and to fear adulthood need to be linked in any way. And that's because of this verb caused. So caused me equals to fear adulthood. That means that the noun phrase is the direct object and the infinitive phrase is the object complement. And this will be a verb phrase. So this is the predicate. And what we can see here is our new bit, which is the infinitive phrase. So this part is new for us. Okay, we also have running away from my childhood. So running away from my childhood. Now this is interesting. Let's just do childhood first. So this is my childhood. So that's a pos determiner. That's going to build up into a noun phrase. From my childhood, that's a preposition that builds up into a prepositional phrase. So this noun phrase is going to be an object of a preposition. And now running away from my childhood. Running from my childhood away, that's not very good. What about fleeing my childhood? Fleeing from my childhood, that sounds okay. Running, ... away from my childhood. That sounds okay as well. So in this case, we actually have an adverb here building into an adverb phrase that's going to take a prepositional phrase as a complement. So away is the direction that you're running, and from my childhood is what you're running away from. So we don't have a nice, well, I guess what we can do is we can say this is a PP adverbial because we're in an adverb phrase. And then in terms of running, we can now see that this is just going to be an intransitive gerund. So that will build up into a gerund phrase. And the adverbial phrase is going to be an adverbial in this case, because it's describing what the running is occurring from. Now, this is going to be the subject of our big sentence, which means finally we can combine them to make a sentence. So running away from my childhood caused me to fear adulthood. We see a gerund phrase. We don't see any phrasal verbs, but we do see something that could look like a phrasal verb, and then we see our infinitive phrases. In this lecture, we want to talk about voice and some extra sentential terminology. So the sentence we want to be able to do this time is to be shown love need not be a bunch of problems. And this might sound a little bit archaic, and that's the point. We want to investigate that kind of stuff, but we also want to investigate this stuff here, like to be shown. So we see that we don't really know what this is called yet, but we know to be shown is going to be an infinitive phrase subject. And then we have need not be a bunch of problems. So need is something here. It doesn't look like things that we've had before that were introduced, but you might have an idea. So start with this information, we're going to have to talk about voice. And to talk about this information, we're going to have to revisit modals and these things called semimodals. So active voice. Active voice is exactly what you expect in your regular simple declarative sentences that we have been working on. So we call this the normal focus or default focus or unmarked focus. So the subject is the one doing the thing or experiencing thing, and the object is the thing being acted upon. So King Arthur attacked the warriors. Nothing special's happening with the verb here. We have the subject, this is the actor, and the warriors, which is the thing being attacked. So that's the active voice, and I'm pretty sure you're already comfortable with that as it is. The passive voice is derived from the active voice. So when you have something in the passive voice, you see what's called a passive be. So this is a new type of auxiliary element. It looks a lot like the progressive, but it's not. It's the passive, and that's because the verb comes with the past participle. So this would be like to say be seen. So if you have be seeing, this is what's called the progressive form, be seeing something. Be seen would be the passive form, and then if you had have seen, this would be the perfect form. So we have the perfect, we have the passive, and then we have the progressive, and we can combine all of these together. So what happens in terms of the sentence structure is the noun phrase that used to be the direct object in the active version now becomes the noun phrase subject of the passive sentence. What we also see is this were or was attacked, so past tense form, or sorry, passive form, with the transitive verb attacked. So we still say that it's transitive because we can include the original doer. We know that the warriors are actually the direct object in terms of what's happening logically, but grammatically it's the subject. So we're still going to say that the verb is transitive because there is an actor that could be included, and in which case this is King Arthur. So whether King Arthur is there or not, it's still a transitive verb. So this is what it's going to look like in a tree. So the original sentence is on the left. So this is the active sentence. The dog chewed the bone. Now to make this a passive, what we would do is we would make the bone the new subject, and we would make the subject now like into a by phrase. So what we're going to get is the bone was chewed by the dog. So we can see the bone is now the subject. The dog is now going to be an object of a preposition in a prepositional phrase adverbial, and chewed is going to be a transitive verb. So we need to understand what the verb type is in the active form in order to understand what the verb is like in the passive form. They will have the same type. So try to passivize the sentence and then draw its structure. So pause the video, try it yourself, and now I will do this. So what we're going to do to passivize it is we're going to make the company, we're going to make that the new subject. So this will be the company, and we need to insert a passive. So because we have declared, we have the past tense, we're going to use the passive, but we're going to put, say was in this case, the past tense on the passive here. So then we can say was declared. So now this is our VC verb. We can keep the same thing as always, so we can keep going with the rest of the sentence. And if we want to, we can now add the logical subject back in. so by the CEO, and then the CEO is now going to be your new object of your preposition, and the company is going to be your new NP subject. So what is this going to look like in terms of a tree structure? Well, let's see. So I want this sentence, and we're going to make a new page. I'll put it at the bottom, and then we'll clean up some of this junk just to at least get it out of the way. So we'll start with some labeling. So the company, this is a definite determiner. Company is a noun. That's going to form together to make an NP subject, as we saw before, which will build up into our sentence. Was is a passive verb. So this will be our passive phrase, which will be our predicate in this sentence. Declared is going to be a VC verb, which connects to a VP. Passive phrase will take the VP as its complement, just like perfect phrases and progressive phrases do. We now have our adjective phrase, object, complement, bankrupt. And because we have by the CEO now as an optional phrase, this will be a prepositional phrase, adverbial, going to the preposition by, and then we'll have our NP object of preposition. That splits into a noun and a definite determiner. So that would be the structure for this sentence. The get passive is very similar to the regular passive, except it's formed with the auxiliary get or got. So we still label this as a passive, and we still see the past participle on the following verb. Now, the difference between a regular passive and a get passive is just that the passive just puts a focus on the direct object, but the get passive also puts an implication that the original direct object or the new subject have some responsibility in getting to that state. So when you say the warriors got attacked by King Arthur, there's implication that they were somehow responsible for that attacking. So the warriors got attacked by King Arthur. Got is taking our passive here, and attacked is going to be our transitive verb. And that's because in the original sentence, we would have King Arthur attacked the warriors. So that's a transitive verb. So that's how the get passive works. If you understand the regular passive, you understand the get passive. The middle passive is something that is sometimes discussed in English grammar books and sometimes not. You might hear it as middle passive voice, or you might hear it as something called an ergative verb. Now, middle passives are things that look like passives, but they're not. So the door opened. In this sentence, the door is the thing being opened, but the door is not the actor. It is the thing that is being affected by the verb, or the cookies sold at the bakery. These are the actions being affected by the verb. In fact, what you can see here is we could just put in a were in each of these cases, and we would get a grammatical sentence. The door was opened, or the cookies were sold at the bakery. That would be grammatical. With the passive verbs, you can't just do that. You can't just stick another were in there that's not okay. The sentence doesn't come out right. So this is what makes these verbs special, is that they have the meanings of passives, like the door was opened by somebody, the door opened. But in terms of its structure, it's more like an active sentence that just takes different meanings on its noun phrases. So the key there that you can check is, can you add were or was between the subject and the verb? That's how you can tell if it's middle passive. So let's try identifying the voice of each sentence. She must have been worrying all evening. I just see a noun phrase object as a subject. She's the one doing the worrying. This is just a regular active sentence. What about the fridge hadn't been cleaned in over a month? So I see here, I see a perfect, I see a passive, and I see a VT here. And I'm going to say this is passive because I can say the fridge hadn't been cleaned by X in over a month, or by Steve. So I can put in a name there, which means that there's a logical subject. So this is, in fact, a passive sentence. Okay, our customers are always treated with courtesy. Our customers are always treated by us with courtesy. So I see a passive and I see a transitive verb treated with a hidden logical subject not there. So once again, this is another example of a passive sentence. Okay, what about this one? He had been studying for weeks. Well, in this case, we have a perfect. This is a progressive, and then we have an intransitive verb after. So this is just a regular active sentence in this case. Now, what about the rocket launched successfully, contrary to everyone's expectations? Now, what I see here is I can say was. I can say the rocket was launched successfully, or I can say the rocket launched successfully. This means that the person doing the launching isn't actually in the sentence, it's just the thing being launched. So this is where we see an example of that middle passive. We could say the rocket launched, or we could say the rocket was launched by someone successfully. Okay, the last one. Do you have to be late for class next week? Do you have to be late for class next week? I don't see any passives in here at all. I don't see a get passive. I don't see anything that would... You do have to be late for class next week. I don't suggest anything that would make this passive or get passive or middle passive. This is just an active sentence. So hopefully that wasn't too bad. If you have any questions, you can always post them in the comment section of this subsection. There's an interesting bit of ambiguity that comes from the passive. So there's sentences that can have two possible structures, and these are specific types of sentences, like the door is locked. So this is when you have like a be, and then you have an adjective phrase that could also be a verb, because there's another way of interpreting this. So this would be a sentence where we say the door equals locked. That's the interpretation. Or we can have the case of the door is locked. So this is the passive version of it. And then we're saying it's like by X. So it's more so about the fact that the action occurred by someone doing it. So a very simple sentence can have two interpretations that are very, very similar, but a structure that is a little bit different. So be verb and adjective versus passive and just a regular verb. Now that we've looked at passives, we can talk about passive gerund phrases and infinitive phrases because they exist too. So we won't look too in detail with this because this is just a matter of adding something new. But here's another gerund phrase. Being shown movies is a luxury. So in this case, we see a be verb and we see a verb with the past participle on it. So even though we're in a gerund, we can still have that same structure. So now what we can do is we can just insert a new auxiliary element as the gerund. So this is a gerund on the passive, and that takes a verb phrase as a complement with the verb with the past participle. Being shown movies is a luxury. Now, with infinitive phrases, it's exactly the same thing. So I've chosen the same sentence. To be shown movies is a luxury. So let's take a look inside this infinitive phrase. We see to, the infinitive heading it, and now, instead of starting with a perfect phrase or a progressive phrase or just a verb phrase, we can now start with the passive phrase, to be shown. And once again, we see that verb with that past participle on it. So with that being said, try to identify the category and function of each of the underlined phrases here. So pause the video, try it yourself, and now here's the solutions. I want to be affected by climate change. So this is to be affected by climate change. This is going to be an infinitive phrase acting as a direct object. Now, what I want to point out here is that we have to be affected. So this is a passive and a transitive verb inside the infinitive phrase. Okay, what about to have perceived the sunlight as moonlight is to be wrong? So the first one is an infinitive phrase, subject. And the second one is going to be an infinitive phrase, and it's coming after a be verb, so this will be a predicate. Nominal. And there's nothing passive going on in here. Okay. Having run a mile is a good thing. This is a gerund phrase subject, nothing to do with passives in here. And should you suggest flying? This is a gerund phrase acting as a direct object, and there's no passives in there. So you're not going to see passives in every sentence, and it's not normal to do that. Most speakers speak in actives for most of the time, and they throw in passives every once in a while to emphasize a direct object if it comes up in conversation. So this is the structure so far. We now are able, in to be shown love, able to identify that we have a passive phrase and a passive be there. So now we need to figure out what need is doing. So we're going to revisit modals. Now, when you have things that look like modals and have modal meanings but have this to phrase after, so has to go, needs to go, ought to go, dare to go, grammarians will call these things semimodals. And I say grammarians because linguists do not do that. A grammarian will say he has to go. He'll say has to is a semimodal. This is what they'll say. It's a two-word semimodal. And then go would be an intransitive verb. And this would be just one thing. What linguists say instead is that with these, has is a transitive verb that takes an infinitive phrase to go. So this is just being consistent. But in terms of the meaning of has to, so the meaning itself is going to be more like modals. So if you think of he has to go, you think of he must go. He needs to go. He must go. He ought to go. He should go. So they have these modal replacements. So this is how we'll classify semimodals. We're not going to actually label anything as semimodal in a tree, but if you're thinking about the meanings of some of these verbs plus infinitives after, you can call those semimodals in terms of meaning. So what about need and dare? Because there's some interesting things with need and dare going on. So we can say things like, I need not be bothered, or I dare leave, like you dare enter my lair. I say that they require a negative, but they don't require a negative. They can have a negative. But I want you to compare I need not be bothered with I need to not be bothered, because they're different. They have very slightly different meanings. I need not be bothered is more like a modal, like I do not require that you bother me. While I need to not be bothered would mean like I need you to not come bother me. So it's more like a necessity in the second one versus like a request in the first one, in a sense. So in terms of the structure, they are different. I need to not be bothered. We'll say this is a transitive verb with an infinitive after. But when it's just I need not be bothered or I dare not leave, we call these modals, these two specifically. And this is very British English. So I think of these more as like British modals rather than American modals or Canadian modals. But this is just how we would interpret them. So I need to not be bothered is a verb with an infinitive after. You could also call it a semimodal, but I need not be bothered, we'll just say that is a modal. So identify all the semimodals in the sentence below. We have he used to run a mile, but now he doesn't. Used to is acting as a semimodal here. Come here, we have to go. Have to is acting as a semimodal. I've got to be home by dinner tonight. So remember, this is just got to. I must be home by dinner tonight. So this is a semimodal too. And do you really have to? Do you really have to? So another example of a semimodal there. So in a way, you can think that semimodals are the things that we can contract. We can make them shorter. Like in the case of used to, we can say used to, have to, gotta, needa, dare'ta. So we can shorten those semimodals. Now, grammarians will also call a handful of constructions predeterminers. And they have different meanings according to what they do, but structurally, they're not anything special. So they would just be like indefinite article, noun, and then preposition. So we have these things called partitives, like a dash of salt, plenty of, a bowl of, a bit of, a cup of, a herd of. These things that we use in order to quantify how much of some object or some group that we're looking at. So yeah, like a herd of cows would be an example. So we know that in the case of a herd of cows, we label this as indefinite noun, preposition, and noun. And some grammarians will say, no, actually a herd of is a modifier. But if we think about the head of this, a dash of salt, a herd of cows, the head of that noun phrase is dash a herd. And that's because we would say a herd of cows is dangerous. We would say is after. And this means that we need to agree with that noun. We would have to say are if we were agreeing with cows. So that is why dash in this case, or herd, or whatever this first noun is, a bowl, a bit, this would be the head noun in this case. And then of salt would be what's called a complement. That is giving more information. In the case of fractions or multipliers, well, I should say fractions, a third of, 2/5 of behave a lot like the first one. But multipliers are a little bit different. So once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, these are acting as modifiers on a day. So 4 times a day, 3 times a day, 4 times would be a modifier of how often you're doing it. And the reason we know that day is going to be the head noun and not times, so we can see the structures here are a little bit different. So we see dash as the head noun versus times as not the head noun. It's because we can do the same thing agreement. We don't say 4 times a day aren't enough. We say 4 times a day isn't enough. This means that the is connecting with day. And we know that the verb, or the be verb, is going to connect with the head of the noun phrase, so the main noun. That is why day, in this case, is the head noun, and 4 times is acting as a modifier. So that's some evidence for that structure. We also have postnouns. So this is something that linguists don't say either. We would just say it's a quantifier, but grammarians might say postnouns like both, each, or all occur after a noun phrase, and they give this distributive property. This is a simplified version of what linguists really believe. For an English grammar course, of course, that's all we need. It's a quantifier that appears after the entire team each left. But linguists would posit some movement and other stuff to make this thing called a quantifier phrase. But that's all just theory right now. That's not so much as set in stone as what we've been going through in this course. So try to identify all of the predeterminers and postnouns below and specify their type. So we're not labeling categorically, we're not drawing trees, we're just thinking about the meanings and what we have here. So pause the video, try it yourself, and now let's go over the answers. So it just takes a pinch of salt to make this better. So a pinch of salt, we saw this before, and this is an example of a partitive. It's talking about a part of it. I shower 3 times a week when I don't see anyone. Probably true for a lot of people. This is a multiplier. If that's not you, let me know. When I found out, my classmates all snickered quietly. So in all in this case, this is a postnoun quantifier. So all my classmates snickered quietly. I swear it's like a herd of cows walked by. So again, a herd of here. This is an example of a partitive. It's talking about a part of some big superset of cows. All right, hopefully that wasn't too bad. So formally, a clause is any constituent that has a subject and a finite predicate. And by finite, we mean tense. So this is something that has tense in it. So in a sentence like he slept, this is a constituent. We have a subject and we have a verb with tense. Dylan had been found running a marathon. We have a subject and then we have a verb with tense on it. Now, clauses can be independent or dependent. An independent clause can stand on its own as a complete sentence, and a dependent clause does not. It needs to have a sentence to host it, otherwise it sounds ungrammatical. So I will submit the homework when I get home. We can say I will submit the homework as a sentence, but we cannot say when I get home as a sentence. We need to say when I get home, something happened. Or after I rob the bank, I will purchase a new yacht. I will purchase a new yacht can be said as a standalone sentence, but after I rob the bank, no, that does not work because we cannot just say after I rob the bank. We have to say after I rob the bank, something happened. So those are independent and dependent clauses. Now, we can combine clauses using the conjunctions that we've seen before. So we've seen coordinative conjunctions and we've seen correlatives before, but we'll also see this thing called a conjunctive adverb. And then over the rest of the sections, we'll be looking at these different types of subordinators. So the things that introduce these dependent clauses. So a conjunctive adverb is a conjunction that links sentences across. So I should say it links sentences. It doesn't link clauses, it links sentences. So what this means is that in text, it will either begin or end a sentence and connect it to the previous idea. So practicing is super important. So that's a sentence. However, it doesn't mean that you will become a master. However, this conjunctive adverb exists at the beginning of the clause, and we can also move it to the end of the clause. Or another example, like list format, I had a great day today. First, I went to the salon and got my hair burnt. Second, I ate the worst burnt steak I've ever had before. So this is a list. It's connecting the ideas through a single word, either at the beginning or end of a clause. So the first two types of sentences are called simple sentences and compound sentences, and they're defined pretty strictly. So a simple sentence is any sentence with exactly one independent clause. This sentence is boring. That's a simple one. This sentence is uncreative too. Also a simple sentence. Now, compound sentences are a little bit more interesting because they're two independent clauses joined by conjunctions. So this would be either your coordinative conjunctions or your correlative conjunctions, one of those two. So this is another boring sentence, but it contains two clauses. So we can say each of these as their standalone sentence. This is another boring sentence. It contains two clauses. We're just joining them together with a coordinator. I'll pay $49.99 for it, or you can add those extra features. So again, two independent sentences that we can connect with a conjunction. So that's what a compound is, specifically two or more independent clauses. We cannot have a dependent clause in a compound sentence. That'll be something else. Now, a complex sentence has exactly one independent clause with at least one dependent clause. So you can have multiple dependent clauses. So for example, although this looks like another boring sentence, it actually contains two whole clauses. We have an independent clause. It actually contains two whole clauses. We can say that on its own, but we cannot say, although this looks like another boring sentence, as a standalone. So that means that this one is dependent. So independent plus dependent, we get a complex sentence. Whenever my friends leave their phones unlocked, I change their background to a picture of Frankie Muniz. So I change their background to a picture of Frankie Muniz is independent. We can say that as a standalone sentence. But whenever my friends leave their phone unlocked, well, what happens after that? So it's dependent. We need something. Now here's another one. The cat that chased the mouse finally caught it. So here, in this case, the cat finally caught it. That whole big thing is an independent clause, but we have a dependent clause embedded in it. So that chased the mouse. You can consider that in this case to be a subject. So it does have a subject and it does have a tensed verb in this case. But we can't say it on its own. So that chased the mouse. Okay. That chased the mouse. What? It's describing something chasing the mouse. So like what chased the mouse? That needs to be emphasized if we want it to get that standalone independent clause meaning. But we're not getting that here. Now, the final sentence type is the compound complex sentence. So here we have at least two independent clauses, which makes it compound, and at least one dependent clause that makes it complex. So it's just a combination of the both. So although this looks like another boring sentence, a dependent clause, it actually contains three whole clauses, which is independent. We can say that as a standalone sentence, and it demonstrates coordination too. So it demonstrates coordination too can be a standalone sentence, so that's another independent clause. Okay, whenever my friends leave their phones unlocked, that's another dependent one, which we've seen before. I change their background to a picture of Frankie Muniz, independent, or I change their background to a picture of burnt toast. Another independent clause, so a dependent plus two independents is going to make a compound complex sentence. So with that being said, see if you can identify the type of each sentence below, pause the video, try it yourself, and I'll go over the answers now. So we cannot postpone confronting environmental problems. So this has one subject, one predicate. This is going to be a simple sentence, and the entire thing is a clause that is going to be independent. The second one, psychologists studying aphasia want to understand it as soon as they can. Okay, so this one, as soon as they can, is an example of a dependent clause because we have a subject and predicate there. We kind of have a hidden one here, studying aphasia, which is another dependent clause because we can kind of put who are before it. This is not an easy one to identify right now, but we will learn to identify them in future sections. So don't worry too much about that at this point. And then the entire thing is an independent clause. So this whole thing has one independent clause with two dependent clauses, and that makes it complex. It's not compound complex because we don't have two independent clauses. So 3, eliminating liquor may reduce alcohol abuse, and eliminating tobacco billboards may reduce tobacco abuse. So we have eliminating liquor may reduce alcohol abuse. That's a sentence. That's independent. Eliminating tobacco billboards may reduce tobacco abuse. That's an independent sentence. So therefore, this is going to be compound. Now, if you're confused, but hold on, this looks like a verb, remember, these are gerunds. These are acting as the subjects in this case. Okay, so Miguel is very nice, but Rosa does not like him because he is always angry at the TV. So Miguel is very nice. That's an independent clause. Rosa does not like him. That's another independent clause. Because he is always angry at the TV, this one is dependent. So here we have two independents and a dependent, which means that we're going to have now a compound complex sentence. So hopefully that wasn't too bad. And now for today's final structure, to be shown love need not be a bunch of problems. We can now see at the end of it, although we don't have any conjunctions here, we do have our modal need for need not be a bunch of problems, and we see the passive from before. So that was everything in this lecture, and hopefully you're able to do this last exercise, which is drawing a tree structure for this sentence. Being filtered by the system dare not happen again. So I'm going to draw this for you, but hopefully you're able to try it yourself first. So we'll start a new page. We'll stretch in it again, and then we'll try this. Okay, so being filtered by the system. I'm going to start with the easy stuff that I know, that I don't have to think about at all because we've been doing it so much. So by the system, this is an NP object of preposition the system connecting with by to make a prepositional phrase. Dare not happen again. So like I know here is going to be a split between subject and predicate. So there's some sort of subject thing going on here that connects to a sentence. And then we have dare not happen again. So here we're going to have the modal phrase for dare not. That's going to be a predicate and connect to the modal dare. Not is going to be a negation connecting to a negation phrase from the modal phrase. And then happen is going to be an intransitive verb connecting to the VP. And again is going to be an adverb phrase, adverbial, which is an adverb itself. Okay, so what is this beginning thing? Being filtered by the system. Well, I know that this being is a gerund, and it looks in this case like it is a passive. Why? Because we have a be form here, and then we have a filtered by something. So the system filtered something. That's what we're saying in the active form. So this is a gerund with a passive. So that's going to connect up to the gerund phrase as a subject. And that means it's going to take a verb phrase, which would be the transitive verb filtered. And then that prepositional phrase attaching is going to be an adverbial. So being filtered by the system dare not happen again. And that is your complete structure. In this section on insertion and movement, we're going to try to draw a tree for what will there be for dinner. But how are we even supposed to start a tree for this question? Because we haven't done questions before. So I propose we're going to start with the basic declarative sentence, and we're going to learn how to transform it into a question. And that's what this whole section is going to be about. So we'll start with the basic declarative. There will be something for dinner. We're asking what will there be for dinner, so we don't know what the predicate nominal is going to be here. So that's going to have to be like what at some point. And then there, we don't really know the category of there here. We know the adverb there, as in dinner will be there, but we don't know what there will be dinner is. So let's start with expletive there. So expletives just have grammatical function, like an existential or the existence of something, but they don't actually have meaning. So this isn't a location. This is just the existence. So if we say there is a convocation every June and October, or there are two cowboys firing guns in the air, this is just the existence. So we're saying there exists a convocation every June and October. There exists two cowboys firing guns in the air. And what you'll notice specifically about these is that the form of the be verb, whether it's singular or plural, depends on the head noun following it, not the subject before. So there's some evidence here that the cowboys were actually the original subject. And we can see this in the arrangement of existential there sentences. So if we have a few robbers are in the bank, so we have any sort of prepositional phrase, predicate adverbial, or adverb phrase, predicate adverbial, then we can do some arrangement. We can take the old subject and turn it into a predicate nominal for the be verb, and we can let the prepositional phrase remain an adverbial, and we introduce a new expletive subject, which is there. So this is how we would label expletive there. So this is what it would look like in a tree. There is a snake in my boot. So it's an NP subject, and it's an expletive there being hosted underneath. And that's how we do that. Nothing too special. This is just existential there. The second expletive we have is expletive it, and it has no meaning. It's often in whether sentences and in clef sentences. So it's hailing outside, or it's raining, or it is sunny. What is it? We're not talking about it being a thing. We're just saying that this event is happening. The event of hailing outside is occurring. In the case of clef sentences, these are sentences where it's like, it is blank who will do blank, or it is blank that will do blank. So it is remarkable that he actually came. It is Candy who will do all the work. So these are more it's. Again, it's not talking about a physical object. It's just saying the event that Candy will do all the work will occur. The event of being remarkable that he actually came occurred. So if we compare it with the regular pronoun it, I finished reading the book and gave it to him. It's very obvious what it is. We can assign it a physical object in the real world, which would be a book. So here's some practice with word categories. Let's see if we can distinguish between all these different types of its and theirs. So pause the video, try it yourself, and I'll go over the answer. So there is ice on the ground. So we could say ice is on the ground. There is ice on the ground is introducing existence. So this is an expletive. Now, if we say they have a lot of ice there, this is now talking about a location. So this is an adverb. There, they have a lot of ice. We can move it around. In the first sentence, we can't. Is ice on the ground there? That's not a sentence. That's a question. Okay, there is an easy way to determine the internal temperature. We see another expletive there. An easy way to determine the internal temperature exists. Okay, there are 40 clowns in the car. We see another expletive here. 40 clowns are in the car, so there's an existential. He looked at their car. So this is your possessive determiner because it is describing whose noun it is. Turns out they're all really in the car. So this is they are. So this is a personal pronoun plus they are in the car. So this is a be verb. Okay, your bike is nice. I saw it in the yard. So this is talking about the bike. This is a personal pronoun. I bought this table, but its leg is broken. So once again here, whose leg is it? Its leg. So this is going to be a possessive determiner. Okay, it is going to be a long, cold winter. It is raining. It is going to be a long, cold winter. What is it? It's just talking about an event occurring. So this is an expletive. Who's calling? Oh, it is his mom. Oh, it's his mom. So another type of expletive here. It is not referring to a thing, although I should say there is an interpretation where it is an object and it's interpreted as an object. If so, it can be a personal pronoun, but that's not the interpretation most people would get. So it is sunny and windy today. Here's a weather sentence. That's an expletive. And it was the setting sun that made it hard to see the ball. This is a clef sentence. So we also see an expletive here. So we see it was something that something. So hopefully you're able to distinguish between all these different things and not fall into little tricky traps. So our structure for the sentence, what will there be for dinner, so far looks like this. There will be something for dinner. We don't know what that something is, but now we know that this there is labeled as an expletive. So the next thing to talk about is just negation, because this is going to be important for question movement. And we have a strict rule about negation we haven't talked about yet, and that is that negation phrases cannot be predicates on their own. This means we can say something like we listen to EDM very often, We do not listen to EDM very often as an aux phrase, but we cannot start the predicate with a negation. That does not work. So we not listen to EDM very often is ungrammatical. So what we do is we do this thing called do support. So we insert an auxiliary do in order to take any sort of tense that the verb would have and make the sentence grammatical. Because when we say we not listen to EDM, tense has to go on the first thing in the auxiliary phrase. Whatever that auxiliary phrase is, a progressive phrase, a perfect phrase, or whatever. But we don't have anywhere for tense to go because not is the first thing, and not a negation doesn't take tense. So this is what the ungrammatical example looks like. We not listen to EDM. And the issue here is that negation is taking the predicate function. That is not okay. We're not allowed to do that. So if we want to fix it, we need to add an auxiliary phrase with do, and that's okay. So this is what is needed to repair the negation. Now, this is just to make a grammatical sentence from we not listen to EDM. If you want that exact meaning, you insert do. But if you want a perfect or progressive meaning, you could insert something else. So we are not listening to EDM. We have not listened to EDM. But those have different meanings. This is just a simple negation. So we'll talk about negated imperatives next time, but that's basically it for what you need to know about the negation phrase and how we can make those negative sentences grammatical when we don't have any auxiliary elements. Okay, let's show you negative imperatives, and we'll show you even just imperatives in the first place because there's some interesting things about them. And that is that imperatives follow the same rules when it comes to making a negative imperative. We can say leave me alone, we can say do not leave me alone or don't leave me alone, but we cannot say not leave me alone. That's not okay. So in an imperative, this is really what we have here. Don't leave me alone. It's an auxiliary phrase imperative. It starts with do, it has the negation phrase nt, and then leave me alone would be just as you expect. Now, some little behind the scenes theory here is that actually with imperatives, we have this hidden subject you out front. Because you can say don't leave yourself. That's okay, but you can't say don't leave myself, don't leave theirselves, don't leave himself. But don't leave yourself is okay. So that suggests that actually all imperatives have a hidden you out front. So, does an imperative have tense? No, it doesn't have tense. It just has the bare form of the verb for do, but we can still say there's a hidden subject. So just kind of cool things going on behind the scenes here with imperatives in general. All right, let's talk about questions. This is a super exciting part of grammar. I love questions. This is where movement starts to come in and you get to see how things transform. It's just amazing. So yes/no questions, which we'll call a new sentence category, an interrogative sentence or an int-s. These are questions that can be answered with yes or no. So these are did or have questions. So did you drink my beer in the fridge? Have you ever been bitten by a raccoon? These are questions that can be answered with either yes or no. So there's two things we have to consider. One, if we have auxiliaries in the main verb, what do we do? And if we don't have auxiliaries in the main verb, what do we do? So let's talk about the first case here. So if we have auxiliaries in the main verb, so is, have been found, is eating, have fallen, is concerned as a passive, what we would do is we would move it to the front of the sentence. So if we say Seth Rogen is directing a lot of films these days, if we want to make a yes/no question, we just move it up. So is Seth Rogen directing a lot of film these days? And that's it. If we have multiple auxiliaries with the main verb, still, we just move it. So in this first bit, by the way, directing should be part of the highlighted blue part here is directing. Now, with some dogs have been found with more than 4 legs, we have more things there. So we just take the first thing, we move it to the front, and now we have a question. Have some dogs been found with more than 4 legs? So you can imagine if there's no auxiliary, we're going to have an issue because there's no auxiliary to move. And we can't just move the verb, we can only move auxiliaries. So before we talk about case 2, let's just see how this looks. So to start, what we would do is we'd say dogs are eating food. This might be our base sentence. So this has a progressive auxiliary first. So in order to form the question, we take our auxiliary in the initial position and we move it up to the front. And this is where we create our new interrogative sentence, int s. So this signals that if you're at this layer this high, you now have a question. So above the sentence, there's this question bit, and this is where our auxiliaries will move. So let's take a look at the second example. Kids have been eating food. So we have been eating. That's our main verb chain, a perfect, progressive, and transitive verb. So what we'll do to form the question is we're going to target the perfect. We're going to create a new interrogative sentence layer above, and we're going to move that perfect up into that position. So this is what we get on the left side. Perfect has been moved up to the interrogative sentence, and we get have kids been eating food. So we just leave these little markers. So this is the empty set. This just means there's nothing there. We just leave a marker there to show that that's where the word originally came from in the original declarative sentence. And this is what we've done for transformations to make a question. I think it's so cool. And we're going to look at case 2 in the next subsection. Okay, what happens when we want to form a yes-no question, but we don't have any auxiliaries? So here's a sentence. The doctor examines every patient carefully. If we want to make this a question, we have to introduce a new word, do. So does the doctor examine every patient carefully? And what you'll see here is that does is appearing at the beginning, and the verb is losing its tense. So that third person singular is now on does rather than on examines, which it was in the original indicative version. Here's another one. The grades went up last week. So when we want to make a question, we would say, did the grades go up last week? So we insert do at the front. We notice that went is past tense in the original sentence. So do is going to take past tense. And then go is just going to be in its bare form. So at first glance, it looks like we have do insertion, we have some tense changing, and then we have some verb changing. But I want to tell you, that's not actually what's happening. The same do support we get for negation is what we're getting for questions as well. If we want to form a question with a sentence that doesn't have an auxiliary, we insert the auxiliary do, and then we move it. So you love me becomes you do love me, and then do moves up to become do you love me. And this is why do is taking tense, because if we had a regular aux phrase where we have an aux and then a verb phrase coming after that, let's just say it's a VI. In a regular thing, we'd say something like did go. So when you're saying did you go, that auxiliary is moving up. And that's why this verb is in its bare form, its base form. So it's very similar to modals or when we have auxiliary elements. You will love me to being will you love me. It's the same process. It's just an extra step. The extra step is add do. So the sentence you love me becomes do you love me. So you love me starts as a base, but we want to make this a question. We don't have any auxiliaries. So what we need to do is we need to add do. So we need to add an auxiliary that becomes an aux phrase. So this is what we get in the second bit. We have an auxiliary phrase predicate in between the S and the VP like we did before, and now it's moving up into the int S to become a question. Do you love me? So we'll talk about negated auxiliaries next time, but this is the simple transformation. Case 2 is the same as case 1. We can cover them in both ways. It's just if you don't have an auxiliary you want to move, you insert do and you give it tense. Now you'll notice that sometimes a negated auxiliary gets moved to the front. So that chef hasn't baked beans before, which would be has not. But instead of saying, has the chef not baked beans before, the whole thing moves up. So hasn't that chef baked beans before? King Joffrey didn't change his underwear to be didn't King Joffrey change his underwear. So how can we get that contraction going on with the movement? Well, what's happening in this case is some extra case of movement, which is just super cool. I love it. So in the original sentence, it would be your grandma has not played canasta. So it's like has not, I'll put them back in their original position. So what's going to happen is first, not is going to become the contraction nt, because it can do that. Then it's going to move up to the perfect phrase and form with the perfect to make hasn't, because we can contract with that. The negation can always go to the previous element and contract with it. Then the entire thing hasn't is being moved up into the position with the interrogative sentence, and it's being labeled as a perfect plus a negative. So this is how we can form questions with negative, with these negative auxiliaries. And I just think that's so cool. So let's see if you can transform these sentences into questions. We can label some words, but I'm pretty sure we're probably okay with that. So pause the video, try to turn these into questions, and we'll come back with solutions. So Charles was not a very bright person. Let's just talk theoretically about what we need to do. Was not a very bright person. So we're going to take this element. We're going to move it to the front. This might be a little bit different because it's was not, is not. It's be and then a negation. But this can still work with the same way. We have a chain with the main verb, so we're going to take the same thing and put it out front. So what we're going to get as a sentence is, was Charles not a very bright person? And I'm going to leave even an underline. I'm going to leave a little gap so you know where that word came from. That's important when we're doing this, so that way we can see where words are moving from. Okay, the chef produces high quality food every day. All I see is a main verb, which means we're going to have to introduce a word does out front and take the tense off of produce. And then we can move our auxiliary element up front. So this would be, does the chef, and then does is there, produce high quality food every day? Question mark. Okay, finally, Freddy Krueger had been haunting Nancy Thompson. So we have our chain had been haunting, which means we're going to take the first element had and move it up to the front. So our question that we're going to get is, had Freddy Krueger, had came from that position, been haunting Nancy Thompson? So that's the question that we have formed. So in terms of things that you might want to label that are tricky, it's just remembering what type of auxiliary you're moving. So in this case, it was a be verb. So was Charles not a very bright person? Does the chef, this is an auxiliary, do, and then had Freddy Krueger been haunting, this is still going to be a perfect when it's moved up. So in terms of the sentence for this lecture, what will there be for dinner? We've now figured out part of it. We figured, will there be something for dinner? So we've taken our modal and we've moving it up to the modal position under the int s, but we still need to figure out what is going on with this bit down here, which is what the rest of the section is about. WH questions will involve some more movement, and what WH questions specifically do is they prompt a part of the sentence and they ask for more details. So if I say Mark is designing dresses made of tacos, there's a couple things I can ask about this. I can say what, or I can say who is designing dresses made of tacos. I can target Mark, or I can target the thing that he's making, and I can say, what is Mark designing? So in the first case, who is designing dresses made of tacos? We've essentially taken Mark, we've eliminated the name, we've replaced it with who, and then we've done some movement out front. It might not seem like movement needs to happen in this case, but for consistency, it will. Now, in the case of what does Janet love way too much, for Janet loves dogs way too much, we do see auxiliary movement for a yes-no question. So first yes-no movement's happening, and then the thing that we're questioning is being moved from its original noun phrase direct object position, and now we have the WH question forming. So in WH questions, we can see two different types of movement. What you will notice is that there is a slight difference between how these operate. So in the case of a subject moving, if a subject moves, we do not need to move the first auxiliary element. But if anything else moves, we do need to be moving that first auxiliary element up to the front. So here's the types of WH words we're going to see. We have interrogative pronouns and interrogative determiners. So for interrogative pronouns, like what did you do last summer? So this is saying you did do something last summer. So something is originating here, and what's happening is it's being moved up to the front. Or whose cell phone is that? So you can say, this cell phone is mine. But what's happening here is this is acting as a determiner for the noun phrase. Now we also have for adverbials, so these are going to be hosted under NP adverbials for the most part, and these are things like how much, where, when, how. So these ask questions that adverbials would answer. And how much is a 2-word interrogative pronoun adverbial in this case? So we're going to show the process, and we're going to show a lot of examples in the next little bit. So we'll show the first process here for interrogative pronouns. So we're going to ask first about the direct object. So we're going to start with the sentence, Sherlock Holmes solved the mystery. Now there's two things here. So first, we're moving a direct object. We're asking about that. So we're going to need an auxiliary element. So first, we're adding the auxiliary. So solved becomes did solve. And then the thing we're questioning, the mystery, is being replaced with the WH word. Now at this point, two things of movement occurs. First, the auxiliary moves up to the front, and then the WH word moves up to the front, and then you have your final answer, final question. So this is what this process looks like. Sherlock Holmes tried to solve the mystery. This is our base form. Now, what we're lacking here is an auxiliary phrase for movement, so we're going to add that in. So Sherlock Holmes did try to solve the mystery. So we've introduced the auxiliary phrase, so now we have something to move, and we've also done replacement. The noun phrase direct object has been replaced with an interrogative pronoun for what. Now both of these are going to move. So first, the auxiliary is moving to the interrogative sentence first, and then the direct object is moving up to the interrogative sentence for what. And this is how you have your final question. This is all the movement involved. So hopefully you're able to follow that process. It's very cool when you get the handle on it. I love question formation, and a lot of the stuff coming up has movement in it, and it's just so cool. Let's show off some more examples of interrogative WH words. So when we ask about subjects, we don't need to do any auxiliary. So Sherlock Holmes solved the mystery. Who solved the mystery? And then we move it up to the front. Basically, what's happening is that this bit right here, let's see if I can move this down, just get rid of some space. This bit right here, covering everything, is the sentence. So we do want movement because we do want to know that we're in an interrogative. And the only way you can get something in an interrogative sentence is if you do movement. So this is why even for subjects, when it looks like the position's staying in the same way, we want to do movement because we want consistency. We want the interrogative sentence to be where question words are hosted. So who tried to solve the mystery? What we would see in this case is the noun phrase subject originally moving up into the position underneath the interrogative sentence, and everything else would be exactly as you expect. Tried to solve the mystery, nothing fancy is happening there. What about an adverbial? So with adverbials, we need the same thing. Sherlock Holmes solved the mystery after 2 weeks. What we need is we need the auxiliary for do support, and we need to do double movement. So we need to do movement of the auxiliary and also movement of the adverbial. So these are words like when, where, why, how, or how much. So we can posit a starting place. So Sherlock Holmes did try to solve the mystery. And what this would be like a prepositional phrase adverbial, or an adverb phrase adverbial, or a noun phrase adverbial. Who knows what it is, depending on what it starts out as. And it just moves up to the front. So adverbials, they can of course occur before the verb, in between the verb and the infinitive phrase. They can occur in a lot of different positions, but it's just going to move from wherever it starts from. And if you don't know where it starts from originally, you can just pick a position at the end of the verb phrase. Now, with the determiners, very similar thing is happening. Which Netflix series was Jim watching? From Jim was watching a Netflix series. We're still going to have movement of the auxiliary. We're going to have movement of the entire direct object. But in this case, we're only replacing the determiner. We're not replacing the main noun. So in this case, which Netflix series was Jim watching? So Jim was watching some Netflix series. So which Netflix series? The entire noun phrase is being moved up to the front, just like always, and the progressive in its original position is being moved to support it because we're not moving a subject. Okay, so here's a question. What is the category and function of the highlighted phrases? So all of these are interrogative pronouns, but what I'm asking for is what is the function of the noun phrase that's hosting it? Was it originally a subject? a direct object, an adverbial. What was it? So pause the video, try it yourself, and now let's go over the solutions. So who do you want me to speak to in order to fix things? We see who do. So I see a who word and an auxiliary, so this means there's been movement. So we need to think about the original sentence. So you want me to speak to someone. So you want me to speak to someone, that's where it originally came, which means that this noun phrase, this who word, is an object of a preposition originally. You wanted me to speak to someone in order to fix things. To someone, object of preposition. Okay, where are you taking me? This is just a question that asks for like time or location. So I know right away this is an adverbial. It's a where, when, why word. Okay. What is everyone eating for dinner tonight? Okay, so everyone is eating something. So is happened to move up after everyone, and then we're eating something. So everyone is eating something for dinner, so that what is or the original direct object. Who did you give a drink to? So you did give a drink to someone. So the who originally is coming after to, so this is going to be an object of a preposition. And now in the final one, sorry, never mind, that's not an object. Yes, that is an object of a preposition in this case. If we said, here, I'm going to give you an alternative sentence here. Call this for time. To whom did you give a drink? If we had this sentence, then this would be a noun phrase indirect object. Sorry, not a noun phrase indirect object. This would be a prepositional phrase indirect object in this case, because we're saying, to whom did you give a drink? You gave a drink to someone, it's the recipient. Okay, finally, what did you give a drunk? So you gave something to a drunk. So in this case, this is the direct object. So this one is a little tricky. You got to think a lot about what the original sentence was. So you kind of have to do movement in reverse. But with enough practice, it's pretty straightforward. And this is how you can form any WH question in English, no matter how complex the sentence is. So this is today's final structure. What will there be for dinner? The thing that we didn't have solved already was this bit right here. We knew there was an NP direct object, or sorry, an NP predicate nominal in this case because of the word be. We didn't know what it was, but we did know that we could replace it with the word what. And thanks to that, we can move it all the way up to the front of the sentence under the interrogative sentence. So that is today's final structure, and that's what we had left. What will there be for dinner? So here's an exercise. Draw the tree structure for the following sentence. Pause it, try it yourself, but let's do it on the next page. And what we're going to notice is that it might be a little bit harder to just draw a tree kind of like normally. So what I mean by that is it might be easier to start at the top with an interrogative sentence. So there's a few things that we need to figure out. Is like, what is what? So the original sentence, and let's just type it out so we can think about it. What should have been happening? So this should have been happening, or something. I don't know if it's the word this, but it should be something should have been happening. So we know that the what came from a subject position. So this is going to be an NP subject, and its label on what is going to be an interrogative pronoun. So from this, we can start the regular sentence, and we know, based on where the original subject started, that there was some movement here. So I'm just going to, the movement doesn't really look nice when it's labeled down on a sentence like this, but we can just maybe put an arrow like this to show it's moved up there. So now it should have been happening. So we now have a modal phrase predicate, and then everything else isn't really going to be that exciting from this point. So that's a modal. Have is going to be a perfect. Being is going to be a progressive. Happening is going to be a VI. So the perf will make a perfect phrase. The progressive will make a progressive phrase. And then the VI will make a verb phrase. So this is what the sentence looks like. basically what you have is you have the subject moving up for what should have been happening, and we have no auxiliary movement because we're moving up a subject. In this section, we want to create a sentence structure for the kid who played basketball fought me when I was a pro. Now, there's a couple things here that we don't know how to deal with. We don't know how to deal with this thing that said who played basketball. This is describing the kid in some way. So we call these relative clauses. And then we also have when I was a pro. So we have this sentence, I was a pro in here, but it's being introduced by this word that's an adverbial, and it's modifying the entire sentence. So this is what's going to be called an adverbial clause. So let's get into it. Subordinate clauses are any clause that is inserted into another element. So we would have matrix clause, and then we have any subordinate clauses inside of it. Or really, these are just the dependent clauses. So you can think of matrix clauses as being independent, subordinate clauses being dependent, but matrix clauses can also be dependent if you have a dependent inside of a dependent, because matrix and subordinate are relative terms. So I attacked him when he stole my pudding. When he stole my pudding is the dependent clause that depends on the independent matrix clause to exist. Neo wondered if he should take the red pill. So here we have a dependent clause. It's acting as a direct object here. And then Neo wondered would be the beginning of our main clause here because it has a subject and tensed predicate. So that'll be our subordinate clauses. And we're going to have three different types that we look at throughout the rest of the course. We have adverbial clauses, relative clauses, and then we'll take a look at how we can reduce relative clauses to different types of phrases like participle phrases. And then we'll take a look at noun clauses and WH clauses in the end. So the subordinate conjunction, labeled subconj, is going to provide a transition between clauses. So these introduce complete clauses. This means that if you have a subordinative conjunction connected up to some sort of clause, which we'll discover are going to be adverbial clauses, it must take a sentence as a complement, a complete clause. So some examples of subconjues would be things that look like prepositions. So things like after, before, until, in the case of except, or while, or like, or as. But the difference between subconj and prepositions, which is what you would expect some of these words to be, is that a subconj has an entire clause after, a preposition just has a noun phrase after. So after I eat is an example of a subconj because I eat is a sentence, but after the event is an example of a preposition because the event comes after the preposition. It's a noun phrase. So here's some examples of some subordinate conjunctions creating adverbial clauses. So as I left the store, someone tried to mug me. This is an adverbial of time. Wherever he normally rests, it isn't here. So wherever is introducing the clause. So this is a subconj, and then he normally rests is the sentence. If you eat too much, you will gain weight. So if you eat too much is dependent on the independent, you will gain weight. The cafeteria made the food too expensive for me. Therefore, I can't afford to purchase from there anymore. So I can't afford to purchase from there anymore is a complete sentence, and therefore is introducing it as a link. The guy talks as if he's the king of the town. So here we have a subordinate conjunction that is two words in this case. So he's the king of the town is sentence. That guy talks is a sentence, but as if he's the king of the town is dependent on the independent clause that guy talks. So how you can identify these subconj adverbial clauses is just by doing movement. So when I'm done, I'll go to the movies compared to I'll go to the movies when I'm done. These adverbial clauses have freedom of movement because they're adverbials. So here are some examples of some adverbial clauses. The first one is the causal type, and these are introduced by words like because, since, or for. So I arrested him because I had no other choice. Since Jeff was the richest, he always bought dinner. So these give some sort of reason of causation. So because is an explanation, since is an explanation. So you can think of causal or explanatory in these cases. So explanation. We have temporal. So before, after, while, during, these are related to time. So when we last tried this event, everything was terrible. Or please come to the room as soon as you can. So we have an as here, subordinating conjunction, and when. So in fact, some linguists would even say that as soon as you can, those whole three things are the subordinating conjunction. But there's another way that we can interpret this too. Just as linguists, we can also say this is a preposition. This is, so if you try to do something like this, like a preposition and adverb, it doesn't quite work out. So, linguists might think there's another interpretation, but it just doesn't quite work out that way. So, locative. So, where or wherever, where we were standing, we could see the entire skyline. They worked wherever they could be paid well. So, these are locations. So, where we were standing, wherever they could be paid well. Note that we can move these around because these are adverbial clauses. We have conditions. So, if, then, or unless. So, if you eat too many cookies, you'll start gaining weight. This is the condition for the independent clause to happen. Or, I'm not walking in there unless you pay me $25,000. So, this is the condition for walking in there. We have concessive, so these are like, I did this thing, but I didn't really have a justification for it. So I attacked him, although I didn't have a reason to do so. So although I didn't have a reason to do so, I attacked him. We also have manner or comparison, so these are the as phrases. So please do it as I said, or as I said, please do it. So we can move these around. Now that you've seen a few examples, I want you to identify whether each underlined phrase is a prepositional phrase or adverbial clause. So pause the video, try it yourself. Now let's go over the answers. So after we finish dinner, so we finished dinner is an independent clause inside if we were to make it standalone. So after is introducing a sentence. This is an adverbial clause. After dinner, we played cards. So dinner here is just going to be a noun phrase. Therefore, this is going to be a prepositional phrase. Arrived before the winter of the deep snow. So here we see another noun phrase here. So this will be a prepositional phrase before. Before leaving work, I always eat breakfast. This one might be a little bit tricky, but leaving work is a gerund phrase, which means before is acting as a preposition here since gerunds act as nouns. So this is a prepositional phrase. And finally, I always eat breakfast before I go to work. I go to work is a sentence. So here we have an adverbial clause. So at this point, we can go back to the structure we originally wanted to determine, and now we see what's happening up with when on the right. So we have an adverbial clause, adverbial, when I was a pro, and that's being headed by this subordinating conjunction when. Now we just need to figure out what's going on with the relative clause, who played a basketball. So the next type of subordinate or dependent clause we have is called a relative clause, which we call a rel CL. So I called the agent who wanted to speak to me. So this whole clause is describing the noun agent. So that's going to be the function of these relative clauses. Now, we can see some more examples here and just the basic structure. So the book that Carol read is pretty interesting. So that Carol read is describing the book. Therefore, in the tree structure, we're going to see a rel clause modifier. The man who sold the scooters is a cutie. So who sold the scooters is describing the man. This is more information and details about the man. Therefore, this whole thing is going to be a relative clause modifier. Now, this has a subject and predicate. The pronoun who or the pronoun that or the pronoun which will be acting as the subject if a subject isn't obviously existing there. And then we have the verb as well in a tensed form. So when you want to create a relative clause, you can think about combining two sentences to create one new sentence while eliminating redundancy. So with relative clauses, you need to imagine you have two sentences that have the exact same noun phrase. So Kristen went to the store and the store sold alcohol. So what we can do is we can choose one of these to be the independent clause. So I'm going to choose Kristen went to the store as the independent clause. And then we're going to have one that acts as the dependent one, so giving more information. So we'll say the store sold alcohol as the dependent. So now we're going to introduce the information in the dependent clause as extra information on that head noun in the independent. So Kristen went to the store, then here's the exclamation, that sold alcohol. So we're going to see how we can form these. So one important piece of terminology is that the relative clause is modifying what's called its antecedent. So that's the noun. So that was served in the restaurant. Its antecedent is sushi. Potato that Mark enjoyed, the antecedent is potato. The comic book that sold extremely well, book here is the antecedent. That sold extremely well is describing book. So let's see the process. We start basically with two sentences. The movie was pretty interesting. You watched the movie. So I'm choosing 1 to be the independent clause and 2 to be the dependent clause. We're sticking 2 into 1. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to replace the redundant noun phrase in the second sentence with either the word that, who, or which. And that's going to depend on what is being described after. Who for people, that when you have a restrictive relative, and which when you have a non-restrictive relative. We'll talk about those later in this section. So now, in our dependent clause, we're going to do movement. We're going to take that relative pronoun, that, and we're going to move it to the front. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to take everything in 2 that we had with that original gap and just stick it right after the noun phrase in the first sentence. So now we have the movie that you watched was pretty interesting. So it's important to note here that we do have movement because we had a noun phrase direct object moving up and taking the position at the front. So you can imagine in a relative clause, we're going to have to remember what that function is for that relative pronoun. So here is what it looks like in a tree structure. So first, let's start with just the dependent clause. You watched the movie. So the first thing we do is replacement. So this whole thing, the movie, gets replaced with a relative pronoun that hosted under a noun phrase. So once that happens, we're going to do some movement. So you watch that, this bit right here, is going to get moved up into a new relative clause. So relative clause forms above the sentence, and then whatever moved is being hosted under it. So now this is that you watched. So finally, what we do is we embed it. So the movie was pretty interesting is what we originally had, and we just embedded our that you watched relative clause directly into the sentence to the right of the original noun. And that is how we create a relative clause inside of our sentences. So I want you to try to make relative clauses from these. So pause the video, see if you can do this. The first sentence is the independent, the second sentence is the dependent. So I will now go over the solutions. So this is that dog is mine, and the dog ate all the dandelions. So we're going to have the dog ate all the dandelions as the dependent clause. But the redundant bit is the dog. So I'm going to replace the dog. So we're going to put a little gap here with the word who and move it to the front. So now I have who ate all the dandelions. And now I'm just going to type out my original sentence and put this out right after the noun. So I get the dog who ate all the dandelions is mine. Okay, what about number 2? I know the man caused the accident. So we'll start with the man caused the accident. Okay, the man is the redundant element here, so I'm going to replace this with the word who and leave a gap where it originally was. And then I'll just start typing the rest of the sentence. I know the man who caused the accident. Okay, what about 3? The hostess brought cake. I really love the hostess. So it's I really love the hostess. What's the redundant element? The hostess. So I'm going to replace this with a gap. And I'm going to put who at the front of the sentence there. And now I'm just going to type out the rest of the sentence, the hostess, leaving who I really love after that original noun, because that's the redundant element. And then brought cake. So 4, the woman is a famous author. John was talking about the woman. So John was talking about the woman. The woman is the redundant element. So we're going to just leave a little gap there, put who at the front. So who John was talking about. Now I'm going to get the woman who John was talking about is a famous author. So what I like about each of these sentences is that a different thing is being moved. So in 2, what we have is we have the subject moving. In 3, we have the direct object moving. And in 4, we have an object of a preposition moving. So that's going to be the functions of these words who, and who in 2, 3, and 4. So I have two more examples of relative clauses here with the full structure being shown. The first one is that Jim talked about. So we can see it would be Jim talked about something, and that something in this original position would be an object of a preposition. But what's going to happen is this is going to be replaced with a relative pronoun like who or that, and then it's going to get moved up to the front of the relative clause, and you're going to get that Jim talked about. So this still has the function NP object of preposition, just like you would have when you do movement in questions. So here's another sentence. Jolly gave something a flower, or Jolly gave someone a flower. So what should be originally in this position is an NP indirect object. So whatever that would be, we would replace that with a relative pronoun, and then we would take that and we would move it up to the front of the relative clause modifier, and that is where we would get who gave, or who Jolly gave a flower in this case. So our relative pronouns can have the same functions that NPs can have. So subjects, direct objects, predicate nominals, adverbials, and so on. So we can have relative pronouns too. So where, when, and why. This will be for place of time or location. So we can say that these are adverbial phrase, adverbials, but I would prefer an NP adverbial because we're hosting a pronoun under. So the reason why I bring this up now is unimportant. So this would come from the basic sentence, I bring this up now because blah, 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 blah. So this would be your basic sentence. I bring this up now, and then here we would have an adverbial phrase or maybe even adverbial clause here with a because that is explaining some more information. So that would get replaced with a word like why or how or when or where, and then that gets moved up the front of the relative clause. So what we end up with in the end here is the reason why I should bring this up now. Movement from the adverbial position to the front of the relative clause. No change in category. We're just using a different WH word. So if we have the sentence, I pranked the con artist that stole my phone, what is the relative clause? So the relative clause here is that stole my phone. That's describing the con artist. So what is the function of that in the relative clause? Well, we have to think about what the original sentence was. So we can do that, who stole my phone. So something stole your phone. So it looks like in the original sentence, we had someone stole my phone, which means that this is going to be a subject. What is the category and function of that in the relative clause? This is going to be a relative pronoun. What is the antecedent of the relative clause? So that stole my phone is describing the con artist. So that is the antecedent for that relative clause. And now we want to draw the tree structure for the entire sentence. So I pranked the con artist that stole my phone. Let's add a new page. So I'm going to start from the top down here. I don't normally do this, but for the sake of the relative clause, I will. So this is the sentence, and then it was pranked the con artist that stole my phone. So this is going to be a verb phrase predicate with the transitive verb pranked. Now we have a noun phrase direct object, which has a definite determiner. Going to have a noun that is going to be con artist. And now we're finally going to get into our relative clause modifier. So this is who stole my phone, the con artist who stole my phone. So we know we're going to have a relative pronoun up front, and that is replacing the subject in this case. So that's a relative pronoun, and that would be who. And now for our original sentence, we're going to have who stole my phone. So the original noun phrase subject is being moved to be who, and then we're just left with a verb phrase predicate with the transitive verb stole, and then we have a noun phrase direct object with a possessive determiner my, and then the head noun phone. So this would be the sentence, I pranked the con artist who stole my phone, Who stole my phone is acting as a relative clause that's describing the con artist, and who originally was the subject that was moved up to form the relative clause. So next time we're going to talk about how we can omit the relative pronoun and still draw that structure. So if you have a relative pronoun that is not replacing the subject of the relative clause, we can delete it. So we cannot pronounce it and the sentence is still grammatical. So if we have a subject like the man that came in was creepy, we still have to say that. We can't say the man came in was creepy. And the reason for this is because the brain is organized in a way that when it sees this, it thinks it's the verb in the matrix clause, because you'd say the man came in, and then suddenly when you get to was creepy, it's like, hold on, what's happening here? I thought the sentence was over. So the brain kind of optimizes itself and says, well, okay, if we have a subject, we'll put that in. But for direct objects, indirect objects, objects of prepositions, we do not need that. So the books that I want are always checked out. That here was functioning as a direct object. So we don't need to pronounce that in this case. We can just say the books I want are always checked out. And I want is still a relative clause. You can just think of that as being hidden before it and deleted. So this is what it would look like in the books I want are not in stock. Or really, I'm just looking at the books that I want in this case, so just the noun phrase. So here we have our relative clause modifier that I want. Everything is exactly as it was. I want that. That moves up to the front, that I want. But we just put a little cross through that. So we're saying it's not being pronounced. There's nothing there. And that's how we do the omitted relative pronoun and where we can do it. So relative clauses have different meanings depending on whether you have commas or not. So we have restrictive and non-restrictive relative clauses. What restrictive relative clauses do, like in the sentence, Northern Europeans who wear red hats are very tall, is what it's saying is it's restricting the set of nouns we're talking about. So we're talking about Northern Europeans, but then we restrict the set to those who only wear red hats. So all 5 of these people are Northern Europeans, but we're only talking about the ones wearing red hats. Now, in the case of non-restrictive, it means we're not restricting the set. So if we say Northern Europeans, comma, who wear red hats, comma, are very tall, what we're saying is that this is like, by the way, this is a property that all have. So Northern Europeans, comma, who wear red hats, I'm saying all of these are Northern Europeans, and all Northern Europeans wear red hats. So that's the difference between restrictive and non-restrictive. And usually you would use that or who with the restrictive, and you might use which with the non-restrictive, but there's no set argument for that. You can do either. So here's the examples of the restrictives. Northern Europeans who wear red hats are very tall, yes, but the animal who is smiling is a dog. Notice in this case, we're restricting the set. There's 2 animals there, but we're only talking about a small portion of it. So one of the animals out of the 2. So the animal who is smiling, we're restricting it to this thing, is a dog. Compare this to the non-restrictive relative clause. The animal, comma, who is smiling, comma, is a dog. We're only talking about one specific animal. We know it's smiling, so this bit is like extra information, because we could just say the animal is a dog, but we're adding more information about it. So, based on these 3 sentences, ask yourselves, is each relative clause restrictive or non-restrictive? And the key here is just looking for commas or not. So students who take calculus are eligible for a prize. This is restrictive, we see no commas. We have the set of students, but we're specifically talking about the students who take calculus. Okay, teenagers who are always so overdramatic about everything eventually become more tolerable. This is a non-restrictive relative clause because we're talking about teenagers and we're kind of adding extra information. We're saying all teenagers eventually become more tolerable. Okay, the photographs that Steve took were always the most popular photographs in the exhibit. This is restrictive. We're talking about photographs, but then we're restricting it specifically to the ones that Steve took. So that is restrictive and non-restrictive relative clauses, and we're going to see the same thing with other types of phrases too. So in this lecture, we want to look at reduced relative clauses. These are things that start as relative clauses, but then reduce to different phrases. So we have two things we need to look at here. My cousin speaking at prom and wore a hat made from persimmons. We could say my cousin who is speaking at prom wore a hat that is made from persimmons. So we're going to see what happens. So these are the different types of phrases that relative clauses are going to reduce to. And you'll see it's pretty simple in order to make them. The general process for each of these is we delete relative pro plus the maybe the be verb or any of the auxiliary elements such as progressive, perfect, or the passive. We cannot delete modals, and typically we actually do not delete auxiliaries as well. So let me just write out this whole thing here. So these are the types of phrases we can delete in order to make different phrases. So the man who is sleeping on the couch, originally this would be a progressive, and we see the verb with the present participle ing on it. So it'll be reduced to what's called a present participle phrase. In the case of a statue that was shown, we have a passive, and then we have the V with a past part on it. So this will reduce to a past participle phrase. A goat that is on the farm, so this will just reduce to a prepositional phrase. And then some cheese, which is moldy and old, or some cheese, which is my favorite. These will reduce just to noun phrases or adjective phrases, and these will have their own special types of functions. So we'll be investigating these in this section. So here's an example of a pres part phrase in action. The doctors working hard were concerned by the new medicine. So we can identify that it's a present participle phrase because we can say something like the doctors that were working hard. So we can put that plus the progressive back in. So what we're going to label this as for working hard is a present participle phrase because it has no subject, so it's not a clause. And then we're going to label the verb as a present participle with the type inside. So this is working. We're working hard, so an adverb phrase adverbial that's describing the working in this case. But we don't have a direct object, so it's not transitive. We don't have a predicate nominal, so it's not a be verb, and so on. So you can think of present participle phrases as just relative clauses that are missing that relative pronoun and a noun phrase, and we don't actually get a verb phrase inside. We just get a present participle phrase. So that's what the present participle phrase looks like, which means for our structure so far, my cousin speaking at prom wore a hat made from persimmons. We now get that this speaking at prom is a present participle phrase modifier, where speaking is an intransitive verb, present participle, that takes a prepositional phrase adverbial after because it's talking about the location. So that's the structure so far of the present participle phrase. So here's an example of a past participle phrase. The pumpkins grown last month became moldy. So this was formed from the pumpkins that were grown last month became moldy. So we can see in this particular case, we would have a passive, and then we'd have pumpkins grown last month by someone. So this would be a transitive verb. But in terms of our structure now that we've had deletion occurring, what we would get is that the passive and the that would be deleted, so we just get grown last month. So we call this a past participle because it has the V past participle marker on it, grown rather than grew. So it's acting as a transitive verb, it's a modifier. We don't see the logical actor in this past participle phrase, but we do see the NP adverbial last month. So the pumpkins that were grown last month, the pumpkins grown last month, became moldy. So this is the final structure for today, and it's happening early, but there's still more we got to cover. So wore a hat made from persimmons. So this would be made. We would have had that was made from persimmons, but we would have had a deleted passive in this case. So this is going to be a past participle made, acting as a transitive verb. So someone made a hat from persimmons. And then we have our PP adverbial from persimmons on the right here. So that is how we can do past participle phrases. So I want you to try to identify the present participle phrases and past participle phrases in these sentences and see if you can label at least the verb types. So pause the video, try it yourself, and here we go. The students sitting in this lecture hall are registered for Ling 200. So this is the students that are sitting in this lecture hall. So this is a present participle phrase. That's what this is. And this verb sitting is a present participle. And it's not sitting something, it's just an intransitive verb, so a pres part vi. Okay, I preferred the third book written by the ghost author, so that was written by the ghost author. So this is now going to be a past participle phrase because we see the en on the verb, and ghost author writes the third book. So this is a past part that is acting as a transitive verb in terms of its arguments. Okay, finally, the only Maori song playing all night was Po Kare Kare Ana. So the only Maori song that was playing all night. So this is the ing form. This is going to be a present participle phrase acting as a modifier. And we have playing. It's not playing something, it's just playing all night. So this is a present participle, and the verb inside is acting as an intransitive verb, with all night being a noun phrase adverbial. So hopefully you're able to identify these. You just need to use the that was trick, and it works every time. Because relative clauses can be restrictive or non-restrictive, we can have present participle phrases and past participle phrases being restrictive and non-restrictive too. So artists painting landscapes are excited about colors. This is restrictive. We're talking about artists, and then we're limiting the set to those only painting landscapes, as we can see in the picture on the right. Or the cookies made in a star shape are really burnt. We're talking about cookies in general, but then we're restricting it to those only made in a star shape, which we can see on the picture on the right. So we're not saying all the cookies are burnt, we're restricting that set to saying the cookies made in a star shape are burnt. Now, in terms of the non-restrictive participle phrases, what's interesting about these is that they can move around. So the comma is still the main hint, but these can move to the end of the sentence or the beginning. So cats purring without reason are interesting creatures. But we can say cats are interesting creatures purring without reason. So it's occurring here and it's moving to the end. Or purring without reason, cats are interesting creatures. So cats purring without reason, we're moving it to the front of the sentence. And we can do this with past participle phrases as well. So Misha, tired from chasing mice, was sleeping all day. Misha was sleeping all day, tired from chasing mice. So we have that movement. Or tired from chasing mice, Misha was sleeping all day. So we see movement there. So the question you should ask yourself when you see these phrases at the beginning with a comma, what is it modifying? It should be modifying a noun if you're looking at a present participle or past participle phrase, if you put it back into its original position. So I want you to determine what type of phrase or clause each underlined one is and whether it's restrictive or non-restrictive. So pause the video, try it yourself, and now I'll go over solutions. So Misha, comma, who I love dearly, comma, is my cat. So this is a relative clause. We have the who is structure, and this is going to be non-restrictive because we have commas. Okay, the cat that annoys Misha belongs to my neighbor. This is another example of a relative clause, but this one is restrictive because we're saying the cat that annoys Misha, no comma. Okay, Misha, who annoys me at night, sleeps in the afternoon. This is the same case as the first one. It's relative clause, non-restrictive. But now we get into more interesting ones. So the one running around all night is Misha. The one who is or who was running around all night is Misha. So this is a present participle phrase, and we don't see any commas, so this is restrictive. Okay, Misha was chasing mice all night, excited from their high-pitched sounds. So we can see some movement could have occurred here. Misha, excited from their high-pitched sounds, was chasing all the mice. Okay, so because we have this here, we have excited. This is the past participle form. So this is a past participle phrase, and it's being moved around. So this is non-restrictive. Okay, finally, barking without reason, the dog was running through the bushes. So we could say the dog, comma, barking without reason, comma, was running through the bushes. So this is a present participle phrase that has been moved around. So this is also non-restrictive. So that's how we can deal with restrictive and non-restrictive present participle phrases and past participle phrases. Now we can include aspect and voice into our participle phrases as well. So we can have a normal present participle, the woman writing the novel. We can have a perfect present participle. So we would have our perfect having written 12 pages. So this would be, what did you write? A perfect plus AVT. But this perfect would not be labeled as a perfect. It would be labeled as a pres participle perfect because the first word is having. It has that ing on it. It's a present participle. The perfect progressive present participle, same thing, pres part perf, but now we're going to have a prog after, and then writing in this case would be an intransitive verb. We can have a passive, so being written. So here we have a transitive verb, but we see being, this is going to be a pres part acting on the passive in this case. We can have passive perfects and just regular past part phrases too. So we can see a variety of these, and they would be handled just as you expect them. So here is a restrictive passive present participle. So the book being written by Jane is a horror novel. So we see being written by Jane. We have what looks like a passive, so this is a present participle. Passive, present participle phrase mod, and then written is the verb with that past participle on it. So we get written by Jane. Now, what if we do a non-restrictive passive perfect present participle? So I just want to focus on the structure of this, and we can look at where it comes from originally. So having been written over 200 years ago, okay, so having starts with a perfect with the ing form, so it's a present participle. We have been as the passive and written as our head verb there. So having been written, so we see transitive verb 2 because it's a past participle phrase, having been written by someone over 200 years ago, and then comma, it is now considered a classic. So when we ask ourselves, what is having been written over 200 years ago? Really, it's describing it. So it might be a pronoun, it might be an expletive in this case. It looks like an expletive, but we can assume it originated from the position after that noun phrase subject, because having been written over 200 years ago is describing whatever the subject is. So that's why we have movement from this position in the subject all the way over to just being at the sentence level. It's an adverbial, so it modifies the sentence. That's why we have a sentence coming out to the present participle phrase adverbial, the noun phrase subject, and the passive phrase predicate. So that's how we can do restrictive and non-restrictive participle phrases with aspect and voice. Something we could have talked about earlier but didn't is the difference between prepositional phrase adverbials and prepositional phrase modifiers when we can have ambiguous sentences. So consider the following sentence. We greeted the llama with a smile. Now there's two interpretations for this. One interpretation is that the greeting was done with the smile. So it's like you're greeting the llama, but the people who have the smile is we, it's us. So a bunch of people are smiling. And in our tree, what we're going to see is that this is a prepositional phrase adverbial that is modifying the transitive verb. So it's both being hosted under the verb phrase predicate. But if I'm saying we're doing the greeting, but it's the llama who has a smile, so we greeted the llama that has a smile or that is with a smile, then this is a modifier. So we see with a smile, the prepositional phrase modifier is describing the noun. Therefore, it's going to be hosted under the noun phrase rather than the verb phrase. So this is how we can deal with prepositional phrase ambiguity. It just matters where it attaches to that gives us different meanings. But this sentence, if just uttered by itself, has both meanings available. It's just going to depend on context which one you pick. So relative clauses can also be reduced to noun phrases or adjective phrases, and we call these appositives. So what the appositives do specifically is they rename the original noun that they describe. So if we say Stephen King, comma, a horror novelist, writes many terrifying books, we're essentially saying that we can call him Stephen King, or we can describe his properties, which is a horror novelist. We're giving information about him. Or that painting, a masterpiece, must have been made by a true genius. A masterpiece is describing the painting, it's giving it a new name, a new quality, a new way it can be recognized. So these are examples of NP, and then we write a positive after them. We can do this with adjective phrases too. Domino's Pizza hot and ready is available for only $5.99. So hot and ready is describing Domino's Pizza. Or Lucas, mentally dead, sat down and finished one last logic problem. This is probably relatable in courses that you might take at university, but mentally dead is just describing Lucas. So these are examples of what are called adjective phrase appositives. They're basically renaming, re-giving a quality to the noun that they modify. So these can be restrictive or non-restrictive. If they're restrictive, there's no commas, and they behave just like everything else. My friend Mike always hits me with his arm before photos. I'm saying I have a lot of friends, but I'm specifically talking about Mike. Only a person loud and confident can get their voice heard in a room of thousands. So we're talking about people in general, but then we're restricting that set just to loud and confident people. When you have non-restrictive appositives, you can see some movement, just like you do with present participle phrases and past participle phrases, but typically not with noun phrases. So my friend, Mike, always hits me with his arm before photos. If we're saying this, what this means is that I only have one friend. So when I say my friend, by the way, his name is Mike, always hits me with his arm before photos. Or Winnie the Pooh, the adorable cartoon bear, is banned in China. So this is re-describing what Winnie the Pooh is. And we could even move this to the front. The adorable cartoon bear, Winnie the Pooh, is banned in China. Okay, with adjective phrases, we can move these to the front. So her movements, elegant, steal your attention and your sense of time. Or elegant, her movements steal your attention and your sense of time. So this might sound a little bit formal, and that's okay, but we can do some of these movements. Or young and naive, those lion, witch, and wardrobe kids thought it would just be a nice, fun adventure. So young and naive is describing the wardrobe kids, so it would originally come from there and then move up. So it might sound a little bit fancy, but this is exactly how we can deal with non-restrictive appositives. So next time we'll talk about vocatives. A vocative is an expression that is going to directly address a speaker. So in imperatives, you'll use these to give orders like, Dave, get me that, or Bill, get me that. Sam, make sure Frodo doesn't evolve into a terrible main character. So we're trying to get attention. That's what the point is of a vocative. They can be used in requests. So, doctor, could I please get some of that really effective medicine? So I'm calling the doctor to get his attention. Or it's even used in formal situations. So, and you, your highness, will be the greatest queen. Or thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. So I'm saying these things in order to get their attention, and usually this makes some more personal sort of feeling with the person you're talking to, which makes it more likely that they grant your request or see you as polite. So it just looks a little bit better if you use these phrases because you're using their names. But these are just called vocatives, and we don't normally put them inside the sentence when we draw a structure, but we can. So as review for this section and everything we've looked at so far, see if you can identify the category and function of each underlined phrase or clause. So I like the woman that works at the school. So the woman who works at the school, that works at the school, this is an example of a relative clause, and this is going to act as a modifier. So the woman I met, Betty, is my long-lost aunt from Brazil. So I'm renaming this woman I met. And Betty is a noun phrase, so this is going to be an appositive. So the woman I met, Betty, who is Betty, reduce that to an appositive. I like the woman singing in the choir. I like the woman who is singing in the choir. So this is a present participle phrase. We see the ing on it, and this is acting as a modifier. Is the woman in the chair your grandma? So is the woman who is in your chair your grandma? So this is a present participle, or sorry, not a present participle phrase, a prepositional phrase acting as a modifier. The car, made of chocolate, was prepared by the bakery. So the car that was made of chocolate. This is a past participle phrase. And what is it acting as in this case? It's still acting as a modifier. This is the dessert I am ordering for my birthday. So this is the dessert that I am ordering for my birthday. So that I am ordering for my birthday is going to be a relative clause, which means we're going to have it as a modifier. What do you think about having a discussion about smoking? About smoking, this is just a prepositional phrase modifier, a discussion that is about smoking. The woman you like just so happens to be my sister. The woman that you like. So this is a relative clause, and this is a modifier. It just doesn't have the relative pronoun out front. Okay, would you mind meeting me in the coffee shop later, Kim? So I'm giving the direct name, a direct addressee in this case. So this is a noun phrase vocative. So hopefully you're able to identify these. The tricky part is really just seeing whether or not you have those hidden that ares or hidden that's in your dependent clauses. This lecture's goal is to come up with a structure for what I believe is that the sun will tell us why we exist. There's a few things we don't know how to deal with. The subject, what I believe, that the sun will tell us why we exist. We have some sort of subordinator going on, a new clause. And then why we exist is also something interesting we'll have to investigate. So we're going to deal with the that first. And that comes from a thing called a noun clause, an NCL. An example being, I know that Tim is leaving for New York. So it's just introducing a new sentence. So what noun clauses do, what our NCLs do, is they fill positions of NPs, so noun phrases. And they answer the same questions that WH questions do for noun phrases. So what did Stephen like? You could say Stephen liked this. This is a noun phrase. Or you can say Stephen liked that Jimmy Buffett was playing here. So Stephen liked that some sentence occurred. So this would be an example of a noun clause. Or Stephen liked what the concert did for all of us here. If it starts with the WH word and behaves similarly, it's called a WH clause. So for noun clauses, NCLs, they're introduced by these things called complementizers, which we label as C, and there's three words that do this, which is that, whether, or if. So they don't have a function in the clause, they just are there to make it grammatical. So that children can run freely in the streets makes me happy. I am happy whether children can freely run in the streets or not. Sometimes the whether comes with an or not. With WH clauses, so we call these WHCLs, these are introduced by WH subordinators, which we call WH subs. These are pronouns, and these are who, when, where, how, why. So also the word what could be there too, or who. So they have a function. They take on some sort of direct object or subject or some position. There's movement happening within these clauses. So where I'm going is none of your concern. I'm not going to tell you what I'm eating. So we can see here where I'm going is a subject in this case, and it's a clause. I am going, it's a full statement, but it's being introduced by the subordinator where. So this would be an example of a WH clause acting as a subject. So these are the two types of noun clauses that we're going to investigate in more detail in this section, and then that'll be the entire course. You've understood English grammar. I want to show you some examples of noun clauses and the functions they can have. So this will be quick, but we can take a look at this. So first of all, we can have predicate nominals. So we can say the truth is this, or the truth is that pigs really can fly. So we have a complementizer introducing another sentence, pigs really can fly. They could be subjects, this is crazy, or that he can perform real magic is crazy. So he can perform real magic is a sentence, and that is a complementizer that's introducing it, and that whole thing is a subject. That's not really something that we say out loud that often, but it's more something you would see written in fiction. They can be direct objects. I knew it. I knew that he was pulling my leg. So he was pulling my leg is a sentence, complementizer that, introducing it. We also have complement functions, so we don't have an actual label for a function, but these are complements. So they can describe nouns or they can describe adjectives. The fact that he always lied has everyone concerned, or I am sure that things will get better. So you can tell these are different from relative clauses because you have an entire sentence. So that he always lied. The fact that he always lied. It's not the fact who. The fact that always lied would be a little bit different. We have the fact that he always lied. So these are the different types of functions that noun clauses can take, and we're going to see very similar things for WH clauses as well. Let's take a look at the internal structure of our noun clauses. So that he can perform real magic is crazy. So a noun clause is now going to be our subject. It's going to be headed by the complementizer that, and it's going to take a sentence underneath, and the sentence is just going to look like a standard sentence you've seen before. There's nothing fancy going on, there's no movement occurring, nothing is happening that is weird inside this sentence. You're literally just introducing another independent clause under a noun clause. So these are how all of our NCOs are going to look. So in the second example, I knew that he was pulling my leg. So we have a noun clause direct object, but if we take a look inside this noun clause after the complementizer, we just see a regular old sentence. He was pulling my leg. Nothing fancy, no movement. So to make sure we have an understanding of word categories, let's take a look at a bunch of these different types of that's and try to determine their categories. So pause the video, try it yourself. Now let's go over some solutions. So that car is not mine. That car. This is acting as a demonstrative, and it is a determiner in this case. I'm talking about a specific car. That was an amazing experience. So we're talking about something specific, some event that is being replaced with the word that. So this is a pronoun. I have never seen a place that beautiful. This is answering the question, how beautiful? Oh, it's that beautiful. So this is a qualifier. I bet you weren't expecting that when you were coming into this video. Okay, the man that I talked to is my dad. So this is a relative clause in this case. So this is going to be a relative pronoun that. I know that he is tired. So this is introducing a noun clause direct object. So this is just a complementizer. This is C. Okay. That movie is boring. I'm talking about a specific movie here. So this is a demonstrative determiner. He is always late. That is irresponsible. Okay, so we're talking about the fact that he is always late. So this is acting as a personal pronoun in this case because that is referring to the fact that he's always late. Okay, movies that make money at the box office are usually not psychological dramas. So this is a relative clause. So we're looking at a relative pronoun in number 8. I know that my parents always support me. So that my parents always support me. We see a sentence, my parents always support me. So that is a complementizer introducing my parents always support me. And then that my parents always support me helps me a lot. So now this is just acting as a subject. So my parents always support me. That helps me a lot. So this is a complementizer introducing the rest of the sentence, and the whole thing is a noun clause subject. Hopefully that wasn't too bad. Now let's see if we can distinguish between relative clauses and noun clauses just to make sure. So most people like the fact that the school now has a cafeteria. To see if it's a noun clause, I'm just looking to see if everything after that forms a complete sentence. The school now has a cafeteria. It does? Okay, therefore that's a complementizer. And here we have a noun clause. And this is describing fact, so we're not going to give it a function. Okay, the fact that most people like is that the school now has a cafeteria. Let's try that same test. Everything after that, most people like. Well, most people like what? That doesn't make any sense to me. That sounds ungrammatical. Okay, so what that indicates to me here is that this is a relative pronoun. In fact, I see the site where it's coming. It's coming from after like. Most people like something. Therefore, this is going to be a relative clause, and all of our relative clauses are modifiers. Okay, the fact that most people like is that the school now has a cafeteria. So what I see here, same test, do this. Okay, the school now has a cafeteria. Great. So that's complementizer. This is an NCL, and this is coming after a be verb, which means this is going to be acting as a predicate nominal in this case. That's the trick to distinguishing between noun clauses and relative clauses. If you grab that trick, then you cannot be fooled. Much like with relative clauses and with questions, special things happen when subjects occur as noun clauses. So if you have a noun clause subject, you cannot delete the word that at the beginning. But if you have a noun clause in any other position, you can delete the complementizer that. So we don't need to say, I know that the party starts at 7, because this is a noun clause direct object. We can just eliminate that. But that he will be late is obvious. We have a noun clause subject in this case, so we need that. And this is good for the brain, because it's saying, hold on a second, I'm using a sentence as a subject. So when I say he will be late, you don't think that's the complete thought. Okay, some dealer that the kids knew is in jail. So this is a noun clause describing the dealer. Sorry, some dealer that the kids knew. This is just a relative clause. So this can be deleted too. We can see some parallels between the noun clause and the relative clause. What is the relative clause doing in there? It's sneaky. So in terms of our actual diagram, nothing else is going to change. It's going to be just like the relative pronouns. If we don't pronounce it, we just put a cross through it. It's still there. It's just not pronounced. So that's how we can do complementizer deletion in noun clauses. There's two other types of complementizers we haven't seen yet. One is if, so this is a C. So this introduces a noun clause and usually has some sort of situation or hypothetical. They're often direct objects. So they want to know if you are leaving soon. So like, is this event going to happen or not? They want to know that. So that's why we use if. It's a little weird as a subject. I've heard people say things like this before, but it's awkward. If you can behave tonight is something I'm not too sure about. Usually what you'd say instead is whether. So you wouldn't normally use if in a subject position, normally just the direct object or potentially even indirect object position, but no, indirect object doesn't quite make sense. It's best as a direct object. So those are if noun clauses, but we also have whether noun clauses. So these paraphrase noun clauses as yes, no questions. So if you say they want to know whether you are leaving soon, you can think of it more like a colon. So they want to know colon, and then you can do some indicative movement back to the base form. They want to know, are you leaving soon? So they want to know whether you are leaving soon. They want to know, are you leaving soon? But what you might notice is interesting about this is, hold on a second, we have a whether clause, and then it's kind of like a question, but we don't have any movement here. So, nothing special is happening. There's no movement happening inside these clauses. We only have movement when we remove the whether and we phrase it as a sentence coming with a question after. And like I said before, sometimes you get this or not coming with it. It's either going to tag right beside the whether, or it's going to tag at the end, and everything else is going to be in between. So this is the structure so far. What I believe is that the sun will tell us why we exist. Our new information is that the sun will tell us why I exist is a noun clause, and that is going to be a complementizer introducing it. WH clauses are introduced by WH subordinators, which we call WH subs. These will be pronouns, and they're going to be hosted under noun phrases. Now, the special things about WH subordinators is that there are some movement that's involved. So if I say, I'm trying to understand this, we can now do an entire WH clause replacement. I am trying to understand what you are doing. But if we take a look inside the WH clause, we can see a regular indicative sentence. You are doing something. And we're doing some movement here. What you are doing. We're not moving the auxiliary element. We're not forming a question, but we are moving the pronoun up to the front, just like we saw with relative clauses. So let's take a look at exactly what different types of movement can look like. So whether it's a subject, direct object, indirect object, they can be moved from their original positions, and you'll get that dependent clause. So I told him what I believe. So you could think of it as I told him I believe something. But that I believe something is becoming I believed what, and that's moving up. We watched whatever was on TV. So I can't really paraphrase this nice, but we can say we watched something on TV. So something was on TV, we watched something. So when we combine it, we get whatever was on TV, that's going to move up to the front, and then we can embed it inside of a matrix clause to create our WH clause. So for what I believed, this is a WH subordinator now acting as a direct object. And for whatever, this would be a WH subordinator acting as a subject. So we can see how, and it's really the noun phrase hosting it, but we can kind of see what's happening there with the movement and how the original function is being carried over under the noun phrase. So here's some examples of some WH clause functions. Predicate nominal. The problem is money. The problem is what it'll cost. So it'll cost something. So what is the noun phrase direct object hosting the WH subordinator in this case? But the entire WH clause is acting as a predicate nominal because of the verb be. So as a subject, this is crazy. It can replace this. What she can perform is crazy. So she can perform something. This is being moved up to the front. So this what is acting as a noun phrase direct object in this case, even though the entire WH clause is a subject. Okay, we can have WH clause direct objects. Shoppers seek bargains. Shoppers seek whatever costs the least. So something costs the least. We do have movement, which means this is going to be a noun phrase subject hosting the WH subordinator. But that whole thing is a WH clause acting as a direct object. And then we can even see indirect objects here. Police give speeders tickets. So tickets are being given to speeders. So we can say police gives whoever speeds tickets. So someone is speeding, that's being moved to the front. So the thing hosting it is an NP subject, but the entire clause is a WH clause indirect object. And we're going to see their internal structure in the next subsection. So this is the internal structure for the problem is what it will cost. So I just want to focus inside the WH clause predicate nominal here, because here's what we're going to see. We're going to see the original sentence, it will cost something. So this will be a noun phrase, direct object, and you'd have the word something down here. So this would change into a WH word, like what. And what will happen is this will move all the way up to the front of the WH clause with the noun phrase direct object and WH subordinator pronoun, and it would sit there with the gap after cost. So that's how that movement is occurring in order to form the WH clause in the internal structure. Everything else is exactly how you would expect. A subject, a predicate, and everything other than the gap. Okay, what about police give whoever speeds tickets? So here's an indirect object. So whoever speeds is our indirect object. I know the tree's a little fat, so it might look weird, but this is a give verb, an indirect object, and a direct object. It is normal. But what we see here is for whoever speeds, whoever would have been the original NP subject with the WH subordinator, whoever here. So what we would do is we would take this and we would move it all the way up to the beginning of the WH clause. And that's how we get whoever speeds. So we do see movement, no matter whether it's subject, direct object, indirect object. We do see movement, but nothing needs to happen with auxiliaries in here. So, determine the category and function of each underlined clause and determine the function of the NP hosting the WH subordinator. So we want to identify the clause type and then identify what the word whoever or what or who is. So, Charity gave whoever was needy a donation. So it gave a donation to whoever was needy. So this is going to be a WH clause indirect object. Now we're saying this is whoever was needy. So whoever, someone was needy. So it's going to be a noun phrase subject that the WH subordinator is hosted under. So we'll do it like this. We'll put it over here. So what is most important in a library is the fact that it exists. So this is a WH clause acting as a subject. We could say this. This is the fact that it exists. And then we have what is most important in a library. So something is most important in a library. This is also acting as an NP subject here. Okay, the owner forgot who had set the warehouse on fire. This is a WH clause, and this is acting as a direct object. Now, who had set the house on fire? Someone set the house on fire. So once again, here we just have another NP subject. Okay, do you know who Ella gave the flowers to? So know is a transitive verb. So this is going to be a WH clause direct object. And who Ella gave the flowers to. So she gave the flowers to someone. So this noun phrase is acting as an object of a preposition. To whom would be the PPIO, but just who on its own here is an object of a preposition. They arrived at what looked like a small harbor. So this is a WH clause. It's occurring after a preposition. So this is an object of preposition. Yes, that can happen too. And then what looked like a small harbor, something looked like a small harbor. So this is just going to be a noun phrase subject. So those are WH clauses. And now we have our final structure. What I believe is that the sun will tell us why we exist. So it's I believe something that is being moved up into the position at the head of the WH clause. The whole WH clause is acting as a subject. And then for why we exist, well, we exist for some reason. So we have a noun phrase adverbial moving up because this is a meaning. This is a the meaning of the WH word gives extra information rather than subject information or direct object information. So that's it for the course. You now know English grammar. I'm pretty sure there's no sentence out there that you couldn't figure out how to draw a structure for and describe. So if you have any suggestions for what you want to see in the course, you can always leave them down in the comments somewhere, and I can make improvements in the future.